Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is April 3rd, 2026, 9:19 a.m., and we are continuing Mahoyo this morning, which on the Holy Night, we are going to be doing chapters 7, 8, and 8.5. That is the plan. We finished chapters 5b and 6 last time, which were absolutely excellent. Highly suggest going and checking out the last stream if you haven't. We got to witness what I actually think was definitely like the precipice or the origin for a lot of Type Moon stuff, because as we know, I actually didn't know until a little bit before starting this visual novel, but which on the Holy Night was like Nasu's original vision for some of the Nasuverse stuff, whereas like we had notes, of course, but notes was a lot shorter. But which on the Holy Night, if I'm not mistaken, Nasu started started writing in high school, and they had multiple times throughout Type Moon's history, I think, after they did Tsukihime and Fate Stay Night in the 2000s. I believe they had like rough drafts and different times where they tried to publish Witch on the Holy Night, but it was never truly finished until around like 2010, 2011, and like fully 2012. I don't know the exact date when it came out, but I believe 2011, 2012 it really came out. But they had been working on it for a long ass time, and but it was like Nasu's original vision and like the first story that I think he ever wanted to really write. But it didn't get turned into a full-on visual novel until 2011, 2012, which is why a lot of people say, like, if you want to start like from zero, I've heard a lot of people say before that if you want to start just from zero and see the basics of like the magecraft world and how the magic system works in the Nasuverse, you start with Witch on the Holy Night, because this was like the original vision, I guess. But reason I bring that up is because my favorite scene in Lost Belt 6 is actually it's either the scene with Castoria. Both of them are at like the very end of Lost Belt 6, but it's either the scene with Castoria at Avalon, or the scene where she goes up against Carnanos. And the moment where Aoko goes against Flat Snark in chapter 5b was very reminiscent of the moment where Castoria goes up against Carnanos. Like there's even some of the same exact phrases are used. Like I get they're kind of generic phrases, I guess, for Nasu's writing style specifically, but like a single moment lasted for eternity. That phrase was used in both the Castoria fight against Carnanos and Aoko versus Flat Snark. But like other stuff, like her consciousness shorting out, but her like literally using her own willpower to like keep her body alive in the moment just long enough for her to fire off a shot against this thing, against overwhelming odds. Very cool. But yeah, no webcam today, obviously. If I hadn't mentioned that, we got the Artoria gaming, the Artoria streamer mode activated just because I looked outside. It's cloudy Washington weather today. It's not raining now, but it might be later today, and it just felt cozy. I didn't feel like turning on the camera or nothing. I kind of just want to sit back in my chair without any of the lights on and just be full slob gamer mode, chill, cozy, and that's what I'm doing. So, cozy stream today, reading chapters 7, 8, and 8.5. That's the plan. But yeah, let's get into it. As always, if you haven't seen the previous streams, there will be a playlist down below if you're watching on YouTube. So if you're not watching the live stream, you can check out the playlist for all the previous live streams if you're watching in the future and whatnot. But yeah, let's hop into it. All right, so search for bookmark. We left off right here, and this should be the start of chapter 7. Are you for real? She's pressing a whole lot of buttons for a visual novel. She ain't pressing anything. She's just working at her arms, I think. It's sunny and warm day, 65 in Michigan, so it feels like a great day to do something you love. Hell yeah. Let me crack my cold one. We'll hop into this. All right, chapter 7. Are you for real? Once, long ago, I saw a beautiful bird fly overhead. Round and round it circled the distant blue sky. How high it flew in this era when humans, not birds, reigned supreme. And yet the bird was completely uninterested in humanity's endless desire for expansion, our creation of even higher homes, or the smoke bellowing from industry's chimneys. The sky extends further than the eye can see. It belongs to no one, not now, not then. The bird was a truly noble creature, flapping its wings powerfully across the wild, ancient sky. Oh! Until the sudden sound of cold iron. A wing is shot, its symmetry gone forever. Cruel and tragic, its body plummets downwards. Not knowing its fate, the bird frantically beats its wings to the very end. One moment soaring with eyes to the sky, the next crashing down to the dry, hardened earth. This was the dream I saw. No matter how much I thought about it, its details remained clouded. What did the bird look like, for instance? Chapter 7. Are you for real?
はい、今日の授業はここまで。試験範囲の総まとめなんかやっちゃいましたけど、これうちのクラスだけですから、よそのクラスには内密にお願いしますね。担任特権と思ってください。ほら、原告の平均点ぐらいは学年一番にしておくと、皆さんも鼻が高いと思いまして。
Mr. Yamashiro chuckled as he finished. This was typical of the kind teacher responsible for Year 2 Class C, the master at relaxing his pupils.
先生、口元に本音出てる。鼻を高くしたいのは私たちじゃないですよね。
鼻っていうかメンツですよね。先生、里中先生に嫌味言われてばっかりだし。
つーかはっきり言えばいいんすよ。お前ら頭悪すぎだって。
いえいえ、テストの点数だけが学生生活ではありませんから、僕から言うべきことは何も。先生方もそこまで目くじら立ててるわけじゃないので、別にクラス全員が赤点でも僕の人生には何ら関わりはないんですけどね。しかし一方では一人厄介な御仁がおりまして、皆さんが選んだ全校生徒代表の方なんですが、これが恐ろしいのなんの。テストの点数が低いのは生徒ではなく教育する側が無能だからです。教育委員会への報告準備はいつでもできていますので、と日夜脅してくるんですよ。それでも生徒たちが治らないようなら、その時は直接私が監督しますとか、生徒としてどうなんですかね、あれ。
What? The warm atmosphere in the room suddenly fell below freezing. The students of Class C now knew who their true enemy was.
あー、そっか。山城先生生徒会の顧問だったっけ。ナムナム。
さすがは応援団を立ち直らせた女傑。教師一人退職に追い込むなど造作もねえ。やっぱりな、会長絶対年サバ読んでるって。あの迫力、同年代と思えねえし。ほら、うちの女子と比べると特にこうおっぱい的に。
おっぱい。
先生、木の実だけでも A 組に引き取ってもらえませんか。そりゃ男子はみんな猿ですけど、こいつだけレベルの違う猿ですよ、絶対。
あれ、でも女子 A 組だけどあんまり成績良くねえよな。中の上ぐらいじゃなかったっけ。
そうだけど別にいいんじゃない。塾も行ってないし 生徒会仕切ってたまにバイトまでしてるんだから。あれで学年トップだったら逆に気持ち悪すぎ。
だよな。首位は副会長に任せとけばいいんだよ。
まあまあ皆さん、噂話はそのあたりで。地獄耳という言葉もありますから。じゃあそれなりに復習をよろしく。あんまり点数が悪いと冬休みそのものがなくなりますからね。
What?
あ、それとしずきくん、ちょっといいですか？
Mr. Yamashiro gathered his things and beckoned for Soujuurou to join him in the hallway. There were no other students to be seen despite it being break time between classes. Voices were audible in the distance, but the hall itself felt strangely quiet and calm. Perhaps it was due to the sense of confinement created by the lack of windows. Usually students spent their breaks either in classrooms or in the veranda.
何ですか、山城先生。
いえ、そう大した用事じゃないんですけどね。試験前にこんな話をするのもデリカシーがないんですが、気になったので。
Though this level of concern from a teacher startled him, Soujuurou felt reassured. It was only natural. After having to deal with such difficult personalities lately, Mr. Yamashiro's trivial questions were refreshing.
はい。学校の作りや決まりなら自分なりに分かってきました。友達も増えましたし。
そっか、それはよかった。うちのクラスは口の悪い面々だけど、その分気を使わなくていいからね。
Soujuurou's eyes shone brightly in appreciation. In Aoko's words, Mr. Yamashiro was a brutish, forgettable, downright detestable man who did not even deserve the title of teacher, but Soujuurou found him considerate in his own way.
アルバイトもほどほどにね。試験前だって言えば、大抵のところは休ませてくれるから、あまり無理はしないように。また、試験で困ったことがあったら、周りに相談しなさい。一人で悩んでいても時間の無駄だよ。ほら、学校っていうのは話し相手にだけは困らないから。
With a wave of his hand, Mr. Yamashiro was gone. The pure-hearted Soujuurou gave him a solemn nod as if to say he accepted the advice of his so-called forgettable teacher and went back to his classroom. And then...
女のことで相談だ。
Soujuurou had not wasted a moment in putting Mr. Yamashiro's advice into practice.
そうらしい。難問にぶち当たっているんだ。深く考えてみて気づいたんだが、どうも自分は発想が貧困らしい。
Soujuurou averted his eyes of shame over his lack of insight.
いや、豊かだと思ってたことがびっくりなんだけど。まあいい、こっち来い。
Oh boy. Shocked as he was, Hinomi grabbed Soujuurou by the shoulder and pulled him over to the wall. Hinomi had nearly burst out laughing when Soujuurou, with a straight face, had admitted his difficulty with girls, but he realized it was the first time Soujuurou had ever even turned to him for advice. Soujuurou was able to break down any task at his part-time jobs into bite-sized pieces, but he was clearly struggling with a different problem now. This was going to take some serious effort.
で、なんかやっちまったのかいよ。
これからやるのかもしれない。
Goat Kinomi. I love the music in this shit. It's so good. Little does Kinomi know, Soujuurou has his life on a line right now between two mages. And that's what he's asking about, I assume.
木の実、例えばの話、マッドベアにハリセンボンみたいな女の子が入ってきたとする。その子は俺が嫌いで、マッドベアから出て行ってほしいようなんだけど、俺はマッドベアを辞めるわけにはいかない。
Soujuurou explained that he couldn't just quit his part-time job at the restaurant. He needed the money. Hinomi grunted a few times to indicate he was following Soujuurou's story.
つまりその女を追い出したいと。
逆だ。なんとか認めてもらいたい。 隠していたけど、俺はその女の子が嫌いというわけじゃなくて。
Soujuurou furrowed his brow. Hinomi could not help but laugh at his friend's lack of manly resolve in his answer. Girls were the one area where Hosukei's skills and experience were triple those of Soujuurou.
なんだよ、要はナンパかよ。むしろ仲良くなりたいってわけ？
Uh-oh. Soujuurou wasn't sure how to respond. He nodded slowly without really understanding the implication of what Kinomi had said.
けど、どうすればいいのかわからない。そもそもどうやって同い年の女の子と仲良く話ができるんだ？
クラスの女どもとは話してんじゃん。あれでいいんだっつの。俺は羨ましいっつの。持ち前の天然系で押してけばいいべ。山育ちってのは希少なアイデンティティだと思うぜ。珍しいものは生かさないとさ。
そうかな。珍しいというのはあんまりいいことじゃない気がする。だいたいそもそも嫌われている場合はどうすればいいんだ？クラスのみんなは親切だけど、相手はハリセンボンだ。いや、この際ハリネズミでもいい。
そういう場合はめげなきゃいいんだよ。相手が折れるのを待つって寸法だな。トゲだけに。
Soujurou's brow sunk deeper still.
この例え話はダメだ。
He needed more concrete material to work with.
ばっか。女なんてのは機嫌を取ってればいいんだよ。まずは女の趣味とか大事にしてるもんとか聞いて、そこをフォローすればいい。自分の都合より相手の都合だ。まずは外堀から攻めろってことだな。
外堀？外回りか。
もち。その後はまあ結局はこれが一番効果的なんだけどな。袖の下ってやつ？そん時の需要と供給さえ合えば嫌われてても受け取ってもらえる。受け取らせちまえばあとはそれが義理になるってもんだ。
That's fuck, dude. Hinomi then proclaimed with an odd sense of pride that this approach had resulted in only failure for him. I wonder why.
けど問題がある木の実。確かにご飯とかそういうのをおごってもらうと嬉しいけど、
そんな金はないってんだろ。分かってる分かってる。仕方ないね。そういうしずきくんのために一丁割のいいバイトを紹介してやろうじゃねえのよ。
ん？
They slid away to the side of the classroom, deeper to one corner, to in front of the lockers where no one ever stayed for long. It would be days before Soujuurou realized the suggestion he was receiving was of the illegitimate kind, the kind he should not have shared with anyone. Uh-oh. Bro's about to do a crime. That night, dinner at the mansion was a feast of bread. Soft slices lay stacked in the center of the table, surrounded by various colored jams. In a bowl was a salad, mainly lettuce, with a small plate of unevenly cut ham. Soujuurou may have had no frame of reference for what an average family dinner should be, but he could tell that this was most certainly not normal. In truth, it was a first-rate case of laziness.
あ、チョコのペースト切れたままじゃん。アリス、新しいの買っておいてって言わなかった？
今日は一日部屋にこもっていたから。第一、チョコレートを食べるのはあなただけよ。自分のものは自分で調達をするべきね。
For these two girls, however, this dinner seemed to be completely normal. They had a system of irregular taking turns being in charge of meals, and tonight was Alice's turn. Normally, she would spend as little time and effort as possible, only truly applying herself when there was something to celebrate. Of course, Soujuurou was none the wiser to Alice's unique approach to food preparation. For him, it was a plain, lackluster meal. And when it came to dinner, Not saying anything to each other was another staple of their meals. The sounds of cutlery, the scraping of chairs, and the tick-tock of the clock were the only things to be heard in the sunroom. Soujuurou himself had already eaten. At this moment, he was watching the goings-on from the drawing room.
宗十郎、9時からアルバイトでしょ？行ってらっしゃい。私たちのことは気にしないでいいから。
ああ、じゃあ行ってくる。
Soujuurou donned his coat with a goodbye nod. When Soujuurou glanced at the sunroom, he momentarily locked eyes with Alice, or so he imagined. She had been ignoring him all day, and not just refusing to talk to him, she had avoided him so much so to not look at him all day until this very moment. He could understand if he was annoying her as the outsider in the mansion, but he felt no animosity in her gaze just now.
今の様子を見てたのかな。
Soujuurou looked nervously at his surroundings for a moment before heading to the foyer. Alice only let her gaze return to normal when she was completely sure he was gone.
ああ、めんどくさ。
Aoko was appalled by Alice's brazen display. So much so that her immaculate veneer of apathy crumbled.
何？献立に不満でもあるの？青子。
もちろんあるけど、いつものことだし慣れてるわよ。私が呆れてるのは、あんたの意地の悪さの方。徹底的に無視してるくせに、相手の反応を伺ってるなんてめめしくない？罠張って待ち受けるようなもんじゃない。
彼の反応なんて探ってないわ。そもそも興味がないもの。それと、今のは差別発言ね。めめしいという表現は女性軽視に過ぎるわ。
Wait, where'd she say sissy? It's pretty sissy of you to pretend to ignore him while watching his every move. And mind how you use the word sissy, it reeks of sexism.
今の場合なら、あなたは矛盾している。と言ってちょうだい。
うわ、自覚ありときた。
Choosing not to rise to her roommate's jibe, Alice resumed eating. Aoko tore off pieces of bread and ate them one by one, anger still visible on her face.
じゃあここからは、青崎青子としてじゃなく、共犯者としての質問ね。アリス的に彼を見逃していいと思える判断材料はない？ありえないけど、実は彼も魔術師でしたなんてオチであったとしても、ここに住まわせるのは容認できない？
その理由なら認めるわ。彼を許すのではなく、そんなことに気づかなかった私たちへのペナルティとして。そうね。今のは絶対にありえない話だけど、それと同じに絶対の結論もまたないわ。彼がここに住む選択を飲む場合すらあるかもしれない。気の迷いは私にだってあるのだし。
ええ、そういうことよ。今は私との義理とかプライドで冷静を保ってるあんただけど、あいつの努力次第で少しは。
それは諦めて。彼が何をしようと無駄だから。あなたも知っていると思うけど。
Alice had never been the type to let her guard down around others. The young witch despised humans, having recreated so many of their objects and fairy tales.
そんなのあんた個人のトラウマでしょ？自分の意固地さを魔女の血統云々で棚上げするのはそれこそめめしいわ。いいじゃない。嫌いなら嫌いではっきりしてれば。私が気に食わないのはね、あんたのどっちつかずの態度よ、アリス。
どっちつかずの態度？
そう。無視するなら徹底して無視してやれって言ってるの。ガチガチに守りを固めて、そのくせ城門だけ開けて、獲物が油断して入ってきたら串刺しにする気満々とか、相棒として見てられないわ。あいつにできることなんて、閉ざされた門を開けることぐらいだっていうのに、その機会さえなくすのはどうなの？
ごめんなさい、青子。もう少し簡単に言って。
love her facial expression.
その例えはちょっと。
Alice seemed unable to grasp Aoko's metaphor. Meanwhile, Aoko had it up to here with her roommate's lack of self-awareness and was starting to lose her cool.
だから興味ないとか言っておきながら粉かけるなってこと。あんなにチラチラ盗み見たらあいつ変に勘違いしちゃうかもしれないでしょ。アリスはああ見えて本当は自分と仲直りしたがっているに違いない。じゃあ早速部屋に押しかけてみようとか。
そういうことに
なる。少なくとも私だったらいい加減イライラして話があるなら校舎裏まで来いって決着つけかねないレベル。この毒婦。
Wait, I didn't even mean for how I placed the characters on the screen for this stream, but it actually worked out perfectly. Look, that's actually them right now up in the top left. Fucking rage bait.
そうだったのね。気をつけるわ。別に彼と話をする気はないんだし、私も彼を見ていたというより彼の手足を見ていたのだし。
It's not like I want to talk to him anyway, and for the record, I didn't look at him exactly, only his arms and legs.
手足ってなんで？
手足は手足よ。彼個人には思うところはないけど、あの夜の出来事はまだ記憶に新しいから。それが少しだけ気になって、つい視線で追っていたのね。
あの夜って遊園地のこと？なんかしたっけあいつ。
Alice's expression soured. She still felt the sting of her defeat.
飛んだでしょ、彼。レールの上から私のダンプティに向かって。
ええ、そんなこと言ってたわね。勢いでつい1メートルぐらいだから飛んじゃったとか。
Aoko had not actually seen it in person, luckily. All she knew was that the spell she had placed on Soujuurou was part of the reason he survived that jump of death. Alice, on the other hand, had observed the whole scene from the clock tower. It only lasted an instant, but it had burned itself into her mind's eye, more than when her precious moon had fallen at Aoko's hands, and flat snark had come tumbling down.
でもそれがどうしたの？卵の敵討ちってわけ？
ダンプティは壊れるのが仕事だから、敵討ちも何もないわ。ただ、人間の体ってあんな風に動くんだなって。
As it goes, for someone with as little human interaction as Alice, Soujurou's leap must have appeared quite remarkable. Particularly because his legs were orders of magnitude less capable than those of an animal in the forest. And yet, even with such feeble legs, with those meek arms of his, he managed to fly through the open air like a bird. To her, it was akin to the feeling of city folk get when they see a wild creature in its natural habitat.
気にしないで。機会があるならもう一度見たいと思っただけ。別に彼に何を期待しているわけじゃないわ。
なるほど。アリスのプロイって大体が人型じゃないしね。単に物珍しさで見ていただけか。
Aoko sighed and released the tension from her shoulders. She was disappointed to discover that Alice's behavior stemmed from simple curiosity, like that of a child with a new toy. And Alice was in no position to take issue with her reaction. And how could she? She was not entirely sure what it was that she herself was feeling.
夕食、明日は私が作るから。試験前だってのに、こんなしょぼくれたもん食べさせられたら、一夜漬けする気合も湧かないわよ。
ご自由に。私も手が空いて助かるわ。
Night came and went in the mansion. For better or worse, the disturbances caused by the foreign invader had not yet caused the kettle to boil over. Uh-oh. The next morning at 6:30, as sunlight spread out across the sky, Soujuurou walked to school with Aoko in the chilly morning air.
いい？洋館にいるときは極力一人にならないこと。
It was her intention to keep Soujuurou safe until he left the mansion. Nonetheless,
眠い。6時から登校とか、あんたも働き者ね。
そうでもないよ。30分仕出しを手伝うだけだし。
his work ethic was a little too strong for a student entering finals.
それより青崎、無理してないか？別にこっちに付き合うことないんだぞ。
ご心配なく、生徒会室で仮眠取るから。約束だし、門までは一緒に行くわよ。
But internally, Aoko was worried. What traps did her roommate have in store for him? She could not imagine Alice was planning anything to go down in the woods, but she wanted to be safer than sorry. The least she could do was accompany Soujuurou to school. That much she was firmly committed to. Any traps that presented themselves could be dealt with on the spot. Well, not dealt with so much as destroyed, since that was Aoko's forte, but that would be enough to keep him safe for the time being.
帰り道に関しては、アリスもそこまで暇ではないと信じるしかないんだけど。
If Alice was willing to put all of her energy into a new trap after the first had failed, then they were as good as dead anyway. But Aoko would cross that road when she came to it. If all depended on how deep Alice's dislike of Soujuurou really went, it would not be enough to make her abandon her pride as a witch, something she had protected fervently until now. If that were the case, Aoko knew she would never be able to keep him safe. The moment 24/7 protection became necessary was the moment she had failed. Her character led her to focus on what she could do in the here and now and ignore the rest. And this current plan of hers was her best attempt at doing right by everyone. They left behind the Kuonji estate, and the two remained together until the residential area at the bottom of the hill, where Aoko glanced casually at Soujuurou.
ところで、何か考えてる？
Surprisingly, Soujuurou saw through her harmless question and sensed the bigger issue. How was he going to win Alice over? In fact, he had been thinking about that very question. According to his friend, there were 3 basic approaches he could take. One was the roundabout approach.
こいつは時間がかかるが最も自然だ。人間ってのは自分が好きなものを大切にされるとコロッと気を許しちまう。仲間意識ってやつだな。
In other words, instead of focusing on the person one wishes to win over, one should focus on their interests. It was a surprisingly mature opinion coming from Kinomi. Unfortunately, Soujuurou had no idea what sort of things Alice liked. She seemed very fond of the mansion, but what could he do? Clean it for her? He sensed that would have a reverse effect. He had the distinct feeling she would not want him touching what was precious to her. The second approach was to take the inner track.
でもやっぱり本人を落とすのが一番早い。俺たちに魅力がないのなら、魅力のある外付け装備に頼るのだ。そう、プレゼントなんだよ、しずきくん。
A quick and dirty strategy, the assassin strike. Manipulate someone's feelings with an expensive gift. To Soujuurou, this sounded like his best chance. The approach was easy for him to grasp, and he appreciated its simplicity. However, he had the same concerns as with the first approach. A step was missing, and without this step, the plan was bound to fail.
あとは、まあ、剣ってやつ？俺にはよくわかんないけどさ、やりすぎると悪い印象を持たれるとか殿下が言ってたな。私、今落とされてる？って意識させちゃダメなんだとよ。付き合った後で、あれ？私落とされた？と気づかせるのが上等なんだとか。
Though Soujuurou did not quite grasp the details, he understood the basic idea: don't press your luck. He knew that much was good advice. He would have to try extremely hard to get on Alice's good side, and he could tell it was going to be a long process to get there. Soujuurou recalled the time he had wandered inside a fox's territory in the mountains. He had left some food on the ground for the fox, and then it never bothered him again. What is considered good will and kindness varies from person to person. But if there is enough good will from one side, regardless of whether that good will is reciprocated, the other side will eventually start to feel an obligation to do so. That was key.
大丈夫。考えてるよ。とりあえず自分にできることとか、したいことをしようと思う。安心してくれ。青崎に忠告されたことすら、きちんと守る方針だ。
Soujuurou seemed ready to face things head on. His answer did little to reassure Aoko, however. She found herself more concerned about his safety than ever before now.
学校にあるようなほうきが欲しい。
そうなんだ。できれば安く買えるところ。
Look at how short she is. You're looking for a broom like the ones at school? Yeah, the cheaper the better. A broom? Oh, is he gonna clean? What's the broom for?
しずきの家、アパートよね。ほうきなんてもの必要とは思えないけど。
いや、ちょっと気になるところがあって掃除がしたいんだ。ゴミ袋もあると助かる。
無駄な出費はできないって言ってたくせに。まあどうでもいいけど、うちのでよければ使う？貸してあげましょうか？
多分1日じゃ終わらないから自分で買うよ。元から欲しかったものだし、あると便利だよ、ほき。
I've always wanted my own broom. Brooms are nice to have around, you know? Look at that motherfucker's face as he's saying that. I've always wanted a broom of my own. Soujuurou was on his way home from his part-time job after school. It was 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours earlier than his part-time job would have normally ended. The Mad Bear's head chef had gotten into a little bit of trouble with the accountant for making a student work the day before exams. Thus, Soujuurou's boss had tearfully sent him home early. And that is when this happened. The interruption to his standard schedule must have been just the shock he needed. Normally, he would have met up with Aoko after she was done with the student council affairs and gone home with her. However, today, Soujuurou was asking the other students who worked at the same place if they knew any shops in the area where he could buy a broom.
田舎者の趣味って理解不能ね。推強すぎ。うちの近くにまっついラーメン屋あるでしょ。あそこの通りを終わりまで行けば起きたって金物店がある。一式揃えるなら西口のホームセンターより安く上がるわ。
Hardware store called Okita.
どうでもいいけど、私のチャリ使う？どうせ試験明けまで使わないし。
Soujuurou's eyes lit up as if he had met his savior, but biking uphill to the mansion, let alone with a package to carry, was not going to be a pretty thought.
いや、自転車には乗ってみたいけど、今回は遠慮するよ。じゃあ。
Saying farewell to his coworkers, he headed to the hardware store. He needed a cheap and sturdy bamboo broom and a large dustpan to go with it. If possible, a pushcart and a stick for a splint would have been nice too. As it happened, Soujuurou wanted quite a few things. Alice returned to her work after waking up from her nap. The Kuonji estate had an annex that housed a library. The library was filled with books handed down to her from her mother, so it was Alice's territory, such that even Aoko dared not enter. If the mansion was a witch's abode, left behind by the times, the library was a fairy tale quarters lost to the ages. It was a natural sanctuary for the young witch who could command ploys to do her bidding. She relied on her memory to recall the location of each book on the many shelves. And then she saw it. Upon raising her head, she was met with the most unusual of sights. The elegant eyebrows bristled in distaste. From that moment on, she failed to accomplish anything that she had planned to do for that day. She was instead forced to stare at the strange sight outside her window, eyebrows fixed in that position until sunset. Ooh, pretty. What's outside her window? Ah, well. Moving into the grand mansion on the hill had not brought any major changes to Soujurou's day-to-day schedule. He woke up, went to his part-time job, ate breakfast, and went to school. Classes came and went, still strange and new, broken up by rare and brief moments of rest, until the school day ended. He left school, went to his part-time job, slept, woke up, and studied for exams. A modest life for a modest young man, continuing every day in the same fashion despite his best efforts to change his fortune. But nothing ever really changes. Whether Aoko was by his side in the mansion, as was frequently the case, or whether Alice was making him drink some potion she prepared before going to bed, the former was an attempt by Aoko to make him feel better. The latter was some attempt to keep him safe, even if he did not fully appreciate it. Then one day, a day like any other, while Soujuurou was pouring himself some tea as he worried over the lack of change in his life,
そういえば
his relationship with Alice was the same as ever, but there was one major change. This morning, he was drinking black tea instead of green. Though there were all sorts of different types of tea to be found in the kitchen, a newcomer to the world of tea like Soujuurou could not tell one from the next. Naturally, his tea-making skills were limited to tea bags, one of which he placed in his cup before returning to the dining table. Alice and Aoko were already seated. The two were eating in silence. In this household, it was everyone for themselves when it came to breakfast. The diplomatic description of their breakfast would be simple. The more accurate description would be 2 slices of stale bread prepared in seconds. Aoko exchanged a word or two with Alice, took a sip of tea, and then stood up from her seat. Since it was winter break for the high schooler, she returned to her room after eating as she normally did, while Aoko headed to the front door, shoes in hand, ready for school. After hurriedly cleaning the table, Soujuurou rushed out the door after Aoko. Together, they walked down the long hill in the direction of the school. They had spent 3 days following this very simple routine.
ところで、あれから動きはあった？
School had ended. Evening had arrived. Buttered bread roll in one hand, Alice replied with a simple, silent shake of her head.
そう。ならあっちも次の手を考えているんでしょうね。魔術師本体の居場所は見当ついてる？
Her response was exactly the same. Without showing the slightest sign of dejection, she continued to chew the roll and took a stab at her salad.
そう。私も試験が終わったら手伝うから、それまで悪いけど一人でやってて。今日からあのバカを一夜漬けにしなくちゃいけないんで、余裕ないの。
Alice's face grew dour, as if she had something to get off her chest.
ん？問題ないでしょ？アリスはもう休みに入ってるんだから、一日全部使えるじゃない。
Alice was indeed on vacation and could spend all day every day on her work as a mage. Yet she had spent the past few days holed up in the library instead. She was hardly devoting herself to dealing with the challenger, as Aoko put it.
アリス？聞いてる？
わかってる。今夜からそっちもやるから。
Sighing, she stood up. What was bothering Alice, and what was bothering Alice, and what was it she wanted to say? What had she been doing only 2 hours earlier? The young witch took her leave from breakfast table without offering a single clue. Misaki High was a private school, and as such, its winter break started earlier than public schools. The end-of-term ceremony was in mid-December, followed by a brief respite before the next term began. Of course, that was if, and only if, they overcame the classic obstacle lying between them and an extended break from school. Final exams. The radio continued its broadcast late into the night. A thermos of hot tea eliminated the need to venture down to the kitchen. An electric blanket kept away the winter cold, and a crab-shaped pastry staved off any dinnertime hunger. These were the lengths Aoko had gone to. She needed to ensure that every aspect of her surrounding helped her pull a successful all-nighter.
期末試験1日目、ご苦労様。それで、生まれ変わる覚悟はできた？
Soujuurou nodded earnestly. Upon returning from work, he encountered not the mage he expected, but a demon student council president Aozaki. Half a day earlier, the first day of exams were over. Soujuurou was about to head back to the mansion, where he had hoped to put his plan into practice, when...
今夜、私の部屋で監禁ね。あ、夕方からのアルバイトは当然キャンセル。ちょっと本気であの点数はありえないから。
A cold, blue grin greeted him in the hallway. Clenched in her fist was Soujurou's exam paper. Mr. Yamashiro had no doubt said,
転校してきたばかりだし、しょうがないよね。
but she had snatched the exam out of the teacher's hands the minute he tried to show her. That was how Soujuurou had ended up in Aoko's room instead of the room in the attic, where he was accustomed. Though her situation was far from normal, at the end of the day, she was an adolescent girl like any other. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable letting a boy her own age into her room. However, his grades were truly something that called for desperate measures. That explained why her mood was even worse than normal today, and the vein on her forehead was pulsing visibly with anger.
先に自分の復習済ませる。あんたはそのテーブル使ってて。
Aoko turned her back to him and sat down at her favorite desk. Soujuurou was left standing before a cheap-looking glass table.
なんかいろいろと慣れないな。なあ、青崎、この青いのなんだ？
Restless Soujuurou found his eyes drawn to the guitar propped up in the corner.
なんか薄いし青いしとんがってるし、きっと青崎のことだし、もしかしなくても武器か。
楽器よそれ。エレキはともかく、アコギは音楽室で似たようなのあったでしょ？あとこれ以上青々言ったら、そのとんがってるので殴るからね。
Fuck. He saw the blue guitar and said it's thin, blue, and intense looking. It's got your name written all over it. Don't tell me it's some kind of weapon. And she said, if you keep talking, you'll soon see how it works as a weapon. Soujuurou plopped himself down onto a cushion, struggling to suppress the desire to retort that it was a weapon after all.
ちょっとは落ち着きなさいよ。いつもは耳の遠い大型犬みたいに鈍感なくせに。
In fact, it was Aoko who was oblivious for once. For his part, Soujuurou could not figure out why he felt so restless either. Suffice to say, they were both pretty clueless in this moment.
あ、もしかして内装？この部屋の家具のグレードが今とは違うから不思議がってるのね。ここ、ベッド以外は私の家から持ち込んだものなの。引っ越してから2年経つけど、まだ屋敷には馴染んでないでしょ。
Though she misunderstood the real reason for Soujurou's nervousness, Aoko seemed satisfied that she had resolved Soujurou's anxiety for the time being and returned to her studies. She flipped through her notes and textbooks as if fast-forwarding a tape. There was no opening for an outsider like him to intrude in her high-speed study session. Repelled by her intensity, he retreated to his table. He was at least sensitive enough to pick up on the desire to be left alone. It was a testament to Soujuurou that having his needs utterly ignored was now second nature to him, to the extent that he could now happily go about his business in solitude. Two hours had passed. Then, as the clock neared 11, Aoko's speed and concentration began to slip. Seeing his window of opportunity, Soujuurou seized the moment to strike up a conversation.
青崎、ちょっといいかな。
ん？何？
She spoke hesitantly, not bothering to turn to face him. She continued to flip the pages of her textbook, albeit at a slower speed than before.
この3日間、青崎たちの夕食事情を見てきたけど、 君たちの食事はいつもああなのか？
そうだけど、おかしい？
そう言われると困るな。ただ学校じゃみんな楽しそうだった。誰かと食事をとるってことはああいう風になることだって思ってた。だからもしかすると。
もしかしないわよ。別にあんたのせいでアリスと話さないわけじゃないわ。私たちはいつもああだから。
Aoko spoke calmly with her back still turned, seemingly unaware of what he was getting at.
張り詰めた食卓だな。青崎とアリスは仲がいいと思ってたのに。
She neither confirmed nor denied his statement. She was, however, surprised by the disappointed tone in which he had made it.
張り詰めた食卓っていうのは合ってるわね。アリスが何回あんたの飲み物にメスカリンを入れてたかなんてもう覚えてないし、昨日なんか堂々とサラダの中に7かまどなんか混ざってるし。ほんと、あの子何考えてるんだろう。
A bitter smile spread across her face in reminiscence. The pages of her textbook continued to turn.
メスカリン？
サボテンから取れるアルカロイドよ。アリスが使う以上、ただの幻覚剤じゃないでしょうけどね。と、私はこんなもんでいっか。
With that, she slammed shut her fourth textbook of the night. After having scarcely changed position the whole night, she finally turned in her chair to face him.
さあ、今度はあんたを仕込まなくちゃね。今日の4科目の答案、実に宗十郎らしい出来栄えでそっとしそうになったわ。
Her tone was light, but her gaze was heavy as she stared at Soujuurou seated cross-legged on the floor.
原告、地理、数学、電子工学。あの調子であと2日続けたら、冬休みが消えるのは当然でしょうね。そうなると、困るのは私なのよ、実際。
いや、俺も困るぞ。休みなのに学校に行くのは、なんか気が乗らない。
Soujuurou calmly corrected her.
そりゃあ私のセリフだ。あんたが学校に行くってことは必然こっちまでとばっちりが来るっての。
All she could think about, as much as she tried to, was Mr. Yamashiro and his annoying grin.
それ以前に私の目が黒いうちはオール赤なんてやつは許さない。本来なら少年から叩き直すところだけど、あんたはいろいろ事情があるからとりあえず点数だけで勘弁してあげる。私もテストは一夜漬けで片付ける方だから、あんた一人仕込むのにそう時間はかからないだろうし。
Soujurou's expression openly soured in response to her declaration. It was obvious he did not think he needed her meddling in his studies.
あんたね、苦労するのは私とあなた、どっちだと思う？
Soujuurou got the feeling that it would be him, but he nodded slowly nonetheless. Then again, it would probably take more effort on her part than his, and in any case, he knew there was no way to talk her out of it.
この度はご迷惑をおかけします。
Soujuurou summarily bowed his head to show gratitude and willingness to work.
よろしい。安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないから。別に平均点狙うってわけでもなし。予定通りこなしていけば3時には眠れるわよ。
She nodded with satisfaction, pleased by his studious attitude. He had plenty of obstacles ahead of him, but that sense of humility might be enough to see him through.
って何仏心出してるんだ私。いい？しずきくん。この後頼られちゃたまんないから釘刺しておくけど、私がマンツーマンで誰かを仕込むなんてことめったにないから。これはあくまで異例中の異例だって覚えておいてね。
She spoke more to convince herself than him, but his expression still darkened. It made one want to hang a side around his neck that read, a sign? Okay, sign, side, what the fuck? I was like, wait, what? It made him want to hang a sign around his neck that read, please take me home like an abandoned pet. Aoko chided herself for being so soft. For some reason, in that moment, she recalled that it had been raining the day that they met each other. Time passed like a falling grain Wait, why'd they mention the rain? It made one want to hang a sign around his neck that read, "Please take me home like an abandoned pet." Aoko chided herself for being so soft for some reason. In that moment, she recalled that it had been raining the day that they met each other. Time passed like the falling grains of an hourglass. Huh. Is he just being poetic? Or was it the dog comment? I don't know.
結局
Oh my god, they've been up all night. Aoko squinted as light poured through her window and she downed another cup of tea. She had lost count of exactly how many she had drank that long ago.
一晩かかったね、青崎。
Soujuurou picked up on what she left unspoken. Aoko had used up all her prep in staying up all night, but also in shouting at him. He looked pale and uncomfortable, just as he had all night long.
ええ、甘く見てたわ、あんたのことを。
だから褒めても何も出ないって。
ある意味褒めるに値するかもね。
She was at the end of her rope, but she could not help the bit of pride that swelled up within her. His lack of even the most basic comprehension was shocking, even taking into account his upbringing in the wilderness. Oh my god. I underestimated you, Soujuurou Shizuki. Mentioning... underestimating his lack of fucking self-awareness. And he says, "Come on, Aozaki, you know I get weirded out when you compliment me." This motherfucker. Oh my god. His lack of even the most basic comprehension was shocking, even when taking into account his upbringing in the wilderness. His ability was that of a middle school student, and that was being generous. Preparing him for the exams by teaching him new concepts and ideas was a waste of time. Rote memorization was his only hope for passing. Everything he memorized could collapse like a house of cards afterwards for all she cared, so long as he remembered at least for his exams. Assuming he had the capacity to be a good student in the first place had been her mistake. It took all night to cover the content for just 4 exams, and she still did not feel confident he could apply what he so earnestly tried to memorize. We're talking about the guy that forgot in the House of Mirrors where the exit was after she explained it to him. Remember that? Oh, fuck.
でもね、真面目なのはいいことだけど、あんた暗記するのに時間かかりすぎ。
そこは多めに見てほしい。今まで頭より体で覚えることのが多かったんだ。
Aoko let out an exasperated sigh. Naturally, physical prowess mattered more in the mountain life than the intellectual kind, but still.
まあいいわ。これで山城からあんたの成績について相談されることもないでしょうし。紅茶、もう一杯入れてくれる？
Soujuurou stood up and obeyed, as Aoko stretched her arching back. She had apparently brought the tea bags in bulk, so there were still plenty to use.
まったく、無駄遣いだな、青崎は。
He spoke under his breath, so she wouldn't hear. It made him somehow happy to see her so tired and unfocused after the grueling all-night lesson she had given him. It did not cross his mind that the excess tea bags, far from being an indulgent purchase, were purchased intentionally to sustain them through the night. A relaxed expression came across Aoko's face as she watched him, naive and peaceful as he could be.
悪くないけど、せめてリーフティーで入れられるように仕込まなくちゃダメかな。
Seeming to have overheard her not-so-inner monologue, Soujuurou made to face her.
やっぱり味は違うのか？
違う、もう全然。ま、正直私はどうでもいいんだけど、アリスはね、かなりお茶にはうるさいよ。そうだ、Soujuurou、アリスとうまくいってる？
Aoko cheerfully slumped over the table, now covered with textbooks and scribbled notes. Soujuurou watched her with a hint of resentment in his eyes.
彼女と会えるのは食事の時だけで、食事と言ったらあれだろ？どうやって仲良くなれって言うんだ？
そう？私は十分脈ありだと思ったけど。そっちはアリスを怖がってないし、アリスはそっちを追い出す理由を見つけようと躍起になってるし。いい条件よ、これって。
全然わからないな。あの子とこっちの関係は遊園地前の青崎と俺の関係と同じじゃないか。一体どこがいい条件なんだ？
とりあえず反目し合ってはいないでしょ。一方通行の関係だけど、それはそれ。アリスにしちゃ上出来っていうか、理由を探している時点で可能性ありってね。あの子は反感に応えることが癖になっちゃってるから、大抵相手を自滅させちゃうのよ。
Her ominous words only confused Soujuurou further.
知ってしまえば単純な話なんだけどね、あの子の場合。ただ
Whether or not he could put it into practice was another story altogether.
難しいよ、青崎は。
He carried their teacups back to the table as they spoke. Aoko picked hers up and took a sip as if to dispel her exhaustion.
でも確かに君の言う通りだ。俺はまだあの子の顔しか知らない。クオンジ・アリスという名前すら定かじゃないのは問題があるね。
He followed Aoko's lead and took a sip of his own. His cup contained not tea, but plain hot water.
あの子のこと教えてほしい？
Aoko scrutinized him carefully as she sat. Most boys would have been captivated by her gaze in that moment.
いや、そういうことは本人に聞いてあげるべきだと思う。
But he ignored her and stared straight ahead as if speaking directly to Alice herself.
そうね。ほんと、あんたってアリス好みの対応をするわ。ねえ、前から気になってたけど、客室でアリスに何を言ったの？いくら私との約束とはいえ、あの子が部外者を半日も放置するなんてありえないのよ。
He thought back to that moment. He could recall only 2 or 3 words he had exchanged with Alice after awakening in the guest room. He did not recall the conversation being anything special, but he could not bring himself to casually share it with Aoko now. After all.
ねえ、どんなセリフであの子の気を変えたの？
Aoko eagerly pressed him for answers. Soujuurou frowned, unsure of what to say. He did not know what the interaction had been like for Alice, but for him, it had felt special, sacred almost. The question was why and for whom was he so concerned?
ほら、白状しなさいってば。隠し事なんて似合わないわよ。
Her disconnected smile moved even closer. Soujuurou did not look like he was able to stay silent much longer. As he would eventually come to realize, Aoko Aozaki had a sometimes troubling propensity to gossip.
まあ、あの子と何を話したかは言わないけど、今の青崎に比べれば花もロマンもなかったのだけは確かかな。さっきまでは青崎が鬼みたいだったから、いいもんだなって気がつかなかった。
He stared directly into her eyes as he spoke. Aoko nearly leapt out of her seat in panic. Now that he pointed it out, she realized their bodies were practically touching.
仕方ないでしょ。この方が効率良かったんだから。あんた、横にいないとすぐ間違えるし。
Aoko stood up as she lashed back at him.
そうだね。なんか昔みたいで久しぶりに集中できた。これが異例中の異例っていうのが本当に残念だ。
余裕あるじゃない。その分じゃ今日のテストだけじゃなく、アリスとの話し合いもうまくいきそうね、宗十郎。
ああ、それはもちろん。
His cool response caught her off guard, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. She meant it sarcastically, and yet he responded with a warm smile.
方針変更だ。まずは近くで話しかけてみるよ。嫌なことはいずれ終わるって分かったから。
Aoko remained in a state of silent shock as he spoke and rose to his feet. She could not help but feel a reluctant respect for what seemed to be his newfound confidence and competence.
とりあえず今日は一人で帰ってアリスと話してみる。青崎は放課後生徒会だろ？
He was right. It was their last meeting before winter break. Normally, he would have waited until the meeting ended, or else gone straight to his part-time job. This part of Aoko's plan to make sure he and Alice were never alone in the mansion together.
待った。まさかあんた、一人でアリスとやり合うつもりなの？
別にやり合うつもりはないぞ。し合っても勝てないだろう、アリスには。
His reply made complete sense, which floored her.
でも青崎がいたら話が複雑になるのは目に見えてるんだ。そんなわけで今日はゆっくり飛び丸の相手でもしててくれ。
本気？
He felt like he was being tested, but nodded nonchalantly nonetheless. Knowing how grave the situation really was, Aoko was not sure how to respond to his apparent lack of concern. The morning light coming through the window marked a stark contrast between the two, which stood bathed in light, which lurked in darkness that went without saying. The silence lasted for only a brief moment. Staring at him gravely, she said,
そう。なら止めはしないわ。
That was all she had. Her dry tone hid the significance of her pregnant silence, not revealing the slightest sign of discord.
なんか怒ってないか青崎。
別に。それで何か考えはあるの？下手な考えは通じないわよ、あの子には。
Soujuurou furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He knew it would be hard to get close to her through talk alone. In fact, it felt nearly impossible.
言葉で落ちないやつは物で釣れ。
Kinomi had been the voice of wisdom and folly for him countless times in the past. Incidentally, Kinomi had been referring to Aoko at the time he had shared that pearl of wisdom, but Soujuurou had the distinct impression that trying to buy Aozaki kindness with gifts would not end well.
だいたいアリスの趣味もわからないじゃないか。考えてみると今の自分と彼女はまるで接点がない。
Soujuurou crossed his arms at a loss.
いつものことだけど何も考えてなかったわけね。
うん。でもまああれこれ考えなくてもいいと思う。アリスにはあれこれ説明するとか分かってもらおうとかそういうんじゃなくてなんていうか。
He pondered intently as he tried to put his vague thoughts into something concrete, but he did not spend much time in thought. With a nod, he concluded,
要は俺が彼女を好きかどうかってことじゃないか。
He articulated that which is often so hard to say with surprising clarity and calm. It was certain a prerequisite for the task he hoped to achieve. He had no hope of making her appreciate him with words, or with acts of giving with the expectation of reciprocation. He simply wished to get to know her better because he liked her. That was his honest, uncontrived intention, and it reflected the purity of his heart. But whether that was his best interest or not was another story altogether. Calculation and compromise, selfishness and conflict. Purity such as his often irritated people who believed that morals went against human nature. That's a banger line, I like that. Or rather... Purity such as his often irritated people who believed that morals went against human nature. People who were inevitably forced to believe it. Ooh. Damn, Nasu. Aoko silently walked away without responding to what Soujuurou had said. Her long hair swung from side to side as she passed him.
青崎？
Noting her strangely cold manner, he called out to her. However, she was already opening the door to leave.
下でシャワー浴びてくるから、あなたは自分の部屋に戻ってて。
Her words lacked any expressive inflection. In his confusion, all Soujuurou could do was nod.
いいけど、やっぱり怒ってないか、青崎。
Emotion returned to her face as he spoke, yet it was not the typical irritated look to which he had grown so accustomed to.
そうね。あんた流に言えば、多分私は怒ってる。何に対してのものかは、あんまり言いたくないけど。
Poor Soujuurou did not even realize that he himself was the reason. She looked at him, and for an instant, he witnessed an emotion on her face of which he had never seen the likes of before.
じゃあね。これが最後になるかもしれないから、お別れぐらいは言っておくわ。あなたはアリスを甘く見すぎてる。でも、それが同時にあんたの強みなのよね。私たちには、 毒にしかならないけれど。
The door slammed, loudly shut behind her. It's the, that conflict of mage versus human, I assume. Her steps were audible as she walked away on the other side of the wall. God, the character arcs and the personalities or the characterization of these characters are so good because and I relate to Aoko so much too, just because of her she kind of expects the worst. Like Soujuurou wants to see the best in everybody, right? And that's like his characterization. Whereas Aoko is the complete opposite, where she kind of only sees the worst in everybody. And it's also obviously because of her life as a magus, or her double life as a magus, and like having to be a high school girl at the same time, and being torn away from the normal life and being forced to go down this life of as a mage. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I assume that's what the characterization of why she was pissed off there was, because she can't seem to wrap her head around or understand just how pure-hearted and innocent Soujuurou is, that he just wants to face Alice head on, someone that both of them know. Both of them openly understand that Alice wants to kill Soujuurou, and the fact that he's just going there and he's like, well, I just got to prove to her that I like her and she won't kill me, right? Aoko is like, what? What's up, Floorball? How's Mahoyo? I still haven't read it, so trying to avoid spoilers. Oh, you're good. Yeah, you probably want to dip out now. We're pretty late into it. I think we're, like, almost, like, 75% done with it. But it's really good. I enjoy it a lot. The corridor must have been nearly freezing without any central heating, but Aoko seemed perfectly comfortable.
なんで私から出ていくんだ
She left him in her room.
順番が逆普通先に出てくのはそっちじゃない
Aoko promptly kicked Soujuurou out of her room. Once again, the wooden door closed with a slam. The corridor was not as cold as he had expected. Not quite as bad as a freezer, at least. The second day of exams ended, and Soujuurou was on his way back to the mansion. The road grew steeper and the woods thicker as he made his way up the familiar slope. I gotta keep complimenting the backgrounds, man. Look at that shit. Look at the detail on the... Did Koyama do the backgrounds for this too? Dude, the detail on the ground and the rocks on the side are crazy. The road grew steeper and the woods thicker as he made his way up the familiar slope. People in the town called it not a hill, but a mountain, simply because it took over 20 minutes to climb. I liked back in, it was either the first or second stream when Soujuurou was asking about the hill in the background, and they're like, oh, you mean that mountain? The one with the castle on the top? And he was like, how dare you call that that despicable, what did he call it? There was no way that clump of dirt could ever be called a mountain. I thought that comment was funny. People in town called it not a hill but a mountain, simply because it took over 20 minutes to climb. This did not sit well with Soujuurou, for whom a mountain was something that could not be overcome so easily. The road was paved, for one thing, and the canopy overhead let in plenty of sunlight to guide the way. None of the inclines were especially steep, and no animals lurked in the underbrush. There was not a chance of losing his way, no reason to worry about getting lost.
情けない。まだ未練ばっかりだ。
Soujuurou quietly reprimanded himself for getting so wrapped up in his own little world. In the past few weeks since moving here, he had been constantly comparing the town to his former mountain home. Normally, he would not get upset over it, but in recent days since meeting Aoko, as it happened, he had become rather hung up on the differences. The reason for this eluded him, but he knew that Aoko was a force that could not be stopped. This naturally made him want to quicken his own pace. The mansion where they both lived was an antipathy of her lively personality. It stood out like a sore thumb, even in the town, like Misaki. Some people said it was haunted. There were no ghosts per se, but it was inhabited by magicians, so their claims were closer to the truth than they could possibly have known.
そういえば、幽霊と魔法使いっていうのはどっちが常識外れなんだろう。
Lost in contemplation as he was, the boy failed to notice that his own pace was lacking a familiarity with the city life. Wait, let me read that again. Lost in contemplation as he was, the boy failed to notice how his own lack of familiarity with the city life played into the equation. In any case, none of his pondering changed what needed to be done. Tomorrow was the last day of exams. That meant he only had a little longer until Aoko stopped taking responsibility for his safety. If possible, today was going to be the day when the mansion's owner accepted his continued residence there. Soujuurou slipped between the trees, encircling the mansion, and walked down the naturally tree-lined avenue that led him to the front door.
よし。
Taking a deep breath, he stepped across the threshold. The drawing room was where he expected to find Alice. However, he found himself face to face with a most unexpected scene. A few steps in, he arrived at the large foyer extending from the mansion's entrance. But one thing was clearly out of place. The foyer of the mansion was like a hall in a medieval castle. It was illuminated by the cold winter sun casting down through the skylight, unaided by artificial light. The wooden tiles smelled of the outdoors. And there was Alice, dressed all in black, huddled against a column so enormous it resembled a sharply cornered tree trunk. The mansion was quite literally supporting her frail body, like a mother's lullaby or a gently rocking cradle. The heavy atmosphere within the old building suppressed even the slightest stir, almost as if warding away any disturbance to her slumber. Oh, I thought she was like fucking hurt or dead or some shit at first. I was like, hold up, what's going on? There she slept in the shadow of her home. Hidden away from outsiders, her sleeping figure was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid eyes on her. She's got the book. Soujuurou instinctively looked up at the ceiling out of sheer awkwardness. He wanted to surprise her, but not in this way. Her slender frame lay asleep by the fireplace. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, yet hard on his heart at the same time. Her slumber seemed breathless. She was too still, with not even a hint of movement, and yet, slumped against that frigid column under the cold winter sky, happiness appeared to be her blanket. A passerby would not be blamed for thinking she was in the most peaceful state of her eternal slumber, death. Soujuurou spoke to himself as he gazed idly upon her. Bringing her a blanket or something warm did not so much as cross the boy's mind. Instead, odd as it sounds, the first thing he thought to do was go prepare some tea. He made sure to go as quiet as possible as opening the drawing room door. On the table waiting for him were 3 pills. They were the medicine Aoko required him to take every day when he arrived home. Gulping down the vaguely sweet pills and continuing to the kitchen, he selected a box of tea from among the many in the cabinet and brewed enough for 2 people. Alice was still asleep when he returned to the foyer. Carefully not to make any noise, he crouched close to the ground. He was startled by how cold the floor felt through his pants. He thought it would be warmer here by the fireplace, but then again, he recalled how Aoko had referred to it as a useless hole in the wall. What was likely the case was that neither she nor Alice knew how to use it properly. After taking the teacups and the tray and placing one in front of each of them, Soujuurou carefully pulled out his textbook on classical literature from his satchel.
青崎、怒ってたからな。
He could still see her anger face from him this morning. The reason for her anger was still as much of a mystery as the unusual look he saw briefly come across her face. In any case, one thing was certain. He needed to start studying for tomorrow. Thanks to Aoko's instruction, today's exams went well enough, but tomorrow's would be an even more formidable challenge. After how angry she was this morning, he could not expect her to help him again tonight.
そのくせ点数悪いと怒るし、別に青崎が怒る筋合いじゃないと思う。
He complained under his breath as he cracked open a textbook. Apparently, he intended to spend his time in this fashion until Alice finally awoke. The sound of the pages turning was the only audible noise in the grand hall. There was no ticking of clocks or rustling of leaves to disturb her sleep. After a few hours, Soujuurou quietly rose to his feet. The light that filled the foyer was beginning to turn from white to red.
そろそろバイトの時間か。
He glanced again at Alice as he stretched his stiff back. She slept in perfect stillness, just as she had this entire time. Soujuurou arched his brow in speculation. He had no idea what her normal sleeping schedule was like, so he had no idea as to whether he should wake her.
青崎も帰ってくるだろうし、いらぬ世話かな。
As if reaching the end of the long train of thought, Soujuurou gave a quick nod of his head and took his leave from the mansion. Today, work was a shift at the Chinese restaurant in Misaki's shopping district, the Mad Bear. Wait, I can't go back anymore. I'm confused on a couple things. We still don't know at the moment what Aoko had been feeding him, right? The pills? And I guess Alice had been trying to poison him or some shit this entire time too. She was like, was it to counteract what Alice was giving him? Saber? No save. Oh, you mean my webcam? Yes, is Saber. Saber live streamer. But we know Aoko has been giving him or having him take pills every morning, and I don't think that was ever explained what was in him. It was more so I do remember some dialogue in chapter 6 last stream where Aoko was like surprised at how willing he was to just take the pills. He just assumed it was like daily medicine or some shit. But I kind of assumed, because we know Alice was like trying to not poison him, but she was giving him hallucinogenics every meal. I kind of figured it was to counteract that, but I don't think we got details on that. And then the other thing I was going to ask was, what did he say when they showed up at the... When he showed up at the... right before the mansion. I was going to question something. Oh, I was gonna ask about the winter break. I'm gonna tune in while I work, even though I haven't watched the other parts. Hey, no worries. You might get what's going on eventually. Like, quick summary, Yams, is normal boy gets caught between like a war of mages, and they take him in, even though they kind of want to just kill him. But Aoko, the main character, has like because she's torn between like being a human or being a mage. She's torn between these two worlds. Her human side doesn't want to kill someone who's innocent that gets wrapped into it, and so she kind of takes a personal responsibility for the dumbass guy that she takes personal responsibility for the dumbass guy that gets wrapped up in all this. That's kind of the story. And now from the normal guy's perspective, he's trying to like warm up to the other mage that lives in the mansion with her, because she still wants to kill him. I was gonna ask what Aoko, so Aoko said that she wasn't gonna be able to protect him while they were on winter break, and I didn't know if they detailed the reason why for that. I should be writing these questions down because they're like questions that I have for myself constantly. I did get a question answered the other day by someone, and I can't remember exactly what I was questioning. Oh, it was the how does Alice mentioned that she had seen Soujuurou somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. It was when she was ordering takeout, or when she saw the most peculiar thing in town. There was a man riding around on a bike in a giant cat outfit delivering food, and she thought it was the most bizarre thing. She was like, is that just something normal people do? And it was Soujuurou. So when she said that she had seen Soujuurou somewhere before, it was when he was in this giant fucking cat suit delivering food. So what were my questions? My questions were definitely why Aoko can't protect Soujuurou over winter break. I can't remember if that was detailed or not. The second question I had was about the pills. What are the pills Aoko is having Soujuurou take? And then I'll put a little side note next to it to protect against the hallucinogens. How do you spell hallucinogens? Hallucinogens, to protect against the hallucinogens that Alice was giving him? Question mark. And then I was also gonna ask what was, so Alice had been not studying against the mage that's actually trying to attack them because she got distracted by looking at something out the window in the library, and she had done that a couple days, right, in a row, and that's why she was kind of late on her studies in magecraft. What did Alice see outside the library window? What did Alice see outside the library window? Okay. All right, so now, so he went home to try to make friends with Alice, and he found her asleep with the book, which is probably assuming that she's been up, like she's pulled an all-nighter trying to do her magecraft studies because she got distracted by looking at something out the window. And found her asleep there, brought her tea, left it there for her to wake up to, and now he's at his part-time job. That's where we're at now. So their uniforms had been made by someone with an obvious preference for garish colors. The orange apron was emblazoned with a cartoonish polar bear slashing a walk in two with its powerful claws. The design resembled warning signs about wild animals seen in the mountains and stood out in the Misaki for its one-of-a-kind originality. This was the Chinese restaurant, The Mad Bear. Aside from its name and logo, the restaurant was the type of cheap, hole-in-the-wall dive that could be found anywhere. It faced competition from the ever-increasing number of chain restaurants, though it managed to last longer than any other dining spots, having received rave reviews on a regular basis. The Mad Bear prioritized the personal touch, focusing on its local clientele, and thus made a point to offer home delivery. It had earned the affection Monkier QKS, the quick killer stop, making these deliveries was Soujuurou's responsibility for the time being. Places in Misaki within cycling distance fell under his domain. Any time beyond that was handled by a more experienced staff member on the legendary 50cc King Salmon motorbike. But anyway.
ヤシロギのダチから聞いたんだけどな。
When delivery workers were not out on deliveries, they spent their shift bussing tables or washing dishes. The dinner rush was yet to come, and Soujuurou and his fellow delivery boys were shooting the breeze while washing dishes in the back.
聞いてるか、しずき。
聞いてるよ木の実。
The two were elbow deep in a giant sink as they enthusiastically scrubbed. At least, that was what they pretended to do while they gossiped.
和食のケニアだけじゃねえんだってよ。三崎町の大帝都にもメシアンにもその手の注文があったらしいぜ。そんなに肉が欲しいなら下市に行けばいいのにな。なんだって生肉だの大物の鮭丸ごとだのを出前させやがるのか。
Who the heck orders raw meat and an entire salmon? I kind of feel like we should make mental note of that. Knowing how Nasu writes. Foreshadowing. That kind of watch it be a mage ordering some shit for a ritual.
どうよ。こう露骨にヤバそうな話じゃね？ワニとかアザラシでも飼ってるんじゃねえかな、そいつ。
他に比べてみると確かに珍しい話だと思う。ところで木の実、ワニってなんだ？
Oh, Suzuki, don't change. Suzuki said, what the fuck's an alligator?
ワニはワニだろう。だっせ、実物見たことないのかよ。まあ俺もねえけどな。今度ガクガク動物ランドのアフリカ特集ビデオを貸してやるから見とけよ。
This was a familiar pattern of conversation between the two, especially now Kinomi was used to Soujurou's lack of general knowledge. The entire banter was interrupted by a delivery phone. The manager snapped up the receiver and quickly jotted down the order and address. Once he hung up, everyone in the kitchen did their best to avoid making eye contact with him. Nobody wanted to go rushing out for a delivery on such a cold day.
しずきくん、ちょっと遠いけど配達をお願い。
The manager singled Soujuurou out for the task, seemingly unfazed by his staff's laziness.
はい、これ届けるもののリスト。異例だからあまり他のバイトには他言しないようにね。
Uh-oh. Is he taking the alligator food? The manager tore the sheet with his order and The manager tore off the sheet with the order and address written on it from his memo pad. Soujuurou took one look at it before a grimace quietly spread across his face.
マネージャー？
なんだい？
The manager stared right back out at him as if he could tell what he wanted to say.
君の疑問はもっともだ。しかしまあ、長いことこの商売をやっていると、時にはこんなバカな話が転がってくることもある。じゃ、冷蔵庫から品物持ってくるから。
Soujuurou stared in admiration as the manager dressed in black marched off to the kitchen in his all-business way. Nowhere was free from the odd occurrence now and then. Huh.
遅い。
Oh! It was after 10 at night. Aoko stayed up, waiting for him to get home. She was worried. Soujuurou had taken a small detour on his way home from work, and now faced an outraged Aoko, as expected. Seeing her so visibly irritated made him feel a rush of relief. He did not know why she was angry, but he could tell it was a different type of anger than what he saw earlier that morning.
遅いってまだ10時になったばかりだろう。どうしたんだ青崎？
He set down the cardboard box he had been carrying in his arms and glanced towards the fireplace. The sleeping girl was there no more.
違うわ。もう10時になったの間違いでしょ。あんたってほんと自分がどんな状態にあるか分かってないのね。いいから今に来て。
She walked briskly to the other room without pausing, leaving Soujuurou standing in confusion, head tilted to one side. He proceeded to pick up his box, back up and follow after her eagerly. He removed his coat and hung it on the hanger as he entered the living room. Apparently, today was one of those days where Alice kept herself locked away in her room. On the table were the familiar pills.
説明しなかった私も悪いけど、あなたも帰ってくる時間は守ってよね。こっちはそのつもりで作ってるんだから。
Aoko handed him the pills and a glass of water with an expectant look on her face.
薬なら出かける前に飲んだけど、体の調子だって悪くないし、 そんなに慌てることか？
は？なんだって私たちがあんたの健康を気にかけなくちゃいけないのよ。勘違いしてるようだけど、あんたが帰ってくるたびに飲んでるのって平たく言えば毒よ。
These pills that you take every day when you come home, they're
即
poison?
効性じゃないから効き目は半日すると出てくるんだけど、その前に新しい毒薬を飲んでおかないと古い毒が体に回ってばったりいくって戦法ね。
They're an insurance to make sure he doesn't fucking run away. Holy shit, okay. The pills are a slow-acting poison. They take half a day to kick in. If you don't take more pills before that happen, the older poison will kill you.
アリスのやつ、これぐらいしないと信用できないって言い張ったのよ。
And that is all the rope Alice is willing to give you.
ほら、分かったらさっさと飲む。ま、私もこれ面倒だと思うし。近いうちもっと形のある方法を考えてみるから、それまでこの方法で我慢して。
言ってることは支離滅裂だが、とにかく今まで良くないものを飲んでたんだな。
Soujuurou took the pills from her and gulped it down. The fact that it was poison gave him no pause at all. And as for his roommate's tyrannical behavior, he showed no signs of standing up to it.
まったく、毒を持って毒を制するなんて、また古風な真似するな、青崎もアリスも。
Soujurou's face relaxed into a smile upon finding the funny side to the situation. Aoko was utterly dumbfounded as how he could be happy at a time like this.
今日帰りが遅れたのは、アパートまで荷物を取りに行っていたからなんだ。そういうことなら電話の一つでもすればよかった。
荷物ってまさかそれじゃないでしょうね。
Soujuurou nodded empathetically as he pointed incredulously at the cardboard box in his hands.
住んでいないのに家賃を払うのはバカらしいから、今日で引き上げてきた。一応いつでも戻れるように話はつけてあるから、3ヶ月ぐらいは大丈夫だよ。
家賃？あ、そっか。私ってばなんでそんなことを忘れてたんだろう。アリスが聞いたら喜ぶわ、そりゃ。
A smile blossomed across her face, as they say. It was the open, bold-faced look of a child who just came up with a mischievous plan. Oh, great. Soujuurou shook with fear at the thought of what that smile might bring his way. Now that he's not living at the apartment anymore, they can charge him rent here.
けどずいぶん少ないのね、荷物。段ボール1箱分しかないの？
そうかな。十分多いだろう。
ちょっと前に戻ったわ。珍しく食後もここに残ってたんだけど、待ちきれなかったみたいね。
She gave Soujuurou a meaningful look while continuing to smile that sinister smile.
待ちきれなかったって何を？
そりゃあ、アリスが眠ってるのをいいことに、在庫のないフォションとブルーキャリコを勝手に使ってくれたどこかの誰かさんにお仕置きするためなんじゃない？
フォションってあのお茶の葉？
そう、私もびっくりしたけどね。アリスがどっかで寝入るのはよくあることだけど、紅茶を用意して眠るなんてのは初めてだったから。どんな心境の変化か知りたくて起こしたら、アリスの方が驚いてたわ。
Soujuurou clapped his hands together as if remembering something important. He had forgotten to clean up the tea before leaving. The regret written from forehead to chin delighted Aoko immensely.
そうか。それじゃあアリスは怒っていただろう。
当然。コマドリがとばっちりでドリブルされてたしね。
ああ、俺でも怒る。片付けをきちんとしないなんて、だらしないにも程がある。
Soujuurou harshly scolded himself for his failure for not bringing the dishes back to the kitchen.
論点違う。あのね、寝顔を間近で見られたから怒ってるのよ、アリスは。
え？そうかな。アリスはそういうのは気にしないと思うんだけど。
あんたはそうかもしれないけど、私たちは気にするの。
Aoko's glare was enough to make glass shatter. There was an indescribable intensity in the way she said that.
それは青崎たち限定の話か？
世間一般での常識よ。 自分が気にしないからって他人もそうだと思ってるといつかやけどするからね。
でもそれだったらロビーで寝ているアリスにだって問題ないか？見かけたら放っておけないだろう、あんなの。
その心意気は立派だけど、そこはそれ。この館の持ち主は彼女だから。この洋館内であなたが出会ったあらゆる不義不始末、失敗失態の責任は宗十郎に押し付けられるの。この意味、わかる？
Aoko's question sent Soujuurou into a trance of deep thought until he finally uttered.
つまりここはアリスの自治領なんだな。
はい、よくできました。正確には私とアリスのだけどね。領主は何をやっても許されるってことよ。
She smiled as she spoke and plopped herself down on the sofa. Soujuurou remained standing behind the sofa opposite of her, as he ran over the conversation again and again in his head. The notion of this being their kingdom made him realize he had actually no idea where the girls had come from or their family's background.
青崎、君ご両親はどうしてるんだ？
He inadvertently blurted out, this being the question foremost on his mind.
生きてるわよ。三崎町から下りに4駅行った東川ってところの地主。死は祖父だけど、今は隠居して両親と一緒の土地に住んでるわ。
そう聞くとなんだか普通の家庭だな。
Soujuurou had imagined something more outrageous for a family of magicians.
両親はね、父さんにはあんまり魔術回路は作られなかったみたいだから、その分私には2世代分の潜在能力があるって祖父は言ってるけど、宗十郎の期待してるような一族はどっちかっていうとアリスの方よ。私と違って英国出身だからね、彼女。
Alice is from England. I guess that checks out for her, like, fairy tale creatures, huh? Aoko offered nothing more, and as if to suggest that was as far as she was willing to reveal for now. Soujuurou had insisted on talking to Alice directly rather than hearing this second-handed, so chose not to go back on his word by pushing the topic further.
ま、詳しくは本人から聞きなさい。アリスの紅茶好きもそこから来てるんだし。そういえば、なんで今日に限ってリーフティーなんか入れたの？ティーバッグを使った方がまだマシだったでしょうに。
青崎がそっちの方がいいって言ったじゃないか。アリスは紅茶にうるさいって。
Aoko was momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed so oblivious most of the time, but apparently he was attentive to some details, at least selectively.
ま、いいわ。それより明日の放課後だけど、また一人で帰ってくれない？年明けの行事があるんだけど、その場しのぎで行った餅つき大会が通っちゃってさ。明日も忙しいのよ、私。
Soujuurou nodded in acceptance. In fact, he had already been planning to do so before she even asked.
それはいいけど、体は大丈夫か、青崎。昨日から寝てないだろう。
夕方に3時間ちょい仮眠を取ったから調子はいいわ。そういうあんたこそ体は持つんでしょうね。
She meant the all-night cramming session, of course. Needless to say, Soujuurou was more than likely to struggle given that he, too, had not slept a wink. All he could do was give a relieved smile. He thought back to the days just after he transferred here, when she watched his every move from the sidelines and showed a startling amount of concern for him.
いいよ。どのみち苦労するのは青崎の方だし、異例中の異例はありがたく受け取っておくとしよう。
His cheery response grated on her just a little.
ほんと、くだらないことだけはしつこく覚えてるんだから。
She heaved her shoulders in exasperation and dropped her head as an excuse to look away from the beamed smile on his face. The following day, the last day of the finals ended without a hitch. That final December hurdle was finally a thing of the past. For all but one student, that is. To Soujuurou, the greatest challenge was yet to come. He bid farewell to his classmates, all jittery with excitement for the last day of the term, and headed into the oh my god, what is this phrase? Shiroinuzuka Woods. The road home was no different than yesterday, like he was reliving yet another day striding up that hill. Yet today, there was a fierce determination in his steps. Today was his last chance, and he wanted nothing more than to talk to the girl. He did not care if she was cruel to him or ignored him, nor whether Aoko was being truthful when she said that she could trap him in a mirror land or something like that. Oh my god, bro is a dunce. He did not care if she was cruel to him or ignored him, nor whether Aoko was being truthful when she said she could trap him in a mirror land or something like that. All he really cared about was having the chance to speak with her face to face. But nothing is ever that simple. To tell the truth, what he found upon finally entering the mansion was not wholly unexpected.
よく寝る子だな、本当。
She's sleeping again? The deja vu he was experiencing made him dizzy. Faced with the exact reenactment of the previous day, he could not help but blurt out what he was thinking. Alice was sleeping by the fireplace, just as she had done yesterday. The way her legs draped to one side resembled those of a princess in a children's book. She looked more comfortable than she did the day before. Miraculously, he had a rare flash of insight that enabled him to read the situation more clearly.
学校で飛び丸は一人何をしているんだろう。
Upon glancing back at the entrance, he made his decision, took a deep breath, and rolled up his sleeves. If today was a reenactment of yesterday, then he supposed he would play along with that idea. Soujuurou removed his shoes and headed for the kitchen. He was off to prepare another ill-fated pot of tea. Since she was angry about him using her precious fonchon, this time he turned to Jackson's fruit and herb brew. Sadly, this was about as much as Soujuurou could manage to amend his behavior. He had failed to realize that it was not the brand of tea that had landed him in hot water, but rather his incorrect brewing method. After filling the pot with tea, he carried it back to the foyer. His breath was visible in the cold air as he sat himself down by the fireplace. Soujuurou took a sip of the fruity tea he prepared for himself and pulled his textbook from his bag. Exams were over now, but he had been instructed to take extra classes for his subjects from the next day, for the subjects from day one of the school, quite inevitable. The foyer was warmer than outside, but still far from comfortable. It was enough to make anyone yearn for some source of warmth. Soujuurou dove into his electronics textbook in the winter-chilled hall. The class was not very popular, which is why it had been recommended to him in the first place. That fact that everyone who took it started on equal footing made it more appealing to him than the other classes.
青崎の言う通り。
He downed the rest of his tea, having no appreciation for its flavor, and refilled his cup. The tea was still warm, since the ceramic teapot had excellent heat
文
retention.
字で物事を覚えるのは苦手みたいだ。
He vaguely recalled their conversation as his eyes advanced across the page. The lack of lighting in the foyer was forcing him to rely on illumination from the skylight. The light cut into the room at a diagonal angle in such a way as to divide the foyer into light and dark areas, with the fireplace in the shadow. The room resembled ancient ruins covered in ash, or perhaps the quiet, forgotten world of a faded fairy tale. Time slipped on by, with the white walls of this room hidden away from the sun. The minutes passed, slowly for some time, until the sound of a textbook slamming shut brought the room back to reality. Soujuurou stretched his stiff back and eagerly got started on clearing up. He put his textbook back in his bag, placed his cup on the tray, leaving Alice's sitting in front of her on the
バイ
floor.
トの時間だ。
He said, unceremoniously. He spoke as if to convince himself that he had no other choice as he prepared to leave the sleepy foyer behind. The sleepy foyer. But before he could, a sound behind him stopped him in his tracks. He turned around with his bag under his arm and tray in his hands. So as not to cause even a ripple in her teacup, he greeted her.
Yeah.
In a light, easygoing manner. She remained seated next to the fireplace like a black-eyed sleeping beauty. Her face was as still as a statue, almost no different than it had been in slumber. Looking at Alice now, he realized just how different she and Aoko really were. Aoko communicated her feelings openly, even if he never could quite tell where they came from. Her trademark expression of irritation would keep him guessing as to the reason why she was angry, but to her credit, her emotional state was always clear. Alice, on the other hand, was completely unreadable. She might be angry, or then again, sad. He could never tell either way.
何のつもり？
Her question gave him a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He could not decide whether it was animosity or perplexity that he heard in her voice. If the former, this was likely to turn into a replay of the interaction from the other night. An image of the shattered bottle sprang into his mind. Soujuurou knew his response would be extremely important, and after struggling for a few moments, he finally worked up the courage to say something. Just not the correct thing, unfortunately.
そうだな。一口じゃ説明できないから。座るよ。
He had no idea what the correct approach would be, so he simply said whatever came into his mind instead. She gave him no response. Her face said that she detested his presence, but he plowed ahead regardless. Soujuurou took a seat and set down the tray once more. Their eyes met. Her inscrutable gaze was enough to turn most people away. But the target of her animosity appeared not to notice it at all.
それで何？
ああ。遅くなったけど、こうして話がしたかったんだ、アリスと。
Despite having suggested that it would take some time to explain, he managed to sum up things succinctly.
私と？
ん？そうだね。青崎とはもっと話したいところだけど、それよりは3人で話してみたい。
Alice found herself out of kilter? Unable to read his true intentions. What is kilter?
Kilter.
Good, orderly, harmony, balance? Huh. Alice found herself out of kilter, unable to read his true intentions. Soujuurou continued on, failing to notice her bewilderment.
青崎は普段からアリスとは会話がないって言うんだ。それが俺のせいなら困るし、俺のせいじゃないならもっと困る。せっかく同じ場所にいるのに会話がないなんて、もったいないと思うんだ。
Aw, it's sad that we live together but never talk. Each word he spoke was heavy with emotion. Alice remained utterly unable to discern this boy's intentions. All she could parse was that there was something he wanted from her. But what could that be? What she found even stranger was that he was not speaking to her from a place of fear.
あなたは私が怖くないの？
ああ。だってそう言えるほど、俺は君をよく知らない。
Her gleaming eyes looked like they were made of polished quartz. His response had not been what she expected. He spoke with pure honesty and unfettered truth. Such boldness, however, did not actually upset her. Their conversation ground to a halt. If you could even call it a conversation in the first place. Alice grew tense, as if displeased by the strangely comfortable moment of silence between them. Soujuurou endured her cold stare, showing no sign of flinching.
話。私と話をしたいと言ったでしょ。なら、好きにしてみたら。
It was more a challenge than an invitation. He had neither a topic on hand, nor were they intimate enough to strike up a casual conversation. Nonetheless, her challenge hanged in the air, waiting for a response.
じゃあ、あの鳥の話よ。ほら、そこにいる青い鳥。たまに見かけるんだけど、君の飼い鳥か？それとも、ほら、 なんて言ったかな。プロイだっけ。あの鳥もアリスの使い魔。
Her eyes let slip for a moment, a very natural response. It was annoyance, such as that which one might feel towards a troublemaker.
あれもプロイだけど、私とは何の関係もない脱鳥。ずいぶん古くからいるだけで、私もよく知らないわ。
ん？じゃあ勝手に住んでるのか、この家に。
勝手になんて私が許すはずがないでしょ。ロビンは本当に役に立たないけど、あんなのでも母から譲り受けたものだから、失敗続きでも特別に住まわせてあげてるの。
This is totally supposed to be parallel for him. Robin is her robin bird he's asking about is useless, but I inherited it from my mother. As such, I permit it to continue living here despite its constant failures and shortcomings. I feel like that's supposed to be parallel for Soujuurou in a way.
そっか、安心した。ここに住むの役に立たなきゃダメってわけでもないんだね。
What is that Robin emote? Robin trembling? That's a relief. Here I was thinking I'm the only useless one in the house. Oh, Robin's not gonna like that. Well, she turned away in silence to avoid looking at his hapless grin. Thus began Soujurou's very lengthy monologue. It started with his part-time job, and then moved on to school. Next came the amusement park and random gossip around town, and the last subject of rent. He spent all of 20 minutes on mindless small talk. Then he ran out of things to say, and finally stopped.
ごめん、アルバイトがあるから、もう行くよ。
And that was that. After finally getting his long-awaited chance to talk to her, he realized he had no exit plan in place. So he returned the tray to the kitchen, placed his bag in the foyer, and headed for the door. She had never seen the boy so candid, which was why, overcome with surprise, she found herself calling out to him.
待って。
She had no reason to do so, and yet she called out to him anyway.
ん？何？
今日はポットがあったけど。
あ、うん。昨日の反省点だったから、結局使ったのは自分だけだけど。
そう。そのポットはコーヒーとの兼用だから。
That pot he used is normally for coffee, so you shouldn't put tea leaves in it. Soujurou's eyes grew wide with shock. Now he remembered that there had been all sorts of cups and teapots in the cupboard, each one specially designed for different types of tea.
なかなかに奥深い。
Who knew there was so much to brewing tea?
あれかな。慣れないことはするもんじゃないってことか。
She let out a vexed sigh.
どうして私を起こさなかったの？
Either she had not heard what he said, or she had been waiting this whole time for a chance to ask him that. In any case, her question, "Why didn't you wake me?" interrupted his stream of thought. He fell silent with introspection. The thought of waking her had not so much as crossed his mind either that day or the previous one.
言って。起こす気も起きることも期待していなかったのは。
Her eyes were filled with animosity. Lies were useless against such an all-piercing gaze. The setting sun transformed the foyer into a battle of life and death. Lies or deception, those answers would not be permitted. Amidst the palpable tension that filled the room where any move, wrong or otherwise, was likely to get him killed, he felt pain rather than fear. Alice's voice was icy cold, preemptively rejecting any response that he was about to give. The boy vaguely imagined a newborn chick that had fallen from the nest, struggling to survive on its own. It gasped, hanging on the thread of hope, yet detested where that thread hung.
言わなきゃいけないか。
Alice nodded, sharply.
じゃあ言うけど、別に深い考えがあったわけじゃない。単に寝た子を起こすのは良くないだろ。
冗談は聞いてないわ。
冗談じゃないよ。眠っているのならそのままでいいと思ったんだ。話はしたいけど、それはまた目が覚めた次の機会にするべきだって。
随分と悠長なのね。青子があなたを守るのは今日までだって聞いているけど、私に取り入る機会はこれが最後なのに。
Oh, okay, did they have an agreement for when winter break starts? Aoko and her must have had maybe they mentioned that earlier and I just forgot or mentally never made a note of it, but Alice and Aoko had an agreement that they would try to let Soujuurou do his own thing and I guess win Alice over before winter break, and after that point Alice could kill him if she really wanted to. Alright, this makes this your last chance to win me over.
それともあれだけ忠告されておいてまだ何も分かっていないの？
He had not. He swore to her, agreed to her terms, and went as far as to sit face to face with her to get to know her. Surely he thought this was enough to escape death, right? And she believed, as a mage, that his naive goodwill and simple-mindedness were all the reasons she needed to execute him. Trivial misunderstandings would only make things worse at this point.
そりゃ何もわからないよ。魔術とか魔法とかたった数日でわかるもんか。はっきりしているのはアリスも青崎も言ったことはきっちり守るってことだけだ。
ならどうして？
Her gaze said what she really wanted to ask. She wanted to know why he did not beg for his life. She knew the answer. She saw the look on his face when he turned to leave without so much as trying to wake her. A look of resignation. What on earth had it meant?
どうしてってそう言われても困る。そうだな。機会が訪れなかったのならそれはそういうことだと思ったのかもしれない。君の寝顔はそれぐらいなんていうか判断に困った。青崎とは違う意味で簡単には関われないと思ったんだ。
Soujuurou struggled to find the right words, but said what he was feeling in the moment anyway. He had seen a sleeping witch of the woods who clearly needed someone's help, yet sought the help of no one.
そう。でもしずきくんは関わろうとしているのね。その機会は訪れなかったのに。
機会はやってきたよ。なんでこっちも今日ぐらいは自分の勝手にして無茶をしたくなったんだ。
しずきくんの言う通りなら私はあなたを拒絶するしかないのに。
まあそこが難しいところなんだけど。
Soujuurou glanced at the entrance. He had no reason to. He just felt an urge to do
多
so.
分そこを解決したがってるのは俺だけじゃないと思うよ。
He muttered as if speaking to himself, but it was clearly meant for her to hear. Alice knew full well how poorly he had understood the situation. All of this was one giant misunderstanding on his part. His tiny gesture of goodwill, pitiful and pure, resembled that of someone reaching out to help a dying kitten. For Alice, doing so would be akin to clutching the thorns of a rose. She felt pain in her chest for the first time in quite a while.
けど私はあなたの同居を認めてはいないわ。
She addressed the floor at her feet to avoid showing him how she truly felt. If he had, he would have seen that face He would have seen that face. If he had seen her face, he would have seen that her face looked just the way Aoko's had earlier. Ooh, the one of a witch not being able to understand humans, I guess, or because he's so pure-hearted. It's less of understanding humans, I guess, and more of understanding the sort of like childlike innocence that he has.
だろうな。それはきっと今は解決できない問題だ。でもそのうち何かの気まぐれであっさり終わるものかもしれない。だからその時までアリスはずっと俺を嫌っていていいんだと思う。
Her gasp of breath was like a response in itself, to suggest she could keep hating him. She had once wished to hear those words so dearly, if only just once.
大体だぞ。アリスだけじゃなく、青崎も同居を認めてない節があるじゃないか。だから認めてもらうなんて意気込み自体が間違いなんだ。どうあっても俺は青崎や君たちとは違うんだし。となると、あとは我慢してもらうしかない。難しい話だけど、一緒にいても邪魔にならないぐらいなら、その可能性は上がらないか？
Thinking that of course it was possible, but if it were that easy, none of this would have been necessary in the first place. Alice nodded in agreement. There was no way he could have planned for things to work out this well. But his plan, in fact, had worked, if inadvertently, from the moment the conversation began.
例えばあなたが隣にいても眠っていられるぐらいに。
そうだね。例えばの話。
Beaming, Soujuurou stood up and left the foyer. Alice did not stop him this time. He had a newfound spring in his step as he headed for work, but something gave him a moment's pause.
実際、覗き見は趣味が悪いと思う。
He complained aloud to make sure a certain someone had heard him. Oh. No more than 2 minutes had passed since Soujuurou left the mansion when a long-haired figure came creeping into the foyer. Aoko Aozaki had just been outside the entire time, eavesdropping.
帰ってたの。
With a sullen glare, Alice addressed the interloper. Aoko was shivering from head to toe after standing in the cold for so long. She deemed gloves an abomination and refused to wear them except in the most extreme cold. As a result, her slender fingers were pitifully swollen and red.
ちょっと前にね。それでどうだったのアリス。随分と話してたみたいだけど。
She looked strangely elated as she blew on her hands to warm them. Alice was not fooled at all by Aoko's facade. Clear from her ill-tempered look she wore on her face.
あなたがここまで過保護とは思わなかったわ。意地？それとも義務？
どっちかっていうと成り行きね。で、どうだったのよ結果は。気に食わなかったら実力行使に出るって言ってたじゃない。
Alice's mood was growing darker and darker the longer she took a look at Aoko's cheerful posturing. It all went back to the dinner together the previous night. After everything that had happened in the foyer, Alice was both more suspicious of and intrigued by Soujuurou than ever before. She insisted that Aoko let him walk home alone the next day. She then used a concoction to fake her slumber and recreate the same scene as the previous day. That portion of her plan went well, but the rest had veered totally off course. It did not help to know that her roommate had savored every moment of it from the other side of the wall either. To make matters worse, Alice was frustrated at herself for letting such a trivial matter bother her. She stared at the teacup sitting on the floor. Her pale finger traced its cold rim.
青子の言う通り、害にはならない人ね。あくまで今のところの話だけど。
She forced a tone of indifference in order to hide her irritation within her apprentice. It was in this moment Soujuurou's fate was decided.
あら、それだけ？アリスにしては長く話してたのに。
Relentless, Aoko continued her line of questioning. Alice only stared back icily.
青子、あなた、隠していたわね。
She voiced her displeasure at Aoko's behavior in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, the air in the foyer felt cold as ice. They stared at one another, each trying to guess the other's next move.
さすがね。よくそこに気がついたもんだわ。でも、こればかりは譲れないのよ。
Aoko widened her stance and glared at Alice.
何も全て奪うとは言っていないわ。そうね。あなたにも3割ぐらいは回すつもり。
Is it about the rent? Oh my god, that him offering to pay rent actually just changed the whole situation for both of them. Oh my fucking god. It's about the rent, isn't it? I'm a reasonable person, Aoko. It's fine with me if you take 30%. Completely unperturbed by Aoko's warlike posturing, a simple look was all Alice needed to keep her roommate in check.
10が3に化けちゃ、ちょっと黙ってらんないわね。
高望みは命取りよ、青子。
Alice remained calm and dignified, not moving a muscle. It felt like hours passed as the two stared at each other in silence. Aoko was grinding her teeth in frustration. At this rate, their alliance would be in tatters before they even confronted their foe. And worst of all, she knew Alice had the upper hand.
Catch.
Aoko accepted her defeat with a
悔しいけど、アリスが6。私が4で手を打つわ。
It pained her to settle for less. Alice nodded in satisfaction. They would go 60-40.
そうね。家主は私だけど、彼を招いたのは青子だから。その代わり、家賃の取り立てはあなたの役割ね。
It was about rent. That's so funny.
いいけど。ああ、情けない。こんなことなら錬金術でもかじっておくんだった。
そうでもないわ。彼ら、バブルが弾けて大変だって話よ。
Alice spoke with the confidence of someone with first-hand experience of such matters, yet Aoko nodded, absent-mindedly in response. Their bitter fight was over. How to split the take of Soujurou's rent now that he was officially going to move in? Not the most becoming quarrel for a pair of mages. Forcing a boy to live with them and then demanding he pay rent was beyond extortion. It was truly vicious. Nasu and his anti-landlord stance. Let's fucking go.
でも、そんなセリフが出るってことは、アリスもようやく認めたってことね。
Since we're even discussing this, I assume that means you've accepted his presence in the mansion? Hell yeah. Aoko was triumphantly satisfied with herself.
認めてはいないけど。公園での夜、彼を結界で捕捉しなかった責任があるから。彼と約束をした青子だけを責められないでしょ。
約束か。
A promise? Wait, what? Since we're even discussing this, I assume that means you've accepted his presence in the mansion, right? Alice responds, the only thing I've accepted is my responsibility for not catching him in the bounded field in the park last night. I mean, it's not as if I can blame it all on you and your promise to him. Oh, that promise? What, just keeping him alive or what? Sonoji pretty much has a metaphorical gun to the head in all of this. It's so, it is very indeed vicious. Aoko looked up at the ceiling as she recalled the night at the amusement park. Only a week, at most, had passed since then, but Aoko already felt that Soujurou's fate and her own had become intrinsically linked. Yo, fate? Or perhaps they had always been connected by fate since the moment they'd met. She could not see into the future, so there was no way to know for sure.
ま、縁とか運とかはともかく。
Destiny? Fate? My two favorite franchises! What the hell's going on here, Nasu?
変だけどいいやつよね、あいつ。
He's not a bad egg, besides being weird. A thought uttered to herself in self-confirmation more than to Alice. Alice could only look on in annoyance. Perhaps in an attempt to voice her displeasure at the comment.
青子、あの傷を知ってる？
Ooh, are they talking about his neck? I've been curious about that this whole time.
傷？
Injury? What injury? Alice raised her slender fingers to her mouth as if to push the words back in. Oh. She had blurted it out in the heat of the moment. A secret that no one else was supposed to know, but that which one couldn't keep to herself. Oh, is that what that's probably what they were talking about that got cut when he first woke up in the mansion, huh? Because they had a conversation that stayed silent, and Aoko was like really interested in finding out what they were talking about, but we, the audience, still don't know. I assume it's about what's under his neck bandages, because that's been like a secret this whole time.
Hmm?
Aoko tilted her head in confusion.
So.
I see. Alice looked relieved for some reason. Oh, she has something that Aoko doesn't. Her sudden antipathy towards Aoko had dissipated as well.
幸せな人。
Ignorance is bliss, I suppose, said Alice as she took a sip of her cold tea. She made no attempt to explain who was fortunate or why. A moment later, her beautiful face contorted in revulsion. Yuck. She drank the cold-ass tea that had been sitting there for hours. She abandoned the cup on the floor once more. Her black dress unceremoniously scrunched up as she stood. Just one sip of the underbrewed tea sent her fleeing to the drawing room to remove the bad taste from her mouth. As soon as she was gone, Aoko hesitantly took the teacup in her own hands. It was almost certainly better left untasted, but she could not help but wonder how Soujurou's tea could arouse such a strong response. After one small sip, she returned it quietly to the floor as well.
だからティーバッグにしろって言ったのに、あのバカ。
Baka. The expression on her face was nearly identical to that of her roommates. All right, that was the end of chapter... What was that? Chapter 8? And then we have a... We have a 0.5 chapter 2, but I think that comes after 8, right? Martha. Wait, what's this one? Chapter 7. So we just finished chapter 7. What's this? Wait, is this new? Does anyone know? That's chapter 7. Oh wait, no, this is all chapter 7. Okay. This is chapter 6. This is chapter 8. Is this a, like, is there a 7.5? Is this what that is? I don't think I've seen the new before. I think the wiki has all the chapters in order that you're supposed to read. One sec. The Bird in a Fairy Tale Garden. Martha, is this what... Hang on, let me start this up. Did we just read this? Martha. I don't think we read this. Okay, let's read Martha then, I guess. Walking around the mansion at night often led to mysterious encounters. Mist might suddenly fill the hallway. Or doors might appear and disappear. Just when Soujuurou thought he had seen it all, with pig-shaped shadows mending the carpet, he heard the sound of birds flapping coming from the sunroom.
何事?
As much as he had become accustomed to turning a blind eye to such occurrences, the sound of flapping wings in the sunroom was too much to ignore. And not just one bird, or even two. It sounded like dozens. So many birds packed in the sunroom would inevitably lead to shattered windows or broken glass. Soujuurou grabbed a broom and dashed towards the sound, prepared for the worst. Perhaps he was moved by his natural impulse to help or desperate self-defense. His mind flashed to what teacher had said at school.
皆さんも部屋の整頓は心がけてくださいね。人間の自制心って環境に流されるらしいですから。ほら、それまで犯罪の少ない町だったのに、一つボロボロの家ができただけで近隣住人がみんな自堕落になるというあれ。環境への無関心さがすさんだ精神を作り上げるとか眉唾ですけど、正直なところブームだからって盗んだバイクで走り回ったり学校の廊下の窓ガラスとか割って回っちゃダメですよ。先生の仕事が増えますから。
At the time, school gangs had garnered a certain reputation among the youths.
窓が割れると心が荒れる。
Soujuurou appreciated the basic message of the lecture as he ruminated over it. The thought of broken windows had given him a sense of urgency, as if the mansion's very moral foundations were at stake. His roommates were harsh enough with him already. Anything further would only lead to rampant rumors at school about their cruelty. He had to protect the honor of the student council president. It was also a concern for his own safety that sent him rushing to the sunroom. However, There wasn't a bird to be seen or a chirp to be heard upon his arrival.
あら。
Only Alice and Aoko, sipping afternoon tea at the table that overlooked the courtyard, were present. The dozens of birds Soujuurou had sensed with his mountain intuition were nowhere to be seen.
今ここに鳥が来なかった？
アリス、見た？
さあ、もう見えないのならいないということでしょう。
だって、いないよ、鳥。
It was a lie so blatant even Soujuurou could see through it.
そんなバカな。
He knew for a fact he had not heard, or he knew for a fact he had heard the flapping of a flock of birds. Unable to accept that there really were no wild animals in the room, Soujuurou approached the windows with suspicion. There were no feathers or any other signs of birds having been outside either.
あ、夕食、鳥鍋？
Of course, Aoko would say something like that as she watched Soujuurou search desperately. Chicken stew, was it? Look, you see Aoko's, or Alice's expression changed when she said that.
あいにく今日のバイトは魚屋さんだ。イワシでよければ土産にするけど。
Oh, is he gonna make dinner for them?
イワシ。イワシか？私、あのパイ嫌いなのよね。いえ、むしろイワシのパイとか食べたことないのよね。
Aoko's stand-up routine was far ahead of its time. God damn it. Soujuurou backed away from the window and begrudgingly left the sunroom. Yo, Danny, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, getting access to ad-free viewing and cool emotes. Thank you so much. Chat, did you guys know that you can subscribe for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime? By linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account, you can subscribe to your favorite streamer for free, or for $6 a month, and you get access to ad-free viewing on Maximizing broadcasts for 1 month. It's very cool. Good deal. Thanks so much, Danny, for the subscription. Soujuurou backed away from the window and begrudgingly left the sunroom. This is an extra chapter for 7. This is called Martha Hiko. That's where we're at right now. Just before chapter 8. Soujuurou backed away from the window and begrudgingly left the sunroom. Feeling Alice's all too familiar, inscrutable gaze upon his back,
なんだい、アリ。
just as he opened his mouth to ask her what she wanted. Oh!
あいった。
A blue comet crashed into his head. It needed no explanation. It could only be Robin, the mysterious bird that appeared frequently in the mansion. Chirp, chirp, chirp! It shrilled accusingly. The truth was, the tiny aggressor that assaulted him just now was the greatest of the mansion's 7 wonders. Soujuurou encountered all sorts of people along his routine to work. Still new to the city life, he found the crowds of people outside the station utterly fascinating. In fact, they were the highlight of his commute. No two people wore exactly the same clothes, or walked in the same fashion. With so many people, you would think that they would all melt into an indistinguishable huddle, but each person he saw was different and unique. Soujuurou was excited as a child as he looked out at the bustling, diverse streets of the city.
いや。
Closing his eyes in shame, he sighed. He was upset with himself for behaving like a bumbling tourist from the countryside.
ちょっと、青信号で突っ立ってられるの邪魔なんだけど。何柄にもなく黄昏てるんだか。
A stern and familiar voice behind him snapped him out of his navel gazing.
なんだ、 マッドベアに行く途中だったんだ。私はコンビニのバイト。こっちは5時からだけど。
同じく5時から。くまりはどこか寄るところでも？
本屋に寄った帰り、読みたかった本がなくなってたから仕方なく出歩いてたところよ。
なるほど。時間を持て余しているところも同じだね。
The girl who greeted him was Kojika Kumari, a work friend who was also in the same year at Misaki High. And we saw her earlier this stream. She told Soujuurou where to buy a broom. Though it would have been more accurate to say she was looking for a pretext to fight him rather than greet him. So Soujuurou Kumari had been the first person in the city he could look up to. Soujuurou Kumari had been the first person in the city he could look up to. They'd met at his first job, where she insisted he wasn't cut out to work the register after many mistakes, and convinced him to quit working at the convenience stores altogether. In the end, she introduced him to his current job at the Chinese restaurant, the Mad Bear, a much better fit for Soujuurou.
何その無理やりな顔。なんか元気ない。いつも以上にイラッとくるわ。しずきのいいところなんていつもピシッとしてる背筋ぐらいなのに、もしかして悩みとかあるの？マッドベアにタチの悪い先輩でもいるとか。それなら話ぐらいは聞いてあげるから。言ってみたら。
Though her tone was stern, her eyes were earnest. Having grown up in the city herself, she was irritated by virtually everything Soujuurou said and did. Nevertheless, she still treated him like an equal. Introducing him to his current job was just one example of her sincerity.
いや、別に悩みとかそういうんじゃなくて、不思議なことがあったというか、珍しいものを見たというか。
Soujuurou could not find the words to explain his situation, but that did not stop him from trying. There were no problems at the Mad Bear to speak of. He liked it just as much as his other job at Utatsu, the fishmongers in the shopping district. In fact, his problem had nothing to do with work at all. No, his problem was a certain blue bird that would not stop pecking at him recently.
鳥につっつかれる？何それ？小さい悩み。でもまあ、青い鳥っていうのは確かに珍しいわね。
いや、珍しいのは外見の話じゃなくて。
He stopped, unsure of how to proceed. The way they frame these men are so funny. He stopped, unsure of how to proceed. Words alone were not enough to convey the bird's plump body or the sound of its chirping.
綺麗な青色といったらマウンテンブルーバードだけど、日本にはいないわよね。青いツバメだったらいるかもしれないけど。
いや、ツバメじゃなくて丸っこいんだ。図鑑で調べたんだけど、どうもコマ撮りっぽいけど。
青色のコマ撮りは存在しない。しずきは縁日の青ひよこって知ってる？知らないわよね。いい、そう面白い話じゃないから忘れて。それよりそのコマ撮りって1話だけなの？
ああ、1話だけだ。つがいは見当たらない。
突然変異だとしたらちょっとかわいそうね。生まれた時から最後の1話だなんて孤独にも程があるわ。どんな鳥かは知らないけど、次に見かけたら優しくしてあげたら？自販機で10円を拾うぐらいの幸運は運んでくれるかもよ。
Her words were perfectly kind, but he could hardly sympathize with the creature after all the painful pecking to which it had subjected him to. I feel like that's a little bit of foreshadowing on Nasu's part too. If it's the only one of its kind, then I kind of feel sorry for it. Imagine being the last one of your kind since the day you were born. Talk about lonely. I feel like that's a little parallel to... Maybe it's truthful for the bird itself, but also Soujuurou. Because he came from the mountain. We still don't know anything about Soujurou's background. We just know he came from the mountain. So, being the last one of your kind since the day you were born, talk about lonely. Her words were perfectly kind, but he could hardly sympathize with the creature after all the painful pecking to which it had subjected him to. He wouldn't have called the bird lonely either.
いいじゃない、小鳥1羽ぐらい。そりゃ都会で鳥につつかれるのは珍しいけど、いい方の珍事よそれ。これがゴミ袋を漁るカラスの大群だったら困りものでしょうけど。
あ、そういえば他にも気になることが。
Her example had reminded him of the mystery of the disappearing birds at the mansion. A stranger than strange event.
実は今あそこに見える丘に住んでるんだけど、出るんだ、大量のムクドリが頻繁に。そのくせ街に出ると見かけない。
当たり前でしょう。街じゃ鳥なんて見かけないし、あそこは山だから動物は多いんじゃない？それよりあなた、あの山に引っ越したの？前のアパートは引き払ったって聞いてたけど、学校まで通うの大変じゃない。なんだってあんな偏僻なところに。
ちょっとした成り行きだよ。それに通うのは大変じゃない。大変なのは中の話なんだ。
ん？
It took 30 minutes to reach town on foot. The 40 minutes to the nearest convenience store would be the real kicker for most people, but for Soujuurou, it was no inconvenience. The real problem was the dark forces beyond human understanding that lurked within the grounds.
すまない。それはクマリに話すことじゃなかった。それより今の話だ。街には鳥が少ないと言ったけど、どうして？
単に環境に適応できなかったのよ。
God, Nasu's writing, man. Why aren't there any birds in the city? Simple, they failed to adapt to the environment. Just like the Age of Mystics and why it died out, right? And fairies, for example, too. Hikey, same.
Nani? 鳥の話には随分と食いつくわね。しずき、動物好き？
どちらかというと好きな方だけど。
Nothing in that noggin.
そう、私は嫌い。そんな私に鳥の話とかしてほしい。
Her statement could hardly be more self-contradictory. Minutes after telling him to be nice to a bird that attacked him, she was now claiming she did not even like animals.
そうだな。嫌いなだけで苦手でないのなら、知ってる範囲で聞かせてほしい。
痛いとこつくじゃない。いいわ、バイトまでの時間つぶしにしてあげる。さっきの続き、環境に適応できるかできないかってところからね。今でこそこんなだけど、岬はここまで大きな町じゃなかったんだって。昔はその半分が森だったから、彼らはもともと森に適した生活をしていたのよ。
The way Kumari addressed them was of note. Whether she liked them or not, she seemed at least to have some respect for them.
でも近代化した町じゃ、自然のサイクルも成り立たない。人間ってのは、まず環境を自分たちの都合に変えるから。やぶかが多いってことで小さな川の流れを変えたり、街中コンクリートで塗り固めちゃえば、鳥的にはお手上げよ。虫も森も少ないんじゃ、もう山に逃げるしかない。彼らは故郷を追われて、この森から山に移った。人間にとって都合のいい街は、鳥たちが生きるコロニーにはなり得ないから。
そんなことぐらいで減るものか？その姿を見なくなるぐらいに？
そこまで極端じゃないとは思う。現にあなただってムクドリを見てるでしょ？比較の問題よ。街には人間が多いから鳥の姿は余計希少に感じるだけ。たまに見かけるだけで珍しいと思えるぐらいにね。
ああ、確かに。じゃあ鳥は街からいなくなっただけであの山に移り住んで。
What about pigeons, bro? They got pigeons out there? Humans might not be able to see them in day-to-day life, but they were alive and well nonetheless. Their habitat and lifestyle changed with the times, but they never truly disappeared. Soujurou's sense of relief was sharply disrupted by a serious look from Kumari.
あの山に天敵がいなければね。人間の手による乱獲か、移った先にいる生態系との衝突か。どちらにせよ、居場所を失った彼らの寿命は短いと思う。一世紀持てばいい方かもしれない。旅行鳩の例もあるし、気がついた時には取り返しつかないのが動物と人間の関係よ。
Passenger pigeons? Oh, passenger pigeons are like the ones that Da Vinci has, right? Or the ones that they send for mail? Or no, it is a specific type of bird. Never mind. Passenger pigeons are an extinct species of pigeon that was endemic to North America. Its common name derived from the French word passenger, meaning passing by. Due to the migratory habitats of the species, the scientific name also refers to their migratory characteristics. Oh, the name of this chapter is called Martha. Martha is thought to be the last passenger pigeon that died on September 1st, 1914 at the Cincinnati Zoo. What? The eradication of the species is a notable example of anthropogenic extinction. Which is extinction events that are ongoing caused by human activity and geological impact. Which is like synonymous. It's all an allegory, I feel like, for whether or not Nasu's like magecraft world and mystics, and how mystics and fairies and all that like went extinct because they couldn't adapt to the growing human civilization in the world, is an allegory for that or not. I'm not sure, but it's definitely interchangeable here at least. Just look at what happened to the passenger pigeons. Once humans noticed what they'd done to them, it was already too late. That's how it always is.
旅行鳩?
What are passenger pigeons, of course? Ain't nothing in his noggin.
そう、旅行鳩。体長は40センチほどもある大型の綺麗な鳥。オスの翼は深い青色で、胸は鮮やかなエンジ色。オレンジ色の目は嘘みたいに愛らしくて、その羽は時速100キロで長い距離を旅するの。
Her voice had a certain tenderness to it. She was daydreaming about birds she had never even seen in the flesh.
北アメリカにいた鳩でね、春は南から北へ、冬は冬越えのために北から南に移動するの。今から100年以上も前の話よ。彼らはかつて地上で最も繁殖した高等動物だった。何しろその数は50億。当時の総人口より多かったっていうんだから、圧巻よね。
なんと、人間より数の多い動物がいたっていうのか？
うん。でも、彼らは絶滅したわ。他ならぬ人間の手によって。16世紀にヨーロッパからアメリカ大陸にやってきた探検家たちは、空を覆い尽くすほどの鳥の群れを見た。それが、旅行鳩を記した一番古くて確かな記録。まあ、私も本で知った知識だけど。太陽を隠して、そのおびただしい数で森を覆って、雪のように糞を落としていく光景なんて、今じゃもう夢物語でしょうね。でも当時の人にとっては、悪夢だった。旅行鳩一羽一羽は美しいフォルムをしていても、それだけの数が集まれば、それはもう暴力なんだから。 彼らはその時点では森を破壊し、人間を脅かす悪魔のような存在だった。営巣地は 10km にまで及んで、1コロニーにつき5万羽近い鳥の鳴き声が響いたのよ。一瞬にして風景を変えるほどの鳥の群れと、世界を覆うほどの鳴き声。冒険家たちが救んだのもうなずけるわね。
一つの住処に5万羽。
These fucking sprites, man. Soujuurou trailed off as he attempted to count the number with his digits. He could barely count to the number of people in the crowd outside the station. This would be far beyond his capacity.
でもそんな数の鳥を人間の手でどうやって。
ええ、当時誰もがそう思ったんでしょうね。でも話は簡単だったの。人間にとって旅行馬とは脅威でもあったけど、同時に安価な実りでもあったから。渡り鳥の胸肉は美味しいでしょ？よく鍛えられてるから。
All the flying was what made the meat of migratory birds so delicious to humans. Ooh, like as revenge or what?
そんな食材が空に向かって鉄砲を撃つだけでバタバタと落ちてきたとしたら、まあ、身も蓋もないことを言えば、旅行馬とって鳥は簡単にお金にできる生き物だった。かくして、狩りは延々と続けられた。
And then I figured this was going to be brought back to the beginning of chapter 7 with the dream of the bird, but I don't think we know who had the dream just yet. I thought it was someone in the mansion, either Soujuurou or Aoko, but they didn't mention who had the dream.
落ちた鳥は羽をむしられて、塩漬けの樽に押し込まれて、次々と出荷された。それはもう狩りですらなかった。ただの消費。人間側は労働の実感も作業の手間すら感じなくなっていた。その頃、旅行馬とは1羽1セントで手に入れることができたんだって。ここで言うならたった1円。ほんと、信じられる？その国最小の通貨1枚で売買される命が、この地球にはあったなんて。
God damn, Nasu cooking. The smallest denomination of currency in society was enough to purchase an entire life. Kumari spoke as if reciting it from a textbook. Her voice, nevertheless, had a certain darkness to it. Was it pity for the slain birds or disgust for her fellow man? Either way, the passenger pigeon's fate was a cruel joke carried out by humanity, typical, some might say. Poor Soujuurou had yet to comprehend just how typical that side of humanity was.
けど、それはまだまだ序の口で、本番は19世紀に入ってからだった。人間の旅行バト狩りはますます熱狂していった。学校で習ったでしょ？ゴールドラッシュ。南北戦争を経て、アメリカ合衆国は急激に成長していく。西欧からの移民は増え続け、1870年には4000万もの人口に達していたわ。そんな移民たちの胃袋と財布を満たす材料として、旅行馬とは最高の獲物だった。で、もっと最悪なことに、人間は工夫する生き物だった。彼らはより早く、より多く、より簡単に旅行馬とを乱獲する手段を競い合った。目をつぶした鳩をおとりにして集団を誘い込んで1日で1万羽以上捕らえたやつさえいた。それでも彼らは乱獲に疑問すら持たなかった。繁殖と狩猟のバランスは誰が見ても明らかに狂っていたのに。
The worst part was how scheming humans were. They competed to find the fastest, most efficient ways possible to catch as many passenger pigeons as possible. One thing they used to do is blind one pigeon and then use it to lure them to it for a group, sometimes catching 10,000 in a single day, yet no one had a single qualm about what they were doing. Any sane person could see that the balance between the breeding of the birds, how many were coming out, the output, and the hunting was clearly out of whack. She was doing everything she could to speak in calm, measured tones. Soujuurou, meanwhile, was completely enraptured by her words. Having been raised in the mountains, it was no means a happy story for him, but right now, he was more interested in knowing why it never happened in the first place, or why it ever happened in the first place.
それ一方的すぎないか？旅行鳩だって数が減ってくれば人間には近寄らないんじゃ。
そこが彼らの不幸だったのよ。旅行鳩は繁殖力が非常に弱くて自衛手段を持たない鳥だった。大群で暮らすこと、それだけが彼らの身を守る手段だったの。彼らが50億の王国を築けたのはそれまで天敵がいなかったからなんでしょうね。先住民であるインディアンも彼らを乱獲することはなかったというし、けど入植者たちは自然のサイクルには点で疎かった。何よりあのおびただしい数の鳥が絶滅するなんて、旅行鳩にしたら晴天の霹靂よ。まさか何世紀も遅れて海の向こうから天敵がやってくるなんて。そうして1896年、人間はようやく熱狂を冷ますほどの現実に直面したわ。たったの25万羽。それが確認された旅行鳩の総数。何もかも手遅れよ。急いで保護法が作られたけど、人間の習慣はそう簡単には変わらないわ。あるいは狩人たちはこう思ったのかもしれない。まだ25万羽もいるじゃないか。1000羽や2000羽ぐらいなら独り占めしても構わないだろうって。そうしてハンターたちは当時最新の技術、電報で旅行鳩たちの所在を知らせ合って、実に20万羽の旅行鳩を仕留め、生き延びたのは5000羽だけ。この時点で彼らは野生で生きられる種ではなくなったのよ。
Soujuurou's face sunk into a scowl. Hunters started using the latest technological breakthrough, the telegraph, to keep track of where the passenger pigeons were. Soon they had shot down 200,000 and injured 40,000 more. That left only 5,000 passenger pigeons left in the world, and at that point, they could no longer survive in the wild. No longer able to survive in the wild? He knew all too well what that phrase meant. No wild animal can last long on its own. No animal can survive without a sufficiently large population of their own fellow kind and a sufficient feeding grounds to support the group. Strength in their massive numbers was all the passenger pigeons ever had, and so once that was gone, they were as good as extinct. So do we think that's what happened to his little hometown in the boonies that he came from? This is really good. It's the same thing with the Industrial Revolution, as far as I understand, because a lot of farmers in Europe, for example, like when the Industrial Revolution started, a lot of farmers who either had their own land or old nobles that from the feudal era that no longer belonged to a kingdom could no longer support themselves because the feudal system had disrupted. And so a lot of people that did live either in villages or towns around Europe were kind of forced to move into the cities. And then in the cities, they even had terrible working conditions as well because the Industrial Revolution had started, of course. Children were kind of forced to work. Everyone lived in terrible living conditions, slums that make today's bad living conditions look like paradise in comparison. And that's kind of seen as like not necessarily the dawn of capitalism, but that's like really when people, at least people like Marx, like came along and kind of looked at those working conditions and were like, yeah, this shit ain't sustainable. Like, we can't keep going like this. But the comparison of the no animal can survive on its own without a sufficiently large population of their fellow kind and sufficient feeding grounds to support the group. Strength in massive numbers was the passenger pigeon, is all they ever had. So once that was gone, they were good as extinct. At least for me, reminds me of going from the transfer from feudalism to capitalism and people living in villages being forced to move into larger towns and cities to support the new factory economy.
それで旅行バトはどうなったんだ？
最後に保護された旅行鳩はたったの3羽。
Eventually, there were only 3 passenger pigeons left.
シンシナティの動物園ではオス2羽、メス1羽の旅行鳩が飼育されたけど、
There it is.
1年でオスたちは死んじゃったわ。
There were 2 males and 1 female that were kept in captivity at the Cincinnati Zoo, but within the year, both the males had died.
残されたのはメス1羽だけ。
With only 1 female left,
その時点で彼女は地上で最も孤独な生き物になった。
at that moment, when the other 2 died, she became the single, loneliest creature on Earth.
名前はマーサ。
And her name was Martha.
北アメリカを旅する鳥たちの最後の1羽でありながら、ただの一度も空を飛ぶことができなかったカゴの鳥。結局29年で彼女はその命を終えたわ。1914年9月1日午後1時。一つの種が終わる時間がここまで正確に残っている例は今のところこれだけよ。
The story of 5 billion deaths had finally come to an end. The birds had been swallowed up by the machinations of human civilization. Kumari had intended to show her sympathy for the lost species, but the emotional impact had clearly been all but lost on Soujuurou.
意外。できるだけ私的に語ったつもりだけど。受け悪いみたい。山育ちのあなたには憤慨物の話だと思ったのに。
え？いや、すごい話だったけど、整理がつかなくて、当時の人たちは自分たちの手で減らしておいたのに、なんで最後は保護したのかって。
It was definitely an amazing story, Soujuurou says, but it doesn't make sense. Why would humans keep passenger pigeons in captivity after working so hard to kill them? That, my friend, is the hypocrisy of humanity. Kumari stared blankly at him, eyebrows raised high. What he likely meant to ask was why humans would protect the last of a species. They themselves had hunted into extinction. Kumari could hardly be blamed for her bewilderment. Having been raised in the city, she failed to recognize the danger inherent in his cluelessness. He felt neither anger towards humans for their base selfishness, nor sympathy for the birds, who remained in their natural habitat, even at the cost of their lives. His upbringing had not provided him with the necessary sense of self-righteousness to produce feelings in either direction.
相変わらずよくわかんないやつ。まあ、私が言いたかったのは、どんなに強く美しく見えても、居場所から追われた生き物は儚いってこと。しずきくん、あなたが見た鳥は、その最後の1羽かもしれないわよ。
And with that, their idle conversation came to an end. It was nearly time for their shifts to begin, and Soujuurou was the first to head off.
らしくない。何熱く語ってたんだろう、私。
Kumari remained in the park after Soujuurou left. Martha, the last of her species. She had not been referring to the blue bird when she mentioned Martha, but...
やめやめ。珍しいから特別視するとか、バカみたいだし。
She rubbed the back of her head, apparently angry at herself for getting involved in something that was none of her business. She and Soujuurou were not even in the same class at school. He was a total stranger, as far as she was concerned. Is there something more here I didn't catch? Martha, the last of her species, she had not been referring to the blue bird when she mentioned Martha. Oh, so it was him. Was I right earlier when I said that, like, the parallels could have been the bird or him because he comes from the mountains? I think she could have been referring to him, maybe. And that was kind of lost on Soujuurou. She and Soujuurou were not even in the same class at school. He was a total stranger as far as she was concerned. The more something bothered her, the more she felt compelled to investigate it. It was a personal quirk of hers, and the only reason she had gotten so worked up about the passenger pigeons. She meant that the robin was probably the last of the kind? No, it says specifically right here, though. She had not been referring to the blue bird when she mentioned Martha, but, and then she says, no, stop thinking something special just because it's rare is dumb. She rubbed the back of her head, apparently angry at herself for getting involved in something that was none of her business. She and Soujuurou were not even in the same class at school. He was a total stranger as far as she was concerned. She was referring to, it's a double, like they're parallels. And so like, it was about the bird, but personally for her, it was also about Soujuurou because he's like the last of his kind, I guess, in terms of a, like, what did you guys refer to Soujuurou as early? Someone referred to Soujuurou as like the last caveman, essentially. It's like pretty much what he is. What's up, Average? How you doing? Top of the morning to you, laddie. So, they're parallels. Kumari's well-groomed brow furrowed. She had only spoken to Soujuurou to make sure he was doing okay at the Mad Bear, or maybe it was that she had been strangely drawn to him. The more they spoke, the more she felt drawn to him.
まあ、見てて頼りないってのが一番だろうけど、話してみるとしっかりしすぎてるのよね、彼。
Amidst her muttered complaints, she recalled their conversation upon parting.
で、少しは街に慣れた？
To which he had given a weak shake of his head.
全然。何にせよ、覚えなくちゃいけないことが多すぎて。
He was trying his best to keep up with the overwhelming amount of new information every day. However, despite his apparent naivety and frailty, he was in fact trying to learn everything he could about his new surroundings. But at the same time, there was no reason it needed to be so overwhelming in the first place. It was only due to his own naively subordinate frame of mind that he felt compelled to memorize each and every detail.
どうだろう。素直っていうのはちょっと違うと思うよ。単にそれがいいことか悪いことかまだ分かってないだけかもしれないし。
He awkwardly claimed.
そうね。でも、もしかしたらそもそも。
Kumari stopped herself mid-train of thought, deciding to instead wave goodbye and take her leave. She sighed aloud every time she replayed this scene in her head. Work at the convenience store started in 5 minutes. She gave herself a light slap on the face in an effort to forget their conversation. She reminded herself that she had neither the energy to worry about other people's problems nor the obligation to do so. She had her own concerns, saving up enough energy or enough money for college, for example. Fighting against her parents' opposition every night was draining enough. There was no room for burdening herself with other students' issues.
でも、もしかしたらそもそも。か。
It was not like her to get so tongue-tied, she thought to herself under a strained smile.
ほんとはっきり言ってやればよかった。あなたは単にそういうのに関わる気がこれっぽっちもないんじゃないのかって。
He really did annoy her. Now, in a thoroughly bad mood, she left the park in a huff. When Soujuurou entered the drawing room after work, with a gift of sardines for his roommates, he came face to face with Alice, sitting on the sofa.
や、こんばんは、アリス。
The sense of familiarity to be able to say, I'm home, when entering the mansion, still eluded Soujuurou. He headed straight for the kitchen to fill a bucket of water to keep the sardines fresh. But the icy stare on his back sent him anxiously to the refrigerator instead.
台所にバケツはダメなんだな。
Calmly accepting the change in plans, he shoved the sardines into the fridge and peeked back into the drawing room.
アリス、青崎は？
さあ、自分の部屋にいるか出かけているんでしょう。
Her reply was curt. He nodded and got to work cleaning the kitchen. There was nothing in particular he wanted to say to her, and also sensed that it would not be a good idea to start up a conversation needlessly. So he tidied up the sink area, washed the cutting board, and wiped down the knives and put away the cutlery so they could be easily found. Her black eyes monitored every action in his streamlined workflow. A rhythm that even the most seasoned housekeeper would be envious of. He would surely notice her gaze there before long. He bent over to store a large pot under the sink when it happened. As he began to stand back up and locked eyes with Alice, then... What? Before he could make another move, he felt something slam into the back of his head, a bright shock of blue. He knew what it was without looking. It could only be the mansion's blue robin.
洋館に戻ってくるなり、コマ鳥に呼び出される。
Soujuurou muttered under his breath. Wait, was it the bird? Does the bird talk? It was a rare situation that made Soujuurou feel like complaining.
小僧、ちょっとそこに座れっす。
The bird talks? He can understand it? Since when? Freaking bro just talked to animals? The robin chirped in its shrill tone. You see, this little creature that loved to attack Soujuurou so was the greatest of the mansion's many wonders, and with good reason.
舐めてるっすね。自分コマ鳥だって舐めてるっすね。ところで、鶏鍋ってどういうことっすか？それ美味しいっすか？今度見舞ってほしいっす。
Like so, Soujuurou had an inkling of what the bird was getting at. For someone raised in the mountains, this was an utter nightmare. Animals were not supposed to be able to talk. Then again, having lived in the mountains for over a decade, he did sometimes feel like he could understand what birds were trying to say. He knew it was just his imagination, but sometimes he thought they even saw him as a friend. That was not the case with this bird. Soujuurou had the realist attitude towards wild animals as a result of being so familiar with them, in contrast to the ever-mysterious humans who lived in the city.
しかし、現実だ。
Oh, this is Osakabe-hime's FGO, Osakabe-hime and FGO and Sushi's JPVA. Oh my goodness. If you look at Robin Hood's Final Ascension, you can see the certain blue bird. Why the fuck is it there? I was gonna say the rivalry. Because it's Robin? Oh my goodness. You think you're better than me, huh? They're gonna have a rivalry, I think, because they're both kind of, after hearing that story especially, they're both kind of like the last of their kind in a way. As much as he wanted to deny the reality he was facing, he could not help but recall Kumari's story. She had said to try and be nice to the bird next time he saw it. According to her, any rare one-of-a-kind creature must accordingly feel very lonely.
座れって言ってるのに仕方っすか？あーでも椅子ないっすねここ。じゃあ立ってるっす。小坊主だけに廊下に立ってるのがお似合いっす。あれ？今はうまいこと言ったんすかね自分。
The bird perched itself on the telephone receiver, seemingly worn out from all the flapping around. Soujuurou was dumbfounded. Listening in silence to the bird's chatter was his way of expressing his denial.
自分長いっす。プロイ歴長いっすよ。マイ女神の頃からアリスさんに仕えてるっす。なんで青いかとかどうでもいいっす。
I've served Miss Alice from when the goddess Mum was around. Don't ask why I'm blue.
特技はズバリ探偵役と被害者役。でも探偵である自分が真っ先にコロコロするんで、誰が自分を殺したか結局誰もわからないっす。
What? My best skills are playing the detective and the victim, but my detective side always dies first, so no one can ever figure out who killed me.
プロイ？待ってくれ。それには聞き覚えがある。プロイって何なんだ？
あ なんだと言われても困るっす。エロいとか役いいとかの最上級じゃないっすか。
What? Thusly, the conversation began between the two most powerless residents of all the Kuonji estate, humankind and birdkind, able to understand one another after all. Soujuurou was tired of letting the bird get to him, fully aware that ignoring it would take more energy than it was worth. Filled with a sense of resignation by the time he finally did make an attempt to interject, both parties' guards were firmly down. Soujuurou was focused on how rare the bird was, while Robin was focused on his showdown with his rival that was to be eliminated at all costs.
いいっすよ、細けいことは。そんなことよりマイ天使アリスさんの話をするっす。
Let's talk about something more important, like my beloved Miss Alice, the angel mum herself.
なんと、アリスって天使なのか?
Oh my fucking god, Soujuurou goes, wait, she's an angel? It was an impressive sign of progress that he did not need to ask what an angel was.
ヒューっす。自分にとって天使のような存在ってことっす。
What, is it Australia?
自分の言葉をガン無視するところとか、マジ天使。
It said mate earlier, and now it's saying bruv. Hey, bruv, an angel. The way she's above the hustle and bustle of the masses. The way she doesn't give me the time of day. Absolutely angelic, I'll tell you. It's British. British. Oh, because she's, they did mention earlier that Alice comes from England. What's with Osakabe Hime's VA getting all these meme lines? True.
アリスさんは神聖不可侵にして冷酷非道。舞女神であったところの母君とはちょっと毛色が違うっす。正直母君、ちょっと育て方間違ったっすね。
Goddess mom didn't do the best job at raising angel mom?
そうか。そりゃアリスにもお母さんはいるんだよな。この家にはいないようだけど。
イエス。悲しいことに見まかられたっす。あの頃は全英の鳥が鳴いたっす。
Okay, the localization did a fucking fantastic job.
あとでアルバムとか見るっすか？6ペンスで手を打つっすよ。
Okay, Ufotable, when they do an English, because they're probably going to do an English, like the Heavensfield movies, and Demon Slayer has English dubs, right? When they do an English dub, this has to have a British VA. Please, Ufotable, don't deny me this. They have to get a British VA for this. Oh yes, she has one alright, but it's a sob story. In it, all the birds in England cried out that day. Her mum was even more smashing than Alice. God's photos later if you like. For only 6 pence. How about it, lad?
いや、そういうのは本人の許しがないと。
Soujuurou said earnestly as he tilted his head. The reason for his unease was also due to the fact that he had grown more interested in Alice than before. Despite his detached and passive attitude, he was still a young man like any other, after all.
Yes, それはそうっすね。お前、シャバ像の割にいいこと言うっす。人の過去花とかみだりにしちゃいけないっす。ところで、アリスさんの子供時代の話とかしていいっすか？自分、シャバ像の知らねえアリスさんを赤裸々にアピールして、精神的上位に立ちたいっす。
あ、いや、だからそういう話は。
安心しろっす。アリスさんには黙っておいてやるっすから。まずはあれっすね。自分とアリスさんが初めて出会った時のメモリーを聞くっすよ。アリスさん、見えて友達一人しかいなかったっすから、もっぱら自分が話し相手っつうか。ほら、壁相手にカコーンカコーンってピンポン玉打ち返すゲーム、あんな感じっす。アリスさんのメモリーはおよそ14年分。じゃあ1年目から行くっすよ。
いや、だから。
行くっすよもう誰も自分は止められないっす。
This bird was trouble. The word bird-brained had taken on a whole new meaning to Soujuurou. God damn it. If he were stuck here listening any longer, he had the feeling he might hear something he would not be able to unhear.
すまない。そろそろいいかな。
With a wave of his head, he attempted to flee into the attic above to the second floor.
ちょ待つっせここからがいいところなのになんで去るっすかスカーレット・オハラっすか激動の主人公気取りっすかそのあたり自分なんか納得いかないっすまだうちに入ったばかりの新参者がなんでアリスさんの視点を独り占めしてるっすか許せないっすけどその秘訣を教えてほしいっす切実に自分本気出したらすごいっすよ
何
Halfway up the stairs already, Soujuurou quickly retraced all of his steps.
君、今のはどういう。
だからアリスさん好きあらばお前を見てるっす思い出したんすよそもそも自分熱視線でサーチされてるからって突き上がるなと釘刺しに来たんすだいたいその字は何度も自分に助けられてるっすアリスさんの命令がなかったら今頃その字鏡の中でおだぶつっすこれなんすかね人間の感情とかわかんないっすけど魚辺に里とか書くっすかね
What?
助けられてるって俺が
まあ殺そうとしてるのもアリスさんっすけどねアリスさんはこう言ったっす彼が鏡の中に迷い込みそうになったら助けてあげて危険なものには近寄らないように誘導もしてあげてでも思い上がらないことねしずきくん別にあんたのことが心配なわけじゃもん
It happened in a flash. With a swift, unhesitating strike of her hand, Alice squashed the bird right then and there as it sat on the telephone receiver stand in the foyer. Her pressed palm continued to pin it down. The bird's crushed form resembled a bright rubber ball, like what a child might play with.
アリスさんくらいっすそして痛い体中の血液がくちばしからこう右方向に流れていく感覚とか
The bird raised a mighty uproar.
これの言うことは気にしないで。
Alice returned to the drawing room, taking the bird with her. Her dark silhouette cloaked in a shadow was completely opposite of the gaudy little bird. Soujuurou folded his arms as he stood alone, no less confused than he was before, and whispered,
こうして、ますます疑問は増えていくのだった。
Up at the night sky, visible through the skylight. First year at the Kuonji estate, Chapter 7, all scenarios read. Alright, that was all of Chapter 7. Time for Chapter 8, Are You For Real? Let's save. And then I am going to go to the bathroom and grab a quick snack, but I'll be right back. Give me just like 2-3 minutes. BRB chat. All right. I am back. I got some Pocky. We're good to go. All right. So we finished all of Chapter 7. Now we are about to start Chapter 8, and we are also going to do 8.5. So get strapped. Next episode, Chapter 8, Are You For Real? Here we go. So, exams are done. Hopefully Soujuurou passed. Misaki's high school's winter vacation began in mid-December. The tranquil air of the school was a refreshing change of pace from the more competitive schools and their nationally famous sports teams and exam-oriented curriculum. The empty, newly constructed building evoked images of a pure white swan descending upon a still winter lake. The modern school building felt alive in its stillness, in spite of the absence of its lifeblood of students. Most students never knew what this building used to look like. It was just a small, run-down wooden building, a shadow of its former self. The former school was never torn down, and now stood in lonely silence. It was tucked away deep in a seemingly infinite wood that stretched across the mountains. And we got a CG of it like really early on in the story, and I had kind of figured that we were eventually going to go there because it kind of I was like, there's no way they draw that CG for it and have some ominous foreshadowing to the old school, and we just don't go back there. And now they're mentioning it again. It was tucked away deep in the seemingly infinite wood that stretched across the mountains. The sound of brooms sweeping dead leaves resonated in the air. The ocean of leaves had accumulated into piles as big as sand dunes. Sweeping was a futile venture at this point. An ominous feeling lingered in the air, perhaps the result of 2 years of abandonment. Cleaning the inside of the building alone would take more than a few days to finish. Oh, and Soujuurou kind of got wrapped into helping. That's right, they were going to go clean it, which the VP kind of wrapped him in. Didn't he? I think he was taking volunteers or some shit, and the entire class didn't want to do it. Not to mention...
本当だり、存在価値が見出せねえ。
Or did he get the whole class to do it with him? I can't remember.
ばっかじゃねえの？冬休みは短いってのになんでこんなことやらせんだよ、生徒会は。
The misguided youth sent here for the job wasted no time making clear he wanted no part in the beautification efforts.
っていうかジャージでやらせんなよ。ジャンパーぐらい着させろよな。何これ、もしかして体育の補習、寒中マラソン？俺体育だけはサボったことねえんすけどね。
Hozuke Hinomi continued to mumble and grumble to himself as he reluctantly swept away at the ground. Meanwhile, Soujuurou silently and swiftly contributed to his sweeping, glaring at Hinomi out of the corner of his eye.
おい、何真面目にやってんだよ。こんなの適当でいいんだって。だいたい40人しかいねえのにこんな山みたいな庭の掃除なんか終わるかってんだ。
終わらないことなんてない。少しうるさいぞ、木の実は。
Hinomi went back to idly swinging his broom without even glancing over at Soujuurou. Mornings on the mountain were cold. There was no hint of sun in the cloudy sky above. Ash-gray light illuminated the rear courtyard. The sharp cold of midwinter pierced through everyone's gloves as if they didn't exist. A day like this was best spent indoors under warm blankets, but for some reason, they were out here cleaning. The Special Winter Cleaning Team. That was the name given to this elite force sent to clean up the dilapidated, overgrown mountain. The other students had put their faith into this team to fulfill this beautification mission, respecting them for their sacrifice. The reality, however, was that this was nothing more than a ragtag dare-losing gang of students needing of remedial lessons before their exams. They were the victims of a year-long arm-twisting scheme by the student council, who, in their right mind, would come out here to sweep up leaves with a blizzard who in their right mind would actually come out here to sweep up leaves with a blizzard looming on the horizon? Other than one of the 40 assembled, none of them had any semblance of interest to the task at hand.
おい見ろよしずき。赤羽たち向こうで焼き芋とかレトロな真似してやがる。2番煎じはいかにも頭悪いしな。そうだ、俺たちはイカでも焼かねえ？
Hinomi did not want to be here to begin with, and was constantly trying to break Soujuurou into joining him. The cleaning squad was divided into groups. Soujuurou and Hinomi were in charge of cleaning behind the gymnasium. Soujuurou was the leader of the platoon. Hinomi was the grunt.
ああ、こことあっちの垣根をきれいにしたら、焼き芋だろうと焼きイカだろうと猫鍋だろうと好きにしよう。
Soujuurou said as he expertly packed his swept leaves into trash bags. 2 hours had passed since they assembled this foggy morning at 7 o'clock. While everyone else chatted and laughed as they worked, Soujuurou alone had worked in complete silence at the same blistering pace since he started. The sheer amount of work he put in was likely the only thing keeping him from complaining about the cold in his thin jersey.
なあ、やめようぜ。見ろ、そこの池、スケートリンク？やっぱ池？とにかくそこの池らしきものだってカチカチに凍ってるぐらいなんだぜ。 こんな雪原じゃ人体は普通動かねえよ。機械伯爵でもなきゃだよ。そろそろ人間狩りが始まるよ。なんでいい加減休憩しねえ。せっかく枯葉集めたんだから燃やして温まんないとさ。どうせ監視役は殿下しかいないんだしさ。なあ、焼きイカやろうぜ。焼きイカ。
For some reason, Kinomi was droning on about squid. Soujuurou had managed to withstand the barrage of complaints from his comrade, but even he was reaching his limit.
木の実頼むから。
Just then, Soujuurou saw the Grim Reaper himself creeping behind Kinomi. In his hands, he held a rake instead of a soft bamboo broom.
いいぜ。お前がイカなんてもんを用意してるほどの大人物だってんなら、慎んでイカ焼きぐらい許可してやるよ。なんなら醤油はこっちで用意してやろう。
Kinomi shot to attention at the voice behind him.
その物言い、築地何がし。
Before quickly turning around, swinging his broom in the process. Tobimaru easily blocked the swing with his rake.
ああ、てめえ、やる気十分じゃねえか。溢れる労働意欲を抑えきれないってわけか。なんならシベリアコースにでも行っちまうか。
女ども集めて焼却炉に陣取ってる野郎の言葉なんざ聞かねえよ。真冬に南国気分とかマジ寒いわ。
Both boys glared at each other with a wry smile, broom and rake locked in an embrace. These two were only friendly with each other on school grounds.
飛び丸、一応彼は戦力なんだから邪魔しないでくれ。
Both of them scoffed angrily and put away their weapons. They both knew better than to argue with Soujuurou, the only one cleaning with a garbage bag in hand.
それで何しに来たんだ飛び丸。君はあったかい焼却炉の前で永遠に火の管理をすると豪語していたんじゃなかったっけ。
Oh! A harsh comment. Apparently, even Soujuurou had a slight taste for drama.
なんてこった。善良な生徒ですら俺をそんな目で見るのか。
Tobimaru seemed sad at Soujurou's observation. But as long as Tobimaru continued to claim that he was helping the girls clean by doing nothing more than standing in front of a pile of burning leaves, Soujuurou found it hard to sympathize.
いいから要件を言えよ。殿下と違って俺らは暇じゃねえんだ。
ああ、そうかよ。宗次郎、そろそろ小休止だ。向こうで温まろうよ。
お、なんだブレイクかよ。話せるじゃん殿下。
ああ、てめえは除外に決まってんだろ。特権は功労者にのみ与えられるもんだ。焼却炉の前に来たけりゃそれ相応の貢ぎ物を持ってきやがれ。具体的に言うとリアカー1台分のゴミ袋な。
ひっで生徒会応募。
Kinomi's complaints naturally fell on deaf ears. Tobimaru had been selected to lead the cleaning operation, and his word was final. If Kinomi were to continue to push his buttons, he knew he would be on cleaning duty tomorrow, and the next day as well.
さあ、行くぞ。誰の趣味か知らねえが、なぜか汁粉の缶が山ほどあってな。中華まんの一つでもあった方が気が利くってもんなんだがね。あれか？遭難用のチョコレートみたいなもんか？
Emergency chocolate!
ったく、あいつの考えは未だにわかんねえな。
Soujuurou reassured Tobimaru by saying that he thought the food would do just everyone fine.
なんだよ。いいか？
ああ、自分はここに残るよ。なんなら木の実の言うように葉を燃やせばいい。そこに池もある。火の始末なら安心だ。
This was clearly for Kinomi's benefit. Tobimaru furrowed his brow while Kinomi shivered from the cold.
俺は今友情ってもんを実感している。すげえな。真心って本当にあったんだ。くそ、待ってろしずき。今赤羽たちから芋を奪ってくる。
Perhaps shy to show his true feelings, Kinomi ran off to the neighboring group.
な、予想はしてたけどな。ほらよ。
Tobimaro pulled out a hot can from his jersey pocket, scratching his head in exacerbation. He pulled out 3 in all, 1 from each jersey pocket and 1 from his pants
さっ
pocket.
さと焚き火の用意をしようぜ。俺もこっちで休むことにするわ。
付き合いがいいのはお互い様だな。
Soujuurou quickly prepared the leaves for the fire, carefully gathering them up to burn neatly.
慣れてるな。
マッチがあるから楽なんだ。
Soujuurou crouched down in front of the burning leaves and warmed his hands near the flames. Even though he showed no signs of being cold, underneath it all, Soujuurou was cold too. He gazed into the fire as the smoke rose from the pile of leaves, as if remembering the good times from his past. Tobimaro felt a touch of concern as he looked at Soujuurou. He saw within him homesickness. In retrospection, he also saw a dark shadow looming over him, like a stranger in a foreign land without a home.
元気ねえな、宗次郎。
まあね、少し疲れてる。
悩み事なら相談に乗るぜ。気が向いたら話してくれ。
Tobimaro continued speaking, with the pull tab from the can of sweet red bean soup still around his index finger. Soujuurou was focused on the fire.
そういえばな、お前が学校休んでる時、青崎に殴られたぜ。
すごいな。大抜擢じゃないか。
What? VP said, "Oh yeah, while you were taking a break from school, Aozaki slugged me. She said I've got a big mouth." And Soujuurou said, "Wow, congratulations." Sometimes Soujuurou would reply incoherently like this. Tobimaro chalked it up to cultural differences.
なあ、青崎とはどうなってんだ？テスト前は駅まで一緒に帰ってただろ？うまくいってんのか、あれから。
It was obvious to everyone that was far from what was the case, yet Tobimaro asked anyway.
ああ、今は一緒に住んでるよ。
Oh, he just came out with it. Soujuurou went with the truthful, blunt response.
ああ、そうか、一緒と来たか。
Wow, I see. That was quick dating already, huh? Tobimaro tried to laugh off Soujurou's all too casual confession, however.
はっ、一緒に住んでるぞ。
どうした飛び丸？火でも飛んだか？
飛んでねえし、それより怖え。おい、今の聞き捨てならねえたわごとは本当の話か？
Soujuurou protested Tobimaro's reply with silence.
その余裕、マジか。女に興味なさそうな顔してて、やることやってんじゃねえかてめえ。
Tobimaro had always felt that he and Soujuurou were an equal match, strength-wise, but for some reason he could not shake the feeling that Soujuurou was now his superior in the brain department. Soujuurou cast a rare, angry glare at Tobimaro's direction.
こっちこそ聞き捨てならない。なんだ、その女に興味はないってのは。
Soujuurou seemed genuinely angry that he said he wasn't interested in girls, and his voice was icy. This was uncharacteristic level of anger from Soujuurou that was enough to get Tobimaro to back down.
いや、悪い。そんな雰囲気あったんだよ、お前さんは。けどよ、青崎と一緒に住んでるってどういうことだ？いくらなんでも一足飛びすぎだろ。
別に君が期待しているようなことはない。彼女が住んでいるところの部屋を借りることになっただけだ。屋根の裏にある部屋なんだけど、板張りで山小屋を思い出すんで気に入ってる。
Tobimaro did not bat an eyelid at hearing Soujuurou saying he now lived in an attic, and continued his questioning.
屋敷って、あのクオンジの屋敷か？それこそまさかだぜ。宗十郎、お前一体どんな手品を使いやがった？
お？飛丸こそあの家を知ってるのか？
そりゃな。これでも築地家期待の跡取り候補だぜ、俺は。クオンジグループのご令嬢が住んでる屋敷ぐらいは知ってるさ。霊園女学院の2年生だろ、確か。
Kuonji... 何
Soujuurou was looking more confused than ever, so Tobimaru reluctantly explained everything as simply as he could so Soujuurou could understand.
クオンジグループつうか財団だな。平たく言えば一族全部がお金持ちで仲良く会社を経営してる連中だと思えばいい。複合企業とまではいかないが輸出業じゃかなりのもんだ。ホームグラウンドは国外で先代の会長の英国 B 機がたたって一時期は沈みかけてたんだが5年くらい前かね。本拠地をこっちに移してからはご存知の通りだ。
Some Alice family backstory? So I'm assuming the company or the corporation was all a front for their mage stuff that they were doing. So something happened in England 5 years ago, and under the disguise of their company going south, they moved back to Japan, but I'm sure it was to get away from the clock tower.
会長が息子に移ってからはきちんと持ち直して今や町の名士だろ。ここでもクオンジの名前はそこかしこで目に入る。この学校の建て直し予算の半分は連中からだしな。
Huh. Since their son took over the family, or the family business, I guess, things have rebounded for them, and that's why you see their name plastered around town. They contributed like half the funds required to rebuild the school. Despite the oversimplified explanation, Soujuurou still seemed not to be getting it. With that, Tobimaru decided to give up on trying to explain it to him.
あれだ。想像もできない金持ちってこと。ソウの字が働いてる喫茶店だってクオンジが向こうから持ってきたブランドだぜ。今じゃ全国チェーンになっちまったがな。
つまりすごく偉いんだね。おかしいな。ならなんであんなに倹約してるんだろう。
Soujuurou mumbled incoherently to himself. Tobimaru looked at him with a complex expression on his face, somewhere between envy and heartfelt sympathy.
しかしうまいことやったな、宗十郎。それで本当のところはどうなんだ。男と女が同じ屋根の下にいればやることは一つだろ。
案外古いな、飛び丸も。
I love him so much. Oh my god. How can Alice be both rich and broke at the same time? She doesn't have an allowance. VP said, whatever the case, you've done good for yourself, buddy. Tell me the truth, though. When a guy and a girl live under the same roof, only one thing can be happening. Am I right? And Soujuurou said, that's a surprisingly old-fashioned thought for you to have, Tobimaru.
抜かせ。そのあたりをごまかしてたら男なんぞやってらんねえ。
Listen, buddy, it's 2026. I guess they're in the 80s, but...
そりゃごもっとも。実を言うと
The thought Soujuurou... Though Soujuurou and Aoko were living together, there was absolutely no chemistry between them. Though that was not to say that living in such close quarters as they did, intended mishaps did occur from time to time. But even still...
驚くぐらいそういうことにはなってない。あの屋敷すごく広いし。
Everyone was often busy with their own affairs, so there was no opportunity for that sort of thing to happen.
そもそもだな。もし飛び丸だったら下宿先が同じってことだけで青崎に言い寄る気になるかい？
いや、ならねえな、そりゃ。
Tobimaru nodded intently as if he was thinking back to his many ex-relationships.
いやー、健全だな。
ああ、健全だろ。
Soujuurou gave no more than a quick affirmation to Tobimaru's despondent murmur. He was doing fine, but besides his physical health, it was surely Soujurou's personality that enabled him to maintain any semblance of peace dealing with both Aoko and Alice while living in that mansion.
でも、それとは別の話で、青崎には頭が上がらないんだ。彼女にはもう返せない借りがあってさ。
Soujurou's eyes turned slightly serious as he stared into the fire. Tobimaru felt that there was more to those words than what Soujuurou was letting on.
もう返せない借りだ。
Soujuurou merely nodded in silence as Tobimaru's inquisitive acknowledgement. And just then, a strange scream pierced through the still silence of the woods like a knife.
なんか聞こえたな。
ああ、木の実だ。
It was Kinomi. Soujuurou had already stood up before he responded. He bolted to the frozen pond, broke the ice with his broom, scooped up some of the frigid water in a bucket, and threw it on the fire in less than 10 seconds. Then, he immediately ran off into the depths of the woods from where he heard the scream. Tobimaru followed after him in a panicked confusion.
飛び丸、この先に何かあるのか？
確か旧校舎が残ってるはずだ。
Aw, shit.
他には野犬の住処とかそういう嫌な話は？
はあ？いや、いるとしても鹿かウサギじゃねえか。
なら怖がることもないか。急ごう、飛び丸。
Perhaps because of his time spent growing up in the mountains, Soujuurou quickly sprinted over the slippery dead leaves. Tobimaru was not particularly cautious himself, but nevertheless he could not keep up with Soujuurou in here. Before long, Soujuurou found himself running alone. When foliage blocked the natural trail, he would sometimes clear it away by brute force, but just as often, he would expertly weave through the brush. It was clear that he was used to dealing with this level of nature. After a few minutes, Soujuurou arrived at a clearing. The wall of trees had ended. It was an obvious man-made clearing here on the mountainside. In the distance was what looked like an old wooden school building. It was small, aesthetically pleasing, no larger than an elementary school lost in the depths of the winter wilderness.
Kinomi!
Kinomi stood alone in the old school grounds.
ん？なんでしずきまで追いかけてきたん？
A sour expression came over Soujurou's face as Kinomi tilted his head in confusion.
そっちこそどうしたんだ？変な声上げて。
声？いや、そりゃガキ相手に怒鳴ったけどよ。ほら、あのガキだよ。芋持ってるだろ。であ、中に逃げ込みやがった。
What? Kinomi pointed resentfully towards the old school building. There was indeed someone standing at the entrance to the building, just over 300 feet in the distance.
たく、こんな上まで来やがって。いつから子供の遊び場になってんだ、ここ。
Kinomi shrugged his shoulders to signal how little he cared about the young children and what they did with their time. This place was deep in the woods, but it was not particularly dangerous. Soujuurou had run through the woods to get here, but there was also a paved road leading to this spot from outside the woods too. Kinomi apparently followed that road to get here.
ん？子供？
Soujuurou squinted at the child.
ああ、金髪なんでさっきはちょっと驚いたけどな。外国人の子供ってなんか怖いだろ？
The kid had blonde hair. Foreign kids are scary, man. Kid Gil? Question mark? It was indeed quite rare to see a foreigner in a provincial town such as Misaki. Soujuurou had never seen a foreigner in person, which made the whole thing even more mysterious.
それで、木の実はなんでここまで？
いや、赤羽たちがよ、ガキに食料奪われたって言うからここまで追いかけてきたんだ。
The kids stole their food.
そういうことだから、二人がかりであのお子様とっちめようぜ。
怖いことを考えるな、木の実は。
Soujuurou could not find it in him to agree with the plan to catch him and steal back the food. It seemed unfair to team up against a little kid.
いいから帰ろう。あの子こっちを睨んでるじゃないか。それに飛び丸にこんなところ見られたら、冬休み中ずっと山の掃除で終わることになるぞ。
Soujuurou took Kinomi by the shoulders and began leading him back to the path that they came from. Kinomi cast one last gaze at the old school building before reluctantly following. Just then, Tobimaru appeared, panting and out of breath.
早いな、宗十郎。
Tobimaru could hardly catch his breath. He arrived about 3 minutes behind Soujuurou despite having a good set of legs on him.
それでどうした？木の実、無事か？
はあ？無事も何も殿下こそどったん。
Kinomi seemed perplexed at Tobimaru's first ever display of concern for him.
なんだそりゃ。てめえ、あれだけの大声を上げておいて、しらばっくれる気か？上で何かあったんだろうが。
すまない。こっちの早とちりだった。飛び丸は知らないだろうけど、木の実は時々、バイト先でも規制を上げる癖があるんだ。
Hinomi looked disapproving at Soujuurou nonchalantly sharing his insight. This was the first time he had ever heard of it.
怪しいな。またよからぬことでも企んでるんじゃねえか、そこの。
ないよ。戻って掃除の続きをするぞ、飛び丸。
Soujuurou pat Tobimaru on the shoulders a couple times and started walking. Tobimaru cast a doubtful glare in his direction as he meandered off. He had a feeling that Soujuurou was covering for Kinomi somehow.
まさか、旧校舎に火なんてつけてないだろうな。
誰もしないよ、そんなことは。
Soujuurou kept walking and did not even look back at Tobimaru as he spoke. Tobimaru and Kinomi tilted their heads in confusion as they reluctantly followed the usual aggressive Soujuurou back to their cleaning spot. The unusually aggressive Soujuurou. And so, the special winter cleaning team's activities ended uneventfully. What? Yo, who's the blonde kid? What? No answers this time, I guess. The time was 3 in the afternoon. Upon departing, Hinomi and his crew invited Soujuurou to come hang out with them, but he declined politely due to his job in that evening. He had about 2 hours until his shift began. Not quite enough time to do anything fun, but just enough time to have to fill it with something. Soujuurou thought about relaxing in the park somewhere, but quickly changed his mind after remembering how cold it was even in the city. Not to forget that Aoko had handed him those pills this morning. Aoko was absolutely correct in her prediction. Heading back to the mansion now would just be a waste of time. There was no reason for him to return to the mansion until after his shift at work. Still, Soujuurou found himself on the way back anyway. Having grown up deep in the mountains, a little 2-hour walk was really no sweat off his back. Misaki was one of the more quiet residential areas in Misaki City. The only thing that really stood out here was Shiroi Nizuka. It was a hill that led directly into the woods. The silhouette of the mountains served as the backdrop to the suburbia, silently overshadowing the small human actions of the people who lived there. Even in the modern day of technological progress, the people here were always careful to pay reverence to the nature around them. If that mansion were a shrine, it would not be a haunted house, but a famous tourist attraction.
というより、今更気づいたけど。
The houses around Shiroi Nizuka were all magnificent. Soujuurou understood as he looked from the bottom of the hill where the rest of the town lived at the foot. Soujuurou understood as he looked from the bottom of the hill where the rest of the town lived at the roof of the mountain, tucked away in the woods. He understood that Tobimaru was talking about how the Kuonji family who owned that famous mansion might be the richest people
そ
in
の割
town.
に家賃を取るところを見ると、やっぱり嫌われていると見るべきか。
They really do hate me. If they're so rich, why would they ask for a rent? Soujuurou began walking towards the mansion with such thoughts simmering in his mind. The feeling of the hard asphalt beneath his feet instead of the soft dirt felt lonely and isolating. He walked along the paved road for 10 minutes or so before reaching the iron fence in the woods. Beyond this fence was a private property for the Kuonji family. It was bereft of any awkward or no trespassing signs. The tall, overbearing iron fence was more than enough to remind visitors that they were unwelcome there. Soujuurou casually pushed on the iron gate. Only 2 days had passed since the end of the final exams, and he already seemed more than comfortable with the idea of entering the woods alone. The path to the mansion from inside the woods curved and bent like a snake. It took about 15 minutes to reach the mansion on this path. He could have chosen to ignore the long incline and travel in a straight line towards the woods, but he would have expended significantly more energy in doing so. No, using the wooden path was the sensible option, barring an emergency. Upon entering the foyer, Soujuurou heard a conversation coming from the drawing room. It was no doubt Aoko and Alice. Soujuurou decided to join them. Ever since final exams had ended, Aoko and Alice had switched from their daily routine to a more irregular schedule. Aoko would disappear into Alice's room in the west wing of the mansion for a while, where she would remain, and Alice would go into Aoko's room, not to be seen again. Or they would vanish into the corridors leading around the rear of the mansion, doing who knows what, where Soujuurou was most certainly not allowed to enter. Not that he was interested in what they were doing, since Aoko and Alice did not seem to want to include him either, serving both parties nicely. For the time being, Kuonji Estate was pretty peaceful.
Tadaima.
Soujuurou quietly opened the door to the drawing room. Okay. I assume they're just getting ready for whatever fucking maid shit that they have been doing in the background up until now. Assuming that they're at war with another mage, the one that controls the dolls, which I assume at the moment is her sister, but I don't know. There's a lot of shit that we don't know, or I don't know at the moment, that has to do with witches and the differences of mages and the different like mage fights that are ongoing, obviously. We still haven't seen Toko since Soujuurou found her at the casino. I'm home, Soujuurou says, quietly opening the door to the drawing room. Even though they tried not to be involved in each other's business, Soujuurou made it a habit to at least greet them. The two girls sat across from one another on the sofa. On the table in front of them was a large, extravagantly decorated mirror. Aoko was dressed for comfort, wearing jeans instead of her usual skirt. In stark contrast, Alice was dressed in her usual all-black look. Even though the break from school was well underway, even though they had a break from school, the witch still insisted on wearing all black. As Aoko had explained, it was probably because it was too much effort for Alice to wear anything else. Soujurou's thought was that he would like to see her wear something different. Aoko and Alice seemed to be in the middle of some kind of dispute. The air in the drawing room was tense. They both ignored his greeting. Alice only briefly looked up at him.
じゃあ、東川の視点は？あそこの柱は白色だし、そう簡単には奪われないでしょ？
ええ。今のところ東川は侵食されていないけど、一つ隣の鈴穂の視点が消された以上、楽観はできないわ。残りの割り出しは今までより早くなる。
そっか。一個釣れれば、あとは芋づる式だもんね。反省したわ。甘く見てたのはこっちの方だった。ここからは、一週間単位の攻防になるわね。
The two continued their heated discussion from opposite sides of the table. Aoko neglected to even glance up at Soujuurou. Soujuurou sensed that she wanted to concentrate on the discussion at hand.
でも解せないな。あの夜に人形を出してくるタイミングといい、隠し方だけは一級品なうちの視点を短期間で特定することといい、こいつ、まず間違いなく市内にアジトを敷いてるわよね。なのに、なんで結界に異常がないんだろう。三崎市一帯の索敵網は、もう100年近く破られたことがないのに。
Aoko bit her nails nervously while Alice nodded along. It seemed as though she was wondering the same thing.
母も、ここの結界には触れなかった。三崎の結界をかいくぐるには、あなたのおじいさんか、それ以上の技量を持つ魔術師でないと難しい。けど、それほどの魔術師なら逆に、気配は隠しきれない。何か特殊な音響法かもしれないわね。ここ数年、新しいサークルの話は聞かないけど。
Fairies mentioned! Faye. The only person capable of getting through Misaki's bounded field would have been your grandfather or even a very more capable mage, but someone exuding that level of magical energy would find it that much harder to cover his or her tracks. It could be some kind of unique concealment ward, but I haven't heard anything about any new fairy circles forming in these past few years. If it is If it is her sister, I bet it's because she can, like, control dolls and shit, so she just has the dolls do her bidding. Or she was in the city. Maybe it's because she's part of her family. I don't know. There's gotta be something with her family or the bloodline and the doll connection, surely. I haven't watched KNK, no. I only know that Toko, like, has, like, doll magic, though, because of Heaven's Feel. That's the only Toko mentions I know about are the end of the Heaven's Feel trilogy and, case files, because she had a clock tower warrant on her head for how unique her magic was. What's that called? I always forget it. We gotta force you to hop on. I know. I'll try to watch KNK. How many movies are there? Each one's like an hour long. I remember starting it a long time ago, and I never got through the first episode, I don't think, even. There's like 8 episodes or something like that, and they're all an hour long. 9 to 10 movies? Jeez, 10 hours? Yeah, I'll try to watch them before either before I read the collab or around that time. Sealed designation enforcement, is that what it's called? But yeah, her sister, I know Toko's magic is like so unique that she has a sealed designation like bounty on her head. It could be some kind of unique concealment ward, but I haven't heard anything about any new fairy circles forming these past few years.
何？シャーウッドの森？メイキングなら以前、アリスの霧が粉砕したじゃない。あれ以上の音響があるっていうの？
The May King.
例えばの話よ。今回の相手は、こちら以上の技量を持っているか、こちらの知らない技術を持っているか。どちらにせよ、評価を改めるべきね。私たち、気づかないうちに追い詰められているのかも。
The two fell silent. Soujuurou, after some internal deliberation, decided to break the silence.
やあ、ただいま。
Aoko finally looked up at him in response to his hesitant declaration.
いいからお風呂に入ってきたら。汚れてるわよ、宗十郎。
Damn, she said you stank. And with that, Aoko returned her gaze to the mirror. Alice briefly looked up at Soujuurou again before also returning her gaze to the mirror. Perhaps feeling at least somewhat satisfied with his greeting, that his greeting was acknowledged, Soujuurou left the drawing room and closed the door behind him. Aoko was right. His clothes were a little bit
そう
soiled.
だな。もったいないけど、確かに。
It's a waste of water, he said. Soujuurou returned to his room, thinking that a bath might actually feel pretty nice in this cold weather, despite not really having broken a sweat at all during the day. He climbed the stairs from the foyer and up the second flight into the attic. Unlike the other rooms in the mansion, this one had no frills to its decor. It was a little cumbersome to use as a living space, but comfortable enough for Soujuurou. Everywhere else in the mansion was a little too gaudy for his tastes. As far as a shelter and place to sleep went, Soujuurou was more than satisfied with the accommodations. There was no electricity in the attic. The only light was one which crept from a small skylight in the wall. Not that Soujuurou minded. He was more accustomed to living without electricity than living with it. With only the faint winter light to guide him, he readied a change of clothes and a towel before heading down to the foyer. Despite the magnificent size of the mansion, there was only one bath in the whole building, and not a particularly large one at that. Whoever the architect was, he or she must have thought a bath to be so important, or perhaps were not the bath type. Soujuurou descended to the foyer and made his way to the back of the stairs. Oh yeah, that's where the bathroom was. I remember them mentioning that. He knocked on the door to the bath. As expected, there was no answer from the other side. The other two occupants of the mansion were still talking in the drawing room. After confirming it was unoccupied, Soujuurou quietly entered the bathroom. Even though Soujuurou was not aware of it himself, as was common for him, the only hobby he had acquired since coming down from the mountain was taking a nice, relaxing bath. Soujuurou had left, but the two girls were still locked in their heated discussion. Needless to say, the topic of their conversation was still that of the outsider mage who had appeared in Misaki City last month. This was, after all, the problem that occupied their time. When this whole situation with Soujuurou arose, dealing with and eliminating the interloper who had set his or her sights on their own territory.
今まではおとりにばっかり食いついてたから甘く見てたけど、それも計算づくだったのかしらね。こっちが油断してる隙に本命を一つ奪われた。この相手との戦いはこれからが本番ってことか。
The situation was growing more dire by the day. Until only a couple days ago, the enemy had limited themselves to small skirmishes, but now they had shifted to a full-on offensive. Aoko had two major bounded fields she used for defense. One, the larger of the two, was placed around Misaki City to detect magical energy and magecraft. This was used to observe and monitor visitors from outside the city, and was initially set up by Aozaki's ancestors and the administrators of this territory, and had no way to be removed. The other was set up to energize and manage ley lines from within the territory. The 5 sigils carved into the earth made up a standard square-type array, protecting all that lay within its bounds. After some manipulation of the mana flow, the power within was directed to accumulate at Kuonji Estate. That is to say, the bounded field existed to monopolize the magical energy within the city itself. There were 5 sigils in total. The Kuonji Estate, located at its center. If all 5 sigils were forcibly removed from Aoko's jurisdiction over this territory, it would be... If all 5 sigils were forcibly removed, Aoko's jurisdiction over the territory would be in title only. Without the power of the land to back them up, they would be forced to fight against their invaders on equal ground, from their own innate abilities to protect them. The only reason Alice and the inexperienced Aoko were able to defend this territory so far was because of these 2 fields. The dragnet that notified Aozaki of any threats was also her lifeline. But this time, their enemy had somehow slipped through the cracks and was running rampant from within. This was what the girls had to face up to.
どちらにせよ時間の問題ね。視点がすべて潰されたら、いよいよここでの籠城になるけど。いいの？青子。
Oh, do we think that blonde child was maybe the mage? Perhaps? And they're hiding out at the abandoned school?
ん？別にいいんじゃないの？アリスの言う通り、残りの視点を消されるのは時間の問題なんだし。
They said it was like a child, but maybe it could have been like we never got a look at it. Maybe it was a doll disguised as a child, and maybe the puppet master is hiding at the... Maybe it's her sister is like somehow hiding at the school, and she's like having all these fucking puppets run around that look like people. Because the one puppet we had seen looked like Aoko, right? So it's possible like all the dolls like look like someone. So maybe one of the dolls is looks like a blonde kid, and they just had it run around, steal food, and then bring it back to the puppet master hiding out at the school. Just airing out my thoughts. I mean, what other choice do we have? Like you said, it's only a matter of time before the sigils are destroyed.
そりゃ敵のアジトを発見できれば同じだけど、それは絶対必要ってわけでもないでしょ？視点を消されても、私にはあんまり関係ないし。
And our best chance would be to find the hideout, but it's not exactly a necessity. They can remove the sigils for all I care. If their hideout is the abandoned school, maybe.
何より、館の守りはあんたがいる限り万全だしね。あっちの方からやってきてくれるなら、それこそ飛んで火にいるよ。他に心配事なんてないでしょ？
そうね。敵が一人だけなら、その時は鏡の範囲をここに集中させて戦場にすればいい。私たちにとってその方が有利だったわ。
Alice touched the mirror on the table with her pale fingers. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. The mirror was another protector of Misaki City, separate from Aozaki. Shizuki's bounded fields. I'm assuming that because they mentioned, remember when she dropped the thing on the ground? She dropped her little charm on the ground and there was a bell chime, and Suzuki said that Soujuurou said that he like heard a bell ringing from under the ground. It's like that's like what this is, I feel like. Diddle diddle. More accurately, it was a ploy that existed only to protect Alice Kuonji rather than the Misaki city itself. It generated a thick fog and acted as an invitation to any visitors, drawing them to its board game-like world. Wait. Board game-like world, you say? Who's the fairy that's one of the Sakura 5? From LB6? I mean, it's not her, but Kazadrop. That's what was her name in Murian? Yeah, that was her name. I know it's not the same character. They just look similar. Yeah, dude. Fucking, more accurately, it was a ploy that existed only to protect Alice rather than Misaki City itself. It generated a thick fog and acted as an invitation to any visitors, drawing them into its board game-like world. Reminds me a lot of that. Definitely inspired parallels at the very least. Alice referred to it only as the mirror, but it was known to her friends as the Mirror of Slumber. This was a magecraft that Alice Kuonji wielded. Within the rippling surfaces of the mirror, an image of a castle began to form, and also a lush forest, a field, and a river. Aoko stared at the mirror in silence, before suddenly jumping up to her feet off the sofa.
そうと決まれば、あとは行動あるのみね。出かけるわよ、アリス。とにかく現場を見ないことには始まらない。
Alice let out a tired sigh in response to Aoko's determination, then gave the mirror a gentle caress. The sound of dripping water filled the room. The mirror began to consume the table in a thick fog with a single caress from Alice.
順番に回るのなら、帰るのは朝になるわね。
まあまあ、そう億劫がらないで。
If we're visiting each sigil, we definitely won't be back until morning. Nah, we'll be home in no time, Aoko says. Fucking, Come on, Morty, 20-minute adventure.
ところでアリス、火の五芒星の退去ってこうだっけ？
I meant to ask you, is this the proper way to do a fire pentagram banishment? Aoko traced a shape in the air with her fingers. She minded a star shape starting from the top, moving down to the right, there, and then the upper left, and so on.
そろそろ壊すこと以外も覚えないとダメよ、青子。
Alice sat up from the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. Look at her face. They both took their coats from their hangers and left the drawing room.
失礼ね。私だって日々成長してるわよ。この間のおまじないだってちゃんと成功したんだから。
おまじない？
簡単な暗示の呪文。ほら、アリスが教えてくれた軽く弱く、うまく早く、チクタクチクタク、急げや急げってやつ。
それ、本当？
ほんともほんと。後で総重量に聞いてみなさい。
Alice swallowed her words, clearly displeased. She likely stopped herself in time to realize it was not worth the effort to take issue with it.
けど、留守中、その彼はどうするの？
Oh, she's talking about the spell she put on Soujuurou. And she says, "Are you being serious right now?" "Yes, I'm serious. You can ask Soujuurou later if you don't believe me." Alice swallowed her words, clearly displeased. I'm assuming like it was actually just what's that called when you think something works? Placebo effect. Is that the term, right? Like, well, it actually, that charm that removes his fear. Yeah, watch it. Like it like didn't actually do anything, and it was all placebo effect. And that's why Alice is like annoyed. Alice swallowed her words, clearly displeased. She likely stopped herself in time to realize it was not worth the effort to take issue with it. And that's why she was so interested in Soujuurou, because his sheer human force of will fucking allowed him to swallow. It was pure. She was just dumbfounded by this motherfucker, thinking that he had no fear just because Aoko said she casted a spell on him that removed all fear. Like, I feel like that's what it was.
大丈夫でしょう。アリスの西館と開かずの間に入らなきゃ即死するようなことは。
Aoko responded hastily as she opened the door to the foyer. As soon as she did, just as quickly as Alice's doubts had gotten stuck in her throat, Aoko suddenly froze, unable to speak. For a moment, Aoko wasn't sure who was standing before her. She could only stare at the glinting rays of sunlight creeping into the room as she reeled from shock. Her mind was completely blank. Is Yams in chat still? Finally, the trope has been reversed. It was as if she had just woken up from a nap, or a jack-in-the-box had just opened in her face. Soujuurou was probably the only person who truly knew how long that dumbfounded silence went on for.
あんた、こんなところで何してるのよ、一体。
Aoko had finally found her voice.
何って着替えてるんだけど。
Soujurou's response was a matter of fact. He offered no explanation for why he was changing in the foyer and not in the bathroom. Aoko was too shocked to read him the riot act. Soujuurou was putting his shirt on after presumably getting out from the bath. His neck was wrapped in the bandages, and he was completely shirtless. His hair was wet, but his skin wasn't glistening from the steam of hot water. He must have just washed himself off with nothing more than cold water. Though shocked as to why anyone would do such a thing in this cold weather, she let it slide. The source of her silent stupor was simply his body. Until now, she'd only seen him as harmless. Without his clothing to hide him, however, he was more fit than she'd ever imagined. For a rough mountain upbringing, where one's body and strength meant survival, perhaps he was even a bit underdeveloped. And on top of that...
それ、傷跡なの?
Aoko asked cautiously. Soujuurou followed her gaze. He had something that looked like a burn scar on his arm. It was random in appearance, nothing like Aoko's magic crest with its ordered patterns.
ああ、これか。ずいぶん前に野犬の群れに襲われて噛みつかれたんだ。命があっただけでも幸運だから、傷跡ぐらいはご愛嬌だ。
A long time ago. He must be talking about when he was a child then. Though his life was saved, it was important that he hadn't been able to receive a proper treatment deep in the mountains where he lived. Those scars were proof of that. Considering it happened so many years ago, it was likely they would never fade. If only for an instant, Aoko thought that the wild scars left on his skin suited his lean body perfectly.
確かに、あまり気持ちのいいものじゃないな。自分の部屋で着替えるべきだった。
Soujuurou sounded slightly ashamed as he put his shirt on, looking at Aoko standing there in cold silence. The two girls had no response. Soujuurou headed for the stairs to go back up to his room.
ちょっと待って、Soujuurou!
Soujuurou stopped and turned around.
なんていうか。
Aoko looked away awkwardly, apparently not knowing why she had stopped herself. Him herself.
なんか青崎らしくない。さっきから変だけど、熱でもあるんじゃないのか？あれから満足に寝てないだろう、二人とも。
He was, of course, referring to the final exams. From Soujurou's perspective, the amount of work Aoko put in seemed strange.
熱なんてないったら。そうじゃなくて、どうしてこんなところで着替えてたのよ、あんたは。
Aoko was doing her best to keep up her appearances, but for some reason, Soujuurou was hesitant to say too much more.
それは、言いづらいんだが、下着の管理はきちんとした方がいいと思う。どっちだかは知らないけど。
Alice, who had been completely silent behind Aoko, couldn't resist responding to that statement. Although she hadn't wanted to get involved, this was something she could not ignore.
言っておくけど、それは青子だから。
Alice's response was quick and to the point.
洗濯の当番は確かに私だったけど。
Aoko seemed like she was about to hold back she was holding back from going critical.
とにかく、もうすぐアルバイトだから着替えてくる。
Sensing that those two were probably about to get into an argument, Soujuurou took his chance to leave. And with that, Soujuurou briskly left the scene.
アリス。
とりあえず、
Alice calmly walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, just as the two were about to head out and fulfilled their duties as mages, Aoko remembered something she wanted to ask.
そうだ、アリス。傷ってあれのこと？
あれは傷跡じゃないわ。だって、あんなにも誇らしいもの。
They're wondering if the scars are from them. What else was I going to mention? Oh, I think I was going to mention Skylar in chat. You said, why he wear a collar or a bandage on his neck? I had mentioned a couple times in this stream and previous streams, but at the moment we don't know. My prediction was that it was just obviously something that happened to him in his life, like the scars that we just saw. And the only person that presumably knows right now is Alice, because when he woke up after chapter 5, at the beginning of chapter 6 in the woods, or when they brought him home, when he woke up after being unconscious for 2 days, he didn't have the bandage on his neck, but we didn't get to see what it was. But Alice saw what was under the bandages, and she said, does Aoko know about that? And he said, no, I don't think she needs to know. And, but whatever Alice saw, like, seemed like it was pretty significant, whatever it was. So, presumably, he's got scars from something, but I don't know. He seems so proud after all. Aoko agreed. What had impressed her the most about those scars was how he treated them simply as a part of his past, absent of any regret. Aoko wouldn't have gone so far as to say he was proud, but it seemed her instincts had been correct. That, and one more thing.
でも一つだけはっきりしたわ。それじゃあ、不覚にも見惚れてたのは私一人じゃなかったってことよね、アリス。
Aoko smiled wryly at Alice like a child who knew they were doing something they shouldn't with their friend. Alice was trying to ignore her as best she could. She looked away without saying a word. Aoko let out a satisfied snicker and began walking towards the front door.
じゃ、行こうか。まずはあの公園からでいいでしょ。今回の件は、あそこから全てが始まったわけだし。
She was talking about the local park in Misaki. The place where they had run into the enemy's puppet, and of course, where their involvement with Soujuurou had all begun. Early the next morning, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Most people were still in their beds sleeping. Although some 24-hour convenience stores had opened last year, Misaki's town was still very much living in the good old days of the early 80s. Even the tofu shop in the shopping district, known for opening earlier than anywhere else, didn't open until 6. But this was the late 80s, during the later half of Japan's bubble economy. It was a time when metropolitan areas never slept. Those in the countryside, however, remained in the past. The homes were blanketed in silence, the streets were empty of commuters, and not a single automobile could be heard. The sun was just barely peeking over the horizon. The town would still be asleep for at least an hour longer before it began waking up. It was during this time that someone stepped on the Kuonji estate. Soujuurou was working the late shift during winter vacation and had just come home. He moved quietly through the drawing room so he wouldn't wake up Aoko and Alice, who were presumably still asleep. The Kuonji estate had a few established rules. One of those rules forbade more Japanese tea. This new rule had only came into effect 3 days prior. It was proposed by Alice, who saw Soujuurou drinking green tea in the kitchen after dinner one night.
Oh?
Looking back on it, the decision had been made rather abruptly. The single gasp of surprise was all Alice said. She grasped her head as if she was battling the most vicious of migraines, called for Aoko, and then made the decision to ban all Japanese teas from this mansion. By some miracle, Aoko managed to negotiate and keep Soujurou's privileges to barely tea during the summer. Barley tea.
だいたいイギリス産だって初めはグリーンティーが主流だったじゃない。
Aoko had clearly hit a nerve with this argument. Aoko stared at Alice, fairly certain why she was so taken aback by Soujurou's actions.
そこまで嫌がらなくてもな。お茶はなんだって美味しいのに。
Soujuurou grumbled to himself while sipping his hot green tea. He didn't realize that Alice was upset because he had poured his green tea into a teacup meant for black tea. Oh. In Soujurou's defense, this was the only teacup that Alice had given him permission to use. At any rate, the early morning was his to enjoy. This was his moment to relax the Japanese tea set he'd smuggled in. He didn't use the tea time to read books or watch TV. He just drank his tea and gazed fondly at the garden, or rather, the dense woods outside. Soujuurou simply sat, relaxed, and let his mind wander. About an hour passed. Just as he began to feel refreshed, he heard sounds coming from the foyer. He knew it was Aoko and Alice talking, so he had rushed to hide his teapot, and tea leaves in the kitchen. Hiding the contraband was easy enough, considering just how many unused shelves there were in the kitchen. Soujuurou was perturbed by how they wasted the potential of such a splendid kitchen.
あら、早いのね、Soujuurou.
Aoko spoke as if she took off her white down jacket. Next to her, Alice silently took off her black coat.
いや、今帰ってきたんだ。天城浜の食品工場に深夜のパートで入ることになって、その帰り。
Soujuurou stuck his head out from the kitchen and gestured that he was about to put on some water to boil. Alice tilted her head slightly at him. It wasn't that she thought his gesture was funny or anything like that.
天城浜から
Alice glanced up at the clock in the drawing room, and her expression darkened.
どうしたの、アリス。
Aoko asked from the comfortable seat on the sofa.
別に
Alice responded indifferently before finally sitting down as well.
Soujuurou、砂糖は一杯だけだからね。
Aoko yelled her matter-of-course request into their kitchen. Soujuurou didn't respond, but it was an affirmative silence. This was the result of the 2 entire nights' worth of cramming that Alice knew nothing about.
アリスは？
私はミルクだけでいいけど
Alice responded out of obligation.
了解、ミルクティーだね。
For some reason, Soujuurou dutifully answered Alice's request.
ま、いいけど、いちいち突っ込んでたらキリがないし。それより珍しいじゃない。アリスがティーバッグのお茶飲むなんて。
今日は疲れたからたまには
It seemed she had allowed herself to accept another kindness, at least for today.
ま、いいか。それよりSoujuurou。
There's a lot to pick through here, dialogue-wise, that I like, but I was kind of stumped on. She seemed interested in the place he was working. You don't mind drinking tea, but whenever I read Mahoyo, I always get the urge to drink tea. Yeah, I'm not a fan of tea, but I will admit the story is making me interested. It's because it's too bitter for me. People have told me I gotta try like sweeter teas, but I've only tried like a couple different teas and they're always like extremely bitter for me. Like I'm someone that like grew up on like sodas, so I like if I'm gonna drink like a if I'm gonna drink something that has caffeine or just a drink that's not water in general, like I typically want it to be sweet and nice on the taste buds. I don't really like bitter drinks, that's for sure. Boba tea? I've tried boba. Boba is insanely fucking bitter, dude. I fucking hate boba tea. Or is boba supposed to be sweet? Is boba supposed to be the sweet version? Try Joe's peach iced tea. Joe's peach iced tea. I've never heard of that. She's just tired today. It seems she allowed herself to accept another kindness, at least for today. If you say so, more importantly, Soujuurou!
あんた、さっきお菓子のこと言わなかった？
え？別に言ってないぞ、そんなこと。
そう？ならいいんだけど。
The two were conversing over a distance of 4 yards. Alice decided to add her opinion to the conversation.
しずきくんがおかしなことを言わない日はないと思うわ、私。
Her quiet tone was luckily just low enough that Soujuurou couldn't hear her from the kitchen.
そりゃそうだけど、今ちょっと変だったでしょ？いや、何が引っかかったのかまではわからないんだけどさ。
そうね。会話自体は普通だったけれど、内容を考えてみると、どこかおかしいわね。
Oh, was it that, did they not realize that they were out all night? They think he like got back from... Is that why she stumped on that? Because I thought that's what was going on at first, but then she like mentioned the thing's name. I just got home. Actually, I started working the late shift at a food factory over in Amigahama. They don't realize that he was out all night. It's the morning, isn't it, right now? He was out all night, and they were out all night, but they think it's evening or something? I don't know. I think their sense of time's fucked up, maybe. Aoko became gradually more irritated as she failed to grasp what had been odd about the conversation. Just then, Soujuurou appeared holding a tray with a teacup for each of them.
何を話してるんだ？単に新しいアルバイトを始めただけだろ。
He put the cups down on the black table without making even the slightest sound. Alice couldn't complain about how proper his job as a waiter had made him. While she didn't say anything out loud, she did nod in his direction to show some gratitude. Aoko, however...
天城浜だっけ？あそこってスタジアムがあるところでしょ？ツアーの会場になるから時々行くけど。
The student council president, a supposed model student, loved rock bands. Aoko was secretly obsessed with a number of bands and used to travel way out of town just to see them perform live when she was in middle school. Of course, this was a world that Soujuurou was far from familiar with.
それより、また新しいバイト始めたんだ。そんなに働いてどうする気なのよ、Soujuurouは。
ああ、よく聞いてくれたね。本人の名誉のために名前は伏せるけど、誰かさんと誰かさんが俺の少ない収入を無慈悲に奪っていくから、働く先を増やしたんだ。
Down with the landlords! Well, I have to work more because there are a couple people in my life who like to take all my money from me, every little thing you can imagine. Oh my god. Someone passed some Marxist literature to my boy. This was as much resistance as Soujuurou was able to give. Aoko lifted her teacup to her mouth as if she was completely oblivious to Soujurou's monologue.
それは大変ね。
Alice said, "Sounds rough." She said this as she set her teacup down quietly. There were some things she just did not understand. Aoko had to hold back her laughter as she looked at Alice and Soujuurou.
言った自分が未熟だった。
Soujurou's shoulders fell as he said this. He took a sip of his black tea, still unsure about the taste.
まあ、アルバイトが多いって分かってくれるだけでいいか。そういったわけだから、冬休み中は夜も留守にする。例の薬はアルバイト先で飲むしかないんだけど。
ああ、それなら心配いらないわ。もうあれはやめたから。 いちいち作るのも面倒だし、もっとしずきくんに似合うのを見つけてきたの。
Aoko had a huge, ominous grin on her face. She put her hand into a jacket pocket and pulled out a little paper bag. It was a small, circular object about 20 inches in diameter, wrapped up nicely like a present.
はい、これは入居祝い。これからはそれをつけておくのよ、宗十郎。
Soujuurou opened the paper bag. Inside was a white belt. But it wasn't a belt for putting around your waist to keep your pants up. Oh my god, it's a fucking collar. To put as clearly as possible, it was a collar.
Aoko.
Alice's expression darkened at this turn of events, but it wasn't clear whether it was her friend's insidiousness or sympathy for Soujuurou that concerned her.
どう？気に入った？
Aoko was clearly a little crazy. At least she wasn't totally serious. It was obvious that it was at least half a prank to see how Soujuurou would react. But Soujuurou was solemnly considering the collar he had just been gifted.
意味はつかみかねるけど、こういうものを人からもらうのはこれが初めてだ。
He actually sounded like this would be a happy memory for him. Alice narrowed her eyes at what was transpiring.
けど、これは何に使うんだ？
簡単よ。金庫寺と同じで、飼い犬が主人に逆らうと首を絞めるの。あっちは頭につけてたけど、それよりは首のがマシでしょ？
Soujuurou grimaced when he finally understood Aoko's mean-spirited gift. He really wanted to ask what kind of person comes up with such an evil idea.
つまり、秘密をばらしたり逆らったりしたら首が締まると。やっぱり熱でもあるんじゃないのか、青崎は。
あら、首輪は嫌？せっかく宗十郎に似合いそうなものを見つけたのに。
Aoko still had an evil grin on her face. This would be a great time to, tell us what was beneath the bandage on his neck, too. Because I assume it's some kind of wound or something, right? But Soujuurou had a surprising response to the gift that Aoko had clearly gotten as a prank.
それもそうか。毎日毒を飲むよりはマシだし、このベルト自体いいものだし。気に入った。ありがとう、青崎。
He doesn't seem to have a problem with it. He spoke 100% truthfulness. Aoko's face contorted in disbelief, and she could only mumble if he was serious.
人の行為はどんなものだって嬉しいよ。それに、それが青崎ならなおさらだ。
Bro doesn't know. And with that, Soujuurou put the belt around his neck. He placed it over the bandages that were
こ
already
んな
there.
感じかな。きついけど、そのうち慣れるだろう。
Despite his words to the contrary, Soujuurou tugged at the belt uncomfortably and then adjusted it. It was such a perversive scene that even Aoko's face was red as a beet, even though this had all been her idea. Perhaps it was because it gave her such a clear reminder of the scars she had seen the day before.
よし。止め方はこれでいいのか。
ね。
Aoko retreated guiltily as Soujuurou came closer for her neck. The fit of his new collar.
黙ってちゃわからないのに。いいよ。アリスに聞くから。
Soujuurou shifted his gaze from Aoko to Alice. Alice stared intently at Soujuurou wearing his new collar and said,
ロックね。青子、趣味に走りすぎよ。
Punk rock, Aoko, stop trying to dress him how you want him to look. She could not have put it any more bluntly.
いや、やかましい！そんなんじゃない！もういい！とにかくそういうことよ！これからはその首輪が薬の代わりよ！せいぜい秘密を守ることね！
Aoko was oddly empathetic as she spoke before stomping off towards the hallway. Emphatic, sorry. Aoko was oddly emphatic as she spoke before stomping off into the hallway.
それと、これからお昼まで仮眠を取るけど、くだらないことで起こしたら殺すから。
Aoko slammed the door behind her as she left the drawing room. Soujuurou stared in amazement.
なんで青崎はいつもいきなり怒るんだろ
He murmured to himself, forgetting that Alice standing there right in front of him. By the way, Max, Soujurou's ascension mat's in the collar. Or is the collar? I'm remembering, I am remembering right now a moment early on in LB6 when humans running around in the fairy towns is not supposed to be seen as a normal thing. So we disguise ourselves as Castoria's pets. And she's like very oddly into it. Oh, fucking Christ, Nasu. He murmured to himself, forgetting that Alice was standing right there in front of him.
しずきくんには悪意が通じないからでしょう。気にする必要はないわ。
Do we have a Castoria blushing 7TV emote? Oh no, but we have the Castorie. I assume it's because her ill intent doesn't seem to get through to you. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
悪意って今のが
Alice looked up at Soujurou's innocent response. There was a glimmer in her eyes that showed surprise at her current actions.
なんでもないから気にしないで。
With that terse reply, she returned to her usual expressionless self. There was no use explaining Aoko's feelings. Aoko bought that collar for the sole purpose of annoying Soujuurou and causing mischief. When things didn't turn out how she'd planned, her conscience got the better of her. Soujuurou mistakenly thought that Aoko was angry at him, when in reality, she was only angry at herself. Alice didn't bother telling Soujuurou all these heartwarming details, though. Not because it was too much work, just because she was never one to have meaningless conversation. That was how she had been raised.
しずきくんはこれからどうするの？
So what are your plans for the rest of the day then, Suzuki? Alice suddenly changed the topic. Soujuurou thought for a while before replying.
夕方までゆっくりするよ。ここのところ忙しすぎた。せっかくだからテレビも見ていたいし、お昼には青崎を起こさないといけないだろ。
そう。なら静かにしていて。
Alice let out a gentle sigh and rose to her feet. Just keep it quiet. Soujuurou would understand exactly what she meant by those words in just a few minutes. Uh-oh. The sun shining through the window was bright. It was just about 9 o'clock after time for the morning television programs to get going. Soujuurou was sitting on the sofa, staring out the window at the scene outside. What's up, Fez? The view from the neighboring sunroom showed a courtyard in a state of disrepair. Soujuurou could appreciate the outdoors in both its natural wild state and when tamed by human
あれ
hands.
は近いうちになんとかせねばなるまい。
Are you an Alice simp yet? Hopefully gonna 120 her soon. I like her. I definitely like how they all have. Nasu did a great job characterizing all of them. I think Aoko's definitely my favorite though. I just relate to her like her personality. I relate to so much. Probably like one of the most relatable type Moon characters outside of Shiro Emiya for me. I think just because of his. Or Shiro Emiya with his, I loved how he wasn't compromising on his ideals, and that really spoke to me when I originally watched UBW, and that's what got me into the Fate franchise. But I love Aoko's personality and pridefulness, and also the whole earlier section with the resting bitch face towards Soujuurou, and him like not getting at that, and that pissing her off even more. Super relatable for me. But I like all the characters for sure. Aoko's probably my favorite just because I feel like her personality is very relatable for me in terms of both the hot-headed pride is relatable. I mean, you can even look at that with like me in video games when I come across a hard boss fight. How many of you fuckers in chat have watched me sit here for hours on end on a boss fight that I just will not give up on, just because it's my pride. That's like the thing, is because like I feel like if I give up on it, the game has beaten me and it pisses me off. Like I can't accept that. Or like like the LB7 fucking Daybit fight, for example. Like there was like everyone in chat was like, you missed the story thing, you missed the story hint, and I was like, all right, if I missed the story hint, fuck that. I'm gonna do it without the story hint. I ain't letting this fucking game beat me. I ain't asking chat for help. I'll fucking slam my head against this brick wall until it shatters. I've watched you struggle in Destiny and Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, hours on end. The Destiny raids, fucking Souls game boss fights, Jedi Fallen Order is in that category too. It's not just that you give up, it's just that you want to do it your way specifically. Yeah, like it has to be done a specific way. I'm too prideful in that sense. Yeah, there's a lot of times when like failure, like I don't give a shit about, like I'll just fucking look it up or something. But when it like how Alice described Aoko at one point is like when her mind is set on something, there's no convincing her otherwise. I was like, yeah, that's kind of me too. Definitely relatable. Tenochtitlan fight with the rain paralysis, that was an annoying ass fight too. I remember that one. All right, where were we? Soujuurou could appreciate the outdoors in both its natural wild state and when tamed by human hands. I really need to do something about that sometime soon. Soujuurou muttered to himself, turning another page in his textbook. On the table before him was a mathematics textbook and a notebook with Aoko's name on it. Although at first glance, he appeared to be a diligent student studying on his day off, he was in truth only doing so as a compromise. He had given up on his main intent of watching the morning television shows. The reason why he had given up was simple. He was being considerate of Alice, who sat in front of him with her nose buried in a book. Instead of holing herself up in her room, she'd brought out her old dusty books to read. This is what she meant when she had said to keep quiet. Soujuurou found it difficult to turn on the TV. With that decided, Soujuurou resigned himself to reviewing some of the practice problems he'd gotten wrong. In the drawing room, for some reason, there wasn't any particular purpose in doing it here or there, but he also had no real reason to study back up in his room. And so, there he was, leisurely highlighting his textbook with Alice, here in the same room. To Soujuurou, there really was no difference between his room in the attic and the drawing room with Alice. To be fair, he could probably live with a tiger as long as it didn't cause any trouble. That was both Soujurou's biggest strength and his biggest weakness. Before he knew it, the clock was showing 11. He'd spent 2 hours doing his math problems, but wasn't even halfway finished. More than that, he was disappointed in himself for lacking the courage to speak up at all. He dropped his mechanical pencil onto the notebook and watched it roll away. He knew that Aoko and Alice were busy with something since final exams had ended. He also knew that she had hardly gotten any sleep recently. If she had been able to ignore him during exams, she probably would have an easier time. Today's nap was probably the first proper sleep Aoko had gotten in days. Though she showed no signs of exhaustion despite the fact that she must have hit peak exhaustion long ago, she always seemed raring to go. It wasn't that she was trying to act tough. That was just the kind of person she was. Always positive, always tough as nails. And that was exactly why she came off as completely irrational at times. But if that was the case, you could probably describe Alice in exactly the same way. Soujuurou couldn't help but feel a bit inadequate when he saw their single-minded focus on their goals. He'd been so preoccupied with adjusting to his new life that he'd neglected to think about what he was going to do with himself after. Thinking about this cast of gloomy cloud over his heart, he felt like he'd never find a clear purpose in life like Aoko and Alice seemed to have. At least, not since he'd left the mountains. His old life was gone now, never to return. He was like a kite cut from its string, destined to fly only where the winds took it. And without anything to ground him, he couldn't do anything with the empty future that lay ahead. He could only let himself fly where the currents took him, slowly losing sight of the grounds below.
そうだな。便利なものは溢れているけど、本当に望むものは。
The town was full of options, but he could find nothing. He'd asked himself the same questions time and time again. It never made him feel any better. If anything, it only made him feel worse and worse. That, or maybe he felt that lamenting his own ineptitude would lead to finding some kind of goal or desire someday. Tired of his own sniveling, Soujuurou dejectedly closed his notebook. When he looked up, he saw his face reflected back onto him in the TV screen. His new collar was there around his neck, looking as out of place as ever. Perhaps a fool like him, who felt weak when faced with others' strengths, did need to wear a collar after all.
まったくだ。悩むのは一丁前になってから。
He shook off his thoughts of doom and gloom and sat up straight. After psyching himself up a little, he stood up from the sofa.
よし。何か作るけど、アリスは？
Soujuurou asked casually. While Soujuurou had been doing his own thing, he had remained mindful of Alice. Alice looked up, surprised at hearing her name. She had completely forgotten Soujuurou was even there.
私？
ああ。アリス、朝から紅茶しか飲んでないだろ。どうせ作るなら、いっぱい作った方がお得なんだ。
Without waiting for her reply, Soujuurou headed off to the kitchen while putting on his apron. Alice tried to wave at him to stop, but by then, he'd already disappeared into the kitchen. She was hesitant to walk all the way in there just to tell him she didn't need anything. And besides, she was actually hungry. Soujuurou's proposal made sense, and her empty stomach agreed. Alice was hungry, and Soujuurou was going to make lunch. Making lunch for both of them would save the time and trouble of cooking two separate meals. There was no logical reason for Alice to refuse his gesture. She decided to stay quiet and tactically accept his offer.
変な人。
She whispered the words softly, not for anyone in particular to hear but herself. The truth was, however, Alice had been in a bad mood all morning. After checking all the sigils around Misaki City and boarding the first train back to Tokawa, all she wanted to do was spend the rest of her day reading until the words turned into a jumble. Her iron resolve to complete this task would not be interrupted by someone else milling about in the drawing room. This was her mansion, and there was no way she was going to lock herself up in her room on account of Soujuurou. However, with that said, she knew it would be wrong to kick Soujuurou out for no real reason. As it stood, Soujuurou had actually kept quiet like she had asked. He wasn't in the wrong here. If Alice had really wanted to be alone, she would have gone up to her room.
静かにして、じゃなくて、一人にさせて、と言うべきだった。
Alice had defiantly stayed in the drawing room despite realizing the dilemma she had put herself in. She had figured Soujuurou would eventually make a ruckus and run off to hide in his attic room. Her assumption could not have been more wrong. Soujuurou never left the drawing room. Moreover, she had actually stopped caring that he was even there. Though he hadn't paid her any attention, he hadn't ignored her either. They had simply sat in silence together without any awkwardness. Alice felt the freedom of being alone, with the comfort of someone being by her side. To put it into words, Soujuurou was that kind of person. That was probably the only reason Alice had been able to sleep so soundly with him there next to her. Soujuurou continued cooking in the kitchen, oblivious to the thoughts that went on in Alice's head. She couldn't see him from the drawing room, but she could easily imagine him cooking in the kitchen.
変な人ね。本当に。
Alice resumed reading after unwittingly stating her feelings out loud a second time. The sunlight beaming into the drawing room showed that it was noon. The sunlight actually looked warm despite it being a cloudy winter day. Just as noon struck, Soujuurou returned to the drawing room with two sets of plates. Some food and an indescribable color was piled on the large cream-colored plates.
これは。
Uh-oh. She hadn't expected much, and since she hadn't requested anything, she could just refuse it if it was something she didn't want. But this food left her at a loss for words despite psyching herself up. Is it like the British tea where she doesn't like Japanese food either?
これは何？
Alice spoke as though she was terrified of what had been placed before her.
ん？何って焼きうどんに何かかけてみた。
Look at her face. If Aoko had been there, she probably would have punched him. But Soujuurou just confidently placed the 2 large plates on the table. Steam billowed from the mountain of food like an angry volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The thick mystery sauce flowed over the plates like a magma that might come from said eruption, and below it all was seemingly an infinite number of slimy, tentacle-like noodles. There was really nothing more to say about it. This was clearly the food of a poor, struggling student who favored quantity over quality. All that was required was a basic recipe, the will to cook something, and what few ingredients were needed. Bro, I make udon noodles. What the hell? The pile of stir-fried noodles with sauce slathered on top was so horrifically bad, it was almost an art form. This was a bachelor's cooking if she'd ever seen it. Oh, come on, man. I'm just taking punches here. There was really nothing else you could call it. She had wondered what he was doing for an hour in there, and it turned out he had been making this sauce. Bro, it looks good. What is she complaining about? Fucking bourgeoisie, man. No sauce would have been fine, but Soujuurou had wholeheartedly gone the extra mile. Soujuurou bowed his head slightly and picked up his chopsticks. Please tell me she tries it and likes it, surely. He had brought a fork for Alice. Here, you Western swine. It does look good. That's what I'm saying. She picked up the fork and stuck it into the noodles, half drowning in sauce. Soujuurou began eating, not seeming to care that Alice sat there looking like she was about to eat poison. Seeming to view this as a challenge, Alice furrowed her brow and slowly brought the massive noodles into her mouth. It was a little salty and ugly to look at, but it didn't taste all that bad. If anything, it was actually pretty good. Hey, let's go.
一つ聞きたいんだけど。
Soujuurou put down his chopsticks and turned to speak to Alice.
実際の話、魔術師の話はともかくとして、青崎はまだ誰にも手を出してないんじゃないか。
Alice looked up quietly at the sudden question. She had been inspecting Soujuurou's meal, but now she looked straight at him.
おかしなことを聞くのね、しずきくんは。
アリスには悪いけど、これは青崎本人には聞きようのないことだから。言いたくなければ答えないでくれ。
Alice didn't respond. Soujuurou resumed eating, not seeming disappointed. Alice stared blankly at him, slurping his noodles. After much hesitation, she did reply.
しずきくんの言う通り、青子はまだ人を殺したことはないわ。その行為自体は何回かこなしてはいるけれど。
Alice's response was slow and measured. Soujuurou still looked troubled, but not at the conversation they were having. Rather, he looked apologetic towards Alice. He said she didn't have to answer if she didn't want to, but Alice kept talking despite the face he was making.
しずきくんが見た公園での出来事が青子にとって初めての殺人行為よ。あいにく相手は人形だったけど。
Soujuurou silently nodded. Alice narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously.
まるで初めから分かっていた素振りね。
そうじゃな。いや、そうなのかな。たまにその手のセリフを言うけど、何か違う気がしたんだ。だから多分、 青崎はまだ人殺しというのを体験していないんじゃないかって。でもまあそんなことよりもっと確かなのは、
しずきくんが今生きているということね。
Soujuurou chuckled at Alice's stellar response. Exactly. Things would have been more clear-cut that night if Aoko had actually killed someone before. Soujuurou would have been dead before he even saw her face. For better or for worse, Aoko remained inexperienced in spite of her ruthlessness and decisiveness. Soujuurou relaxed his shoulders. His stern face gradually returned to its normal carefree state. Then...
でも、そんなことは関係ないわ。あの子はそのあたりが異常だから。行為は理性に、経験は知識でたやすく補ってしまう。そうね。青子はその気になれば、迷うことなく人の命に手を出せる。しずきくん風に言うのなら、だけど。
And with that, Alice went back to twirling noodles around with her fork. She looks like she's having fun, Soujuurou thought as he ruminated over what she had just said. She was rational enough to accept herself despite acting against society's morals, and possessed of an intellect that exceeded even the confidence gained through experience. Had Aoko been raised to utilize her logic and reason to forge reality from fiction? What the fuck is that line? Had Aoko been raised to utilize her logic and reason to forge reality from fiction? That's, where is that Nasu line that I heard that I loved so much? Was that from Witch on the Holy Night, or was that somewhere else that I heard it from him, where there's a similar line? I'm gonna have to think about that one and get back to y'all. I feel like it was like earlier this year that we read it. Maybe it was it the Samurai Remnant event, maybe? I don't know. If that was the case, then perhaps they really were different from Soujuurou. Had Aoko been raised to utilize her logic and reason to forge reality from fiction.
すまない。こんなことを聞いたのは青崎には内緒にしておいてくれないか。
Soujuurou seemed serious, as if he was really regretting asking. Alice's expression remained unchanged, but she had never intended on saying anything to Aoko anyway.
ありがとう。なんだかアリスには内緒話ばかり溜まっていくね。
Soujuurou went back to eating his food. Though Alice had still only a single bite, he was already scraping his clean.
そういえば青崎にも聞いたんだけど、アリスと青崎はいつもああなのか？
Soujuurou had suddenly decided to change the topic of the conversation. His new topic was rather the cold and dry relationship between Aoko and Alice. Aoko said that their relationship was normal, but maybe Alice had a different opinion.
会話が少ないことを言っているのなら、そうなるわ。けど、別に不便じゃないから。
Alice was still twirling her noodles with a fork as she gave her concise answer. Around and around the noodles went, but none made it into her mouth.
不便じゃないって、そういうの仲がいいって言わないんじゃないのか。
私と青子の仲が良くないと、しずきくんは困るの？
Soujuurou swallowed his words at Alice's perplexed reply. It would, actually, but he wasn't sure how to respond when asked directly.
いや、なんかこっちの考え方が悪かったみたいだ。もうその話題には触れないことにしたから忘れてくれ。それよりアリス、
Soujuurou gave Alice a piercing stare that was more intense than any time they had ever talked before. Alice was taken slightly aback at the unusual intense look in his eyes. Her face became slightly flushed out of nervousness. Nobody besides Aoko had ever stared at her like this before. Whether or not he noticed, Soujuurou waited a few moments before speaking slowly and with complete conviction.
それ食べないなら欲しいんだけど。
Oh my god, Nasu knows how to fucking write some good comedic points, man. An awkward silence followed.
悪いけど、これ、私のだから。
Damn, you better eat it all then, Alice. Suzuki had cooked it, sure, but Alice wasn't wrong. He had made it for her after all. There was a slight tinge of anger in her voice, but even she wasn't sure why it was there.
そうだね。少し意地汚かった。
Soujuurou plopped himself down on the sofa. This must have looked particularly pathetic to Alice since she responded with,
その、材料はもう残ってないの。
She quickly covered her mouth. Apparently she was surprised at herself even. It was quite unusual for her to ask for something
残
like
ってない
that.
よ。青崎の分も作っちゃったから。
Soujuurou stared a bit regretfully at Alice's plate as he responded. Alice could have just let it go, but for some reason she felt the need to speak up again.
青子なら眠っているけど。
Damn, she wants to eat more?
いや、もうすぐ起こすから。起きた後で作らされるより一緒に作っておいた方が楽だしね。と、もうすぐ1時か。ちょうどいい。行って起こしてくるよ。
青子は起こしたら殺すって言ってたけど。
Alice wasn't sure why Soujuurou was willing to take such a risk. Soujuurou agreed but started walking anyway.
でもさ、今起こしておかないと、やっぱり後で殺される運命にあると思うんだ。
His words were surprisingly affectionate. Leaving Alice with only that, Soujuurou headed to Aoko's room. Alice watched him leave in silence before taking another bite of the stir-fried noodles. Glancing at the door at the hallway to make sure no one was coming in, she took another bite. She repeated that process many times before finishing her food. It was then that she heard Aoko's wrath coming from the second floor. Alice stood up and began solemnly clearing the table, feeling a bit sorry for what Soujuurou was dealing with. She knew she didn't really have to, but she felt like it was the least she could do for him. She'd never really expected to feel this way. But he'd cooked for her, and it was surprisingly good. Almost enough to make her forget how bad he was making tea. Scar Red. Ooh, that's chapter, what, 9? And now we have 0.5, so we're going to do 0.5, and that'll be the end of the... We got Whiteboard for chapter 8, and then this is 8.5 right there. Scar Red, yeah, interesting. So that's going to be it for the new chapters, at least this stream. I'm going to save. And then we're going to go archive. We're going to read these 0.5 chapters. So we got, in chapter 8, a chapter that was an optional chapter was Whiteboard. So let's read Whiteboard. An unwritten schedule leaves both the process and the results unsettled. Toki Julich.
失礼します。2の D のくまりです。体育館倉庫の鍵、職員室に返してきました。
Only Aoko was present in the second student council room when Kojika Kumari entered.
お疲れ。もうちょっとでバイト終わるから、そこ座ってて。
Aoko was seated at a long table, surrounded by a pile of textbooks, and using her pen to write rapidly. Strewn about the table were not school-specified notebooks, but rather papers for writing reports.
何してんの、青崎。課題？それとも補習？どっちにしても真面目なこと。冬休み始まったばかりなのに。 そりゃあこんなところで特別清掃なんかに付き合わされているけどさ。これは別件。知り合いの大学生から流してもらった代筆のバイト。何年も前に提出されたレポートを丸写しにして卒論クリアしようって話。写本ならぬ写レポートかよ。結構な量だなおい。それどこの大学生？まさかみぞら大じゃないでしょうね。
Kumari couldn't even seem to hide her discomfort as she started thumbing through some of the reports next to Aoko. The slightly brown-tinged reports had been at least 10 years old.
そのまさかよ。知り合いの大学生なんてみぞら以外にいるかっていうの。安心なさい。熊の兄貴たちからの仕事じゃないから。そもそもあんたの兄貴軍団、今年も残る気満々なんでしょ？
Her brother...
熊言わないで軍団もやめろ。
Her voice was snappy. Not that Aoko could judge, but this girl's unfriendliness could rival even her own at times. Kumari's speech was dry, even as it was, but when she got riled up about something, she really let it all out. Apparently, she got it from her father. She was trying to work on it, but it was hard to fix, an old habit she had since elementary school.
けどこれどうなのよ。丸写しにしても古すぎて通らないんじゃない？そこはそれ腐ってもタイというか、技術的に古い部分はピックアップしてあるからテキスト参考にして数字だけ変えておいてだってさ。何それ、本当にバカじゃないの。そこまで分かってるなら自分でやればいいのに。今日の朝から半日の稼ぎにしちゃ悪くないわよ。レポート1冊分で1万円。
Damn!
生徒会長が内職かよ。道理で築地に監督を任せたわけだ。はい、他言は無用でお願いします。
Kumari relaxed a bit at Aoko's pleasant response and decided to sit down in the nearest chair. The room was silent, save for the sound of scratching of Aoko's ballpoint pen. The sky was clear blue, and there were boys in the rear courtyard playing baseball in their jerseys. With the special winter cleaning finished, it seemed they decided to start enjoying their free
こ
time.
の寒いのによくもまあ。ってあれ2年の男どもだ。
Said boys were playing in teams of 5 since they apparently couldn't get enough people together to play a proper game. It was a boring game of mostly strikeouts and poor hits, but they sure seemed to be having fun. Their yelling and hollering mostly consisted of bad words, surprised yells, and cackling laughter.
あれ？康介としずきが一緒なのはわかるけど、築地も一緒じゃん。青崎、あいつら仲いいの？はあ？なんでよそのクラスの集まりに顔出してんのよあいつ。まあ裏山の清掃が終わってるなら文句はないけど。お、投げた。築地ピッチャーできるんだ。基本あいつは何でもできるからね。本人サボり症でめったに動かないけど、本気出せば何だってこなすのよ。唯一足りない才能があるとしたら子供らしさってやつでしょうね。詳しいじゃない。青崎、築地と付き合ってるって本当？あいつと付き合うぐらいならあんたと付き合うわ。顔のいい男は好きじゃないし、やっぱり男はシュワちゃんぐらいじゃないと。
Australian? Is she referring to? I need a macho man.
シュワ誰？グレートの方のコナンの主役やった人。
Does she mean... Oh, Austrian! Jesus fucking Christ. She's talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh my god. I read that as Australian. She meant Austrian.
へえ、顎割れてないとダメなんだ。青崎って面食いかと思ってたけど、ごっつい系が趣味なの？別にそういうわけじゃないけど。教訓よ、教訓。なよっとしたやつとか、やけに口がうまいやつとか、気軽な男はほんと信用ならないっていうか。
They continued their conversation, one staring at the reported pages and the other gazing at the schoolyard. They had met in high school and soon grew to be friends who enjoyed chatting
青
together.
崎、冬休みはどうする？予定ある？
一回ぐらいは遊びに行きたいんだけど、ちょい忙しくて。B 組の山瀬さんたち誘う？確か去年も冬休みに上京してたでしょ、彼女ら。
ああ、ありゃ私たちと系統が違う生粋のお嬢様だからね。青崎の趣味知ったらドン引きされるからやめといた方がいい。お、撃たれた。お、柵越えた。あれってホームランってやつだ。やるじゃん、しずき。築地から一本取るなんて運動神経抜群ね。
そりゃ山育ちだし、それぐらい取り柄がないと。来年の身体測定、飛び丸とトップ争うんじゃない？山じゃ2時間歩きっぱなしとかザラだったそうだし、水泳部じゃなく陸上部に紹介すればよかった。
詳しいのね。もしかして付き合ってるのあっちとか？いや、さすがにないか。
The constant sound of Aoko's ballpoint pen moving across the paper suddenly stopped. She stood up naturally from her seat, took a quick break to pour some fresh tea, and returned to her work without acknowledging what had just been said.
冬休みの予定だけど、くまり、何かリクエストある？
別に見たい映画が溜まってるだけ。こっちじゃ上映しない映画をはしごしたい。青崎は？
私は新しい冬物と CD 買えればいいかな。あ、その前にまずは CD プレイヤーか。そろそろ3万円切るはずなのよ、あれ。
はあ、新しいもの好きよね、あんた。CD なんて高いだけで騒がれてるのは今だけだってば。だいたい音楽なんてレンタルしてカセットテープに落とせば500円で済むじゃない。ベータデッキみたいにそのうち廃れるって。
そう？私 CD は定番になると思うけどな。過去になるのはカセットテープの方よ、きっと。
それはない、絶対ない。かけてもいい。だって CD って録音できないんでしょ。そんなのにカセットテープが負けるはずない。
クマは保守派だからな。政権交代は何にだってあるでしょうに。でもまあ、その賭け乗った。生徒会の歴史に書いておくからね。10年、いえ、5年後を楽しみにしていましょう。
5年後か。いいね。ちょうど大学の終わりだ。青崎、東京の大学に行くんでしょ？どこ志望してるのか教えてよ。
実はまだ決めてないのよ。上京したいのは山々なんだけど。
ありゃ意外。あんたのことだから向こう3年分ぐらいスケジュール組んでると思ったのに。
Aoko laughed dryly at the obvious jab. Aoko knew what direction she wanted her life to go in, but she didn't usually think too much about the details. Once she made a decision, she followed through with it. That was why she didn't actually write out a schedule.
クマ、終わったら駅前のラーメン屋付き合ってよ。体力使ったからなんかお腹減ってきた。
そこは頭使ったから甘いもの食べたくなったにしといた方が女らしいと思うけどね。
Now I want ramen.
いいよ。うちでいいならサービスしとくけど、寄ってく？
もちろん。持つべきものは女の友情。
The girls waited patiently for winter vacation to start in the student council room. Their free time after school was spent through this kind of frivolous conversation. Aoko spent her nights as a mage and her days as a normal high school girl student. The conversations she had with her friends were no different from any other girl her age. She enjoyed both aspects of her life equally, even if one of those involved fighting against mortal enemies.
ところで青崎、さっきの掛け金はどうする？
そうね。私も鬼じゃないし、その時の貯金1割で手を打つわ。根こそぎ奪うのは勘弁してあげる。
She wasn't lying, but fundamentally she was still an imp at heart.
なんかゾワッときたな、今。
And we finally get a good look at the collar around his neck there. Is anyone gonna ask about it? I just got a bad feeling all of a sudden, he says. Victim A whispered quietly after sneezing. Oh no.
なんだよ。風邪でもひいたか、しずき。よし。じゃあこんなとこで野球やっててもしょうがねえし、街に繰り出すとしましょうか。
This was their fourth game of five-man baseball. They'd gained some spectators since starting an hour ago, and were playing special rules where infield grounders were called out when caught, and some home runs were rewarded with leftover sweet red bean soup cans. Hozuke Kinomi had gotten bored once he realized it was still going to be a while until it was his turn to play.
お前ほんと猿だったんだな。先立つものがねえから野球やろうぜって言い出したのはてめえだろうが。
それはそれ、これはこれっしょ。だって A 組のやつらとか集まってきたしさ。俺あいつら嫌いだしさ。なんかノリが合わないっていうか。
安心しろ。あっちもてめえとは合わねえとよ。いい機会じゃねえか。気に食わないんなら試合で片付けてやれよ。こっちも本気でやってやるから。
Tobimaru calmly punched back down at Kinomi while practicing his pitching at the wall. He was throwing harder than usual. Maybe he was angry because of that home run he gave up earlier. He was in Class A and had taken on the role of captain for the other boys from Class A who showed up to play.
ちょっと待った。そりゃ誤解だぜ、殿下。俺たち木の実結構好きよ。バカなところとか、平気で女連中の品評会開くところとか、合コン企画するところとか、真似できねえよ、ほんと。
All the other boys in Class A nodded affirmatively.
ざけんな！てめえらいつも美味しいところだけ持っていきやがって！カラオケ会開いてよ、女の子と遊びたいよなんて甘えてきやがって。なんで気がついたら俺一人だけで会計してたの？一緒にテニス部覗きに行ったのにどうして俺だけ悪者なの？もしかして利用されてるだけってそろそろ気がついていいの？
やべ、まだ気づいてなかった。本物だ。
ごめん。木の実のおかげで僕にも彼女ができました。彼女の口癖は木の実くんよりマシよです。
Damn!
てめえら本気でムカつく！青くせえ学生生活を送ってんじゃね
え！ Kinomi took his bat and started swinging it around as he chased after the other boys in Class A. They seemed to be having fun running from him while sarcastically thanking him. One of Kinomi's best virtues was his ability to remain good-natured in the face of insults.
木の実は人気者だな。
ああ、バカなのが救いだな。あれで下手に利口だったら犯罪者になってるところだ。いや、その前に今度こそ青崎に締められるか。あいつ小ずるいチンピラには容赦ねえからな。
そうなのか。今度こそ。
Soujuurou fell deep into thought. From the way that sounded, Kinomi seemed to have some kind of history with Aoko Aozaki.
木の実は青崎にその化粧してたことがあるのか？
あ、化粧？あ、化粧か。あのバカにそんな風情があるかって。ちょいとな、青崎と木の実には条件反射じみた事件があったんだよ。ありゃ入学式のことだ。そうだよな、木の実。
Kinomi froze and glanced back at Tobimaru's provocation.
ああ、入学式な。すげえ体してる女子がいたからさ、つい声をかけたんだよな。彼女、どのクラスって。いや、でもまさか手が出るとは思わなかった。俺的には1センチ前で寸止めしようとしたんだけど、目測を誤った。俺の
Kinomi laughed loudly as he gazed up at the sky. That was all the explanation Soujuurou needed to know what really happened that day at the entrance ceremony.
バカな。なぜ命がある、木の実。
だろう？俺の顎垂直に跳ね上がったんだぜ。平手とか拳とかそういうレベルじゃねえの。下からギャーンだぜ、ギャーン。周りにいたギャラリー曰く、プールで縦に沈めたビート板が浮上するように青崎の靴がひらめいたらしい。今だから言いますけど、俺あの後の記憶がすっぽりないのです。
Rubbing his jaw, Kinomi returned to their side, tired of wasting his energy chasing after the Class A boys now.
そんなことより遊びに行こうぜ。殿下金持ってるだろう。おごってくれよ。
たく、まあ映画なら考えないこともない。ちょうど見たい映画あんだよ。映画の内容より見終わった後に文句言い合う方が楽しい部類の B 級でな。犠牲者が必要なんで、この際てめえでもいいぞ。
やだ、映画とかつまんねえよ。大の男がさ、2時間も同じところ座ってられねえって。そんなんだったらゲーセンかコンビニの駐車場で駄菓子食ってる方が楽しいって。
お前それ今の状況と何が違うんだ。
いいんだよ、外でだべってれば楽しいんだって。あ、それともバンドでもやるか。今 UK ロックが熱い。バイト先の先輩にパンクロックなら誰でもできると聞いた。
ああそうかよ。ファッションにならねえようにな。
This was the rear courtyard during the winter vacation. Kinomi and Tobimaru spent their relaxing reprieve chatting away about nothing of much substance.
じゃあナンパ。駅前でナンパしようぜ。殿下がいれば年上のお姉さんも釣れるし。そうだ、お金がないならレディーたちにおごってもらえばいいんじゃない？
その年で紐か。てめえの人生設計明るすぎて頭痛がするぜ。
俺将来の展望だけはできてるからね。なあしずき、お前からも言ってやれよ。ナンパに行こうって、女の子たちと楽しく騒ごうって。殿下は立ってるだけでいいし、しずきだって年上のお姉さんから見たら弟属性っていうの？うまくいけばこう、俺の時みたいに1時間後には一冬のアバンチュール。
Kinomi's hands were flailing around in excitement, dancing around like so many waving tentacles. His mind was apparently still swimming in the memories of a golden time he once had. Anyway.
キノミ、その時なんて言ったんだ？
え？ああ、その時の決め台詞ね。お姉さん綺麗っすね。俺そこのビルのオーナーの息子なんすけど、ちょっと遊んでいきませんって。嘘だってバレたら逃げられたけどな。
そうじゃなくて入学式。
あ、そっちか。青崎の首から下の部分に向かって、うわ、お前胸でかくね？
Jesus Christ. He let out a loud guffaw as he recalled his story. His lack of intelligence and propriety was truly remarkable. Or rather, mind-boggling. Nonetheless, Kinomi was now in high school spirits after recalling this exciting memory. Conversely, Soujuurou was standing in complete sullen silence.
どうしたしずき？あ、やっぱりナンパとか興味ないか？
当たり前だ。てめえみたいな色ボケと宗十郎を一緒にするな。
いや、興味はある。可愛い女の子は可愛いと思うし、たまに薄着なところに出くわすと目のやり場に困るだろう。ああいう時、自分が男だってことを実感するよな。
His words shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was as shocking as when a kid sees a head of a character at an amusement park fall off, revealing the person inside.
そりゃそうだよな。すまん、見くびっていた。つまりしずきも俺たちの同志ってことでいいんだな。
同志？
そうだ。例えばこう、夏場の女子のうなじに光る汗とか、テニス部の女子の肩から脇にかけての清涼感とか、ぶっちゃけ水泳部の競泳水着の後ろ姿だよ。
Soujurou's eyes were filled with question marks. Apparently, he hadn't quite understood Kinomi's explanation.
いやだから、普段は同い年のガキにしか見えない女どもでも、たまに見せる無防備な仕草とかグッとくるよな。
うん。無防備なのはちょっと考えてほしい。
Whether it was because Soujuurou was unsure if Kinomi was referring to someone in particular, or whether he was just concerned about how this related to himself, a troubled look washed over his face.
いいんだって、それでいいんだって。 なぜなら高校生男子の6割は性欲でできていますからね。よし、そうと決まれば早速ナンパに行こうぜ。メンツが変われば超過も変わるってもんだ。
And with that, he happily put his arm around Soujurou's shoulders and headed off towards the train station.
ちょっと待て。あまりのことに絶句しちまったが、てめえは根本的に間違ってる。宗次郎、そもそもナンパって言葉が何なのか知ってるか？ん？
Question: Define pickup. 1. To answer a telephone call. 2. To recite a Shakespearean work. To transport someone from one place to another. 4. To pay someone's bill. 5. To try and persuade someone to have a romantic relationship.
2番か。
Number 2? Which was what? To recite a Shakespearean work. Wrong. 9 times out of 10, when a bunch of high schoolers are talking about picking up girls, they mean the definition of number 5.
ほら見ろ。てめえとは興味の度合いが違うんだよ。女引っ掛けに行くなら一人で行け。なあ、あと岬の駅前はやめとけよ。うちの評判が悪くなるから。ナンパなら隣町でやりやがれ。
Tobimaro waved his hands at Kinomi as he was shooing away a pest. Kinomi clicked his tongue in frustration and removed his arm from around Soujurou's shoulders.
くそ面白くねえ。はいよ、おとなしく野球やってますよ。いつの間にか俺たちの番が回ってきたみたいだし。
He complained all the way to the pitcher's mound. Soujuroux looked on regretfully.
おい、まさか本気でナンパに行きたかったのか？
いや、ナンパはよくわからないけど、街には用があったんだ。ちょっと欲しいものがあって。そうだ、飛び丸。生徒会室にあるあの白いやつ、どこに行けば買えるか知ってるか？
White thing in the student council room. Soujuroux spread his arms wide, making a bizarre gesture. 1 hour later at the department store in front of the train station, Tobimaro was still confused after he figured out what Soujuroux wanted to buy.
しかし、なんだってこんなものを。
The Kuonji estate was surprisingly comfortable for all 3 of its occupants this evening. Maybe it was because the dinner Alice had prepared was so wonderful.
7回？アリスの実家じゃ1日に7回も食事をとるのか？一体どうやって？
Soujuroux asked Alice this question in the sunroom from the 3rd sofa, brought up from the mansion's basement by himself.
食事をとっているわけじゃないわ。ティータイムは1日7回行うのが理想というだけ。寝起きのアーリー、朝食のブレックファースト、午前の11時ズ、午後のミディティーブレイク、午後の社交会アフタヌーン、夜会のハイティー、ディナー後のアフターディナー。この中で食事に該当するのはハイティーだけよ。田舎での話だけれど。
Alice was enjoying her black tea by herself in the sunroom. She was drinking a royal blend, a fine blend of Darjeeling, Ceylon, and Assam orange Peko tea leaves. To accompany her tea, she had some strawberries dipped in sugar. She was in a world all on her own.
つまり、一日中お茶を飲んでいるのか？
そうね。そう暮らせるのなら。
She couldn't understand why this was so hard for Soujuroux to grasp. Alice picked up a strawberry with her slender fingers and carried it to her mouth as if she were going to give it a kiss. Soujuroux was briefly transfixed by the great, graceful sight and shook his head to clear his thoughts. He became slightly too sensitive to the fact that they were indeed of the opposite sex, perhaps due to his conversations earlier that day.
でもその口ぶりだと、アリスは7回できてないんだ。
3回が限度よ。相方が未熟だから、やらなくちゃいけないことが増えてしまって。
相方。
Soujuroux turned to look to his side. There he saw
何よ、1日3回も開いてれば上出来じゃない。うちの生徒会なんて黙ってお茶飲んでるだけよ。いちいち鍋からお湯沸かしてポット使ってたっぷり蒸らすなんて3時のおやつと夕食後だけで十分でしょ。アリスは手間をかけすぎ。私贅沢は好きだけど贅沢になれるのはごめんだから。
Even though Aoko was arguing, she still seemed to be in a good mood.
贅沢なのは青子たちの方よ。日本の水道水はこんなにも美味しいのに、どうしてあなたたちはこの黄金の価値に気づかないのかしら。
1日7回もお茶会開く国民性じゃないからでしょ。気をつけなさいね、宗十郎。美味しい紅茶を入れようとしてペットボトルの水なんて買ってきたらアリスに1時間近くお説教されるから。
It was true that the better water should make a better cup of tea. That was why Aoko went out and bought bottles of natural spring water as soon as she moved to the Kuonji estate. Her proud show and tell to Alice had led to the first petty argument. The two were exhausted after quarreling about something one would think wasn't nearly as significant as magecraft.
青崎さん、夕食を作る気力残ってる？
パス。主義に反するけどてんやものを頼んでみよう。
And that had been her first time ordering from a soba noodle shop by phone. Their slovenly attitude towards household chores had only accelerated since then.
いやー、あの後は悔しくってお茶について調べまくったもんだわ。アリスに質問したり競い合ってたらいつの間にか私も紅茶党の仲間入りよ。私姉貴の影響で中学までコーヒー党だったのに。
Foreshadowing, chat? Up until middle school, I was more into coffee because of my older sister.
そこには感謝しているわ。青子が連れ出してくれなかったらコープランドのアンティークカップに出会えなかったもの。
気がついたら骨董品回りしてたものね、去年の私たち。
The drawing room and the sunroom. Though they were not even in the same room at the moment, the two were enjoying a fun and lively conversation nonetheless. Soujuurou wondered why they didn't just sit together and chat in the drawing room, since they had gotten along so well. He didn't yet understand how the physical distance between them made those stories of old memories more meaningful.
アリスは外に出ない子だったんだ。
ええ、この子ったらほんと屋内派で、外に出るのは学校だけだったんだから。今日だってずっと洋館にいたんでしょ、アリス。
違うわ。外に用がないだけよ。今日はプロイの補充に忙しかっただけだし。
それだ。プロイの補充ってことは遊園地の時みたいなのはここで生まれてるのか？
Ever since that terrible incident, Soujuurou had been sensitive whenever ploys came up. He'd only been worried about escaping with his life at the time. But as time passed, what were those mysterious things after all? He became filled with curiosity.
知りたい？宗十郎。
教えてくれるなら知りたいけど、いや、よく考えると聞かない方がいいような。やっぱり知りたいような。
よし、そういうことなら話してあげましょう。ちょっとした触りだけなら怒らないわよね、アリス。
Aoko quickly recrossed her legs in anticipation.
別に私とあなたの違いを話すぐらいならいいけど。
よし、決まった。って何よあんた、妙な顔して。自分。
いや、そうではなく。
Soujuurou diverted his eyes at Aoko's direct stare. Soujuurou and Aoko currently only spent time together after dinner. Every once in a while, however, he would catch a glimpse of some innocent gesture of hers and wouldn't know how to respond.
いいんだ、続けてくれ。興味はある。
よし、じゃあコマ撮り呼ばないとね。それでは特別授業、なぜなにプロイキッシャー始まり。
Aoko snapped her fingers. Apparently, she was trying to mimic turning on the switch to a TV. It was a veritable TV special. That's how a lecture about a certain brand of magecraft performed and directed by Alice Kuonji first aired. Uh-oh. Lock in, chat. Unfortunately, the special production was canceled only 30 minutes after it began. Apparently, the content had been a little too esoteric for Soujuurou.
分かってはいたけど、しずきくんの覚えの悪さは三千世界に響き渡るわね。
She almost said he was better off dead, but took a deep breath to avoid being hurtful.
かわいそうなアリス。さすがに今回は同情するわ。そいつにとっちゃ、私の魔術もアリスの魔術も、すごく便利でくくられちゃうものだなんて。他の魔術師が聞いたら失神者の屈辱よ。
I have no idea how he can reduce our magecraft down to amazingly convenient. If any other mage had heard that, they'd faint from pure insult. Aoko was exasperated. She also felt some measure of regret. She should have realized this would be the outcome.
そんなことはない。ちゃんと区別はつく。青崎は壊すだけで、アリスはいろんなものを作って、それで壊すんだろ？アリスの方がやや生産的だ。
That's not true at all. I can tell the difference between your magecraft. Aozaki just breaks stuff. Alice makes things to break stuff with. Therefore, Alice is a little bit more productive.
怖いわ、青子。私、どうしてか胸が苦しい。こういうことって本当にあるのね。
God damn it, dude.
まるでお気に入りのカップを割ってしまった時、通りかかったキリンに「でもトロルよりマシですよ」と慰められた気分だわ。
どういう意味よそれ。
Aoko glared at Alice sitting across from her. Oh, is that literally that has to be something that Aoko did in the past? Alice had alluded to a fairy tale about a less than intelligent giant who lived under a bridge.
今の宗十郎の指摘、結構合ってると思うけど、私アリスのプロイが生活の役に立つとこ見たことないし、コマドリも双子も最後はドジって終わりじゃない。
The robin and the twins only mess things up. Is the twins the pigs, maybe? I'm assuming.
それは結果論よ。役立とうという諸子は尊重するべきだわ。だいたいあれやそれが最後に全部台無しにするのは私の責任じゃないのだし。
Both girls were now just intent on calling the other out. It seemed neither wanted to admit that their own shortcomings when it came to magecraft, even when it came down to a silly argument about who was the worst at breaking things.
いや、でもアリスの使い魔は役に立ってるぞ。前に森で落ち葉を集めている豚を見かけた。あれはアリスの使い魔なのに、なんで青崎に言ってやらないんだ？まあ、いいことをしたのに黙っているのは美徳だって山城先生は言ってたけど。
Faces. Alice had simply sent the chatty twins out into the forest to break them in, as it were, so to Soujuurou, this had seemed like a good deed. Aoko was visibly getting more fed up with this conversation since Soujuurou had decided Alice was the victor here.
はっ、掃除をしているから生産的とか、ずいぶん小さな判断ですこと。
大きな視点。例えば、お金儲けとか
The two girls tried to remain calm in the face of such a direct question. Even a fool could think of a good idea sometimes.
呆れた。我ながらその発想はなかったわ。盲点すぎたっていうか、基本魔術って損失しか生まないものだから。
Alice nodded affirmatively.
それで例えば、あなたから見て私の魔術はどんな金策ができると思う？
青崎なら、そうだな。マグロを捕まえるのはどうだろう。
Silence. Aoko 。 adjusted the position of her crossed legs.
なんでマグロ？
Aoko 。 adjusted the position of her crossed legs. なんでマグロ？
なんでマグロ？
Aoko 。 adjusted the position of her crossed legs. なんでマグロ？  なんでマグロ？
なんでマグロ？
She asked this question seriously.
いや、朝一で大変高価だと聞いた。でも捕まえるのは難しいって。あんな巨大なものが水の中では車より速く泳ぐと。
そりゃ地球が誇る大型肉食魚だからね。お寿司屋さんでも最強だし。平均時速60キロ、マックススピードは時速180キロに迫ると聞くわ。
部長曰く青崎は泳ぎがうまいって。泳いで捕まえられないか？
What?
もう魔術関係ないわね、それ。仮にマダンで迎撃できたとしても保存できないわ。私、回転を早めるのが専門で止めるのはちょっと。アリスは？
魚は苦手。
Alice quietly added that some of them were oddly interesting to her, so she wouldn't feel comfortable harming them. Aoko shrugged her shoulders, throwing that idea to the side.
ところで、喧嘩売ってる？しずきくん。
すまない。実はちょっとからかってみた。
The collar around his neck tightened for a good 5 seconds. It was as tight as a sleeper hold.
と、まあ、青崎には乱暴なことしか期待できないとして、アリスはどうなんだ？何も言わないということは、魔術でお金儲けは気に入らない？
そうね。好き嫌いはともかく、お金があるのはいいことだわ。境界の目をくぐり抜けることができるなら、青子には頑張ってほしい。
危ない目に遭うのは私だけか。アリスのプロにはなんかないの？土食べたら金に変換するようなカバとか。ほら、中世の貴族はお抱えの錬金術師で日夜金を作り出す研究をしてたって言うじゃない？
あれはただの金食い虫。まあ、騙した貴族たちの貯蓄を食いつぶして新しい技術を生み出したから無意味ではなかったけど、このマイセンももともとは金を作ると豪語した錬金術師が苦し紛れに生んだ時期なわけだし。
Alice ran a finger along the edge of the teacup in her hand.
はあ、錬金術師ほど当てにならないやつはいないってわけか。今じゃプラハの錬金術師は証券魔術師、エジプトの方は兵器作ってるって話だしね。
Atlas alchemist, yeah, Egypt. I guess there's nobody more unreliable than an alchemist then, huh? I hear the alchemist in Prague deal in securities, and the ones in Egypt make weapons now. Huh? Weapons, you say? Huh? Black Barrel reference?
ええ、ちょっと期待してしまったけど、もともと私たちは現実社会と折り合いが悪いのよ。神秘に特化しすぎているから。
Our kind should never deal with the real world. We're too specialized in mystics.
ロンドンの名門になると、家訓と授業は別物と割り切っていて、金融専門の弟子を取っているわ。
Wait, is that a Lord Elmaloy reference? I've heard that a noble mage family in London has abandoned their traditions and is only taking in disciples for finance now. Is that a waiver reference? No, because he would have came way later. But I remember he like, wasn't he like paying off a debt for the family or something like that? Because I remember he felt bad that his teacher died in the Grail War because he took the catalyst, but I thought he was like simultaneously paying off a debt too. That's why the finance made me think of waiver. But that would have been like after the 2005 Holy Grail War, or sorry, that would have been around that time. So it would have been, when did Zero take place? In the 90s then? And this takes place in the 80s, so it still would have been later.
噂だけど、ある財閥の総帥は
Drink
社
the
員
blood
全員
of
の
all
血
their
を吸って
employees?
情報を共有するネットワークを作っているとか。
What the fuck? I don't know nothing about that. Sounds like some QAnon fucking conspiracy theory, though. That's like some Illuminati shit. They drank the blood of all their employees to create a shared information network.
何でも吸血鬼になった理由が精神的につながった決して内部闘争しない紹介を作りたいからだったとか。
Okay, so what are the vampires called? Dead Apostle? Supposedly he became a vampire so that his employees would all be mentally linked, creating the world's only financial group without internal conflict.
極まってるな。要はそこまで徹底しないと魔術でお金儲けは難しいってことか。あ、アリスのプロイで遊園地をやるのはどう？
What if your employees started their own amusement park? Soujuurou clapped his hands together in excitement.
それはいい。襲われるのはもうコリコリだけど、あの遊園地なら連日連夜大盛況だ。
私のプロイを見せ物にする気？
でも大受けよ、絶対。ロボットって言い張ればみんな騙されるし。
The only thing you don't really know about Dead Apostles is that them existing kind of causes a unique ecosystem to spawn below them to gather blood for them. Yeah, I kind of knew that because that's what the what is in Tsukihime she's like what are the really old ones are called something specific, and like in Notes wasn't there like 9 ancient ones? They're more akin to natural disasters. True ancestors, yeah, because I know that's what Aoko is, right? And I always was kind of confused on how, well, I guess a type is just the most powerful thing that came from that planet, but I was pretty often confused at how one could be a true ancestor and the archetype Earth, but I guess an archetype is just the most powerful being that came from that planet, so it could be a Dead Apostle as well. Oh, she's not? Or sorry, I didn't mean Aoko, I meant Arc is who I meant. They have ranks and power levels. It explains it in heavy detail. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll get into that when I get into Tsukihime. I bet it would actually be popular. You could just tell everyone they're robots. Everyone would definitely believe you.
却下よ、青子。この話、もう一度したら絶好だから。
本気で怒らせたか。だってさ、宗十郎、遊園地は諦めましょう。今度こそ友情を失っちゃうし。
Aoko backed down after Alice's cold rejection to the idea. The small talk continued, but the girls grew more distant as they tried to avoid further conflict. Soujuurou looked at the two with a perplexed expression.
ちょっといいかな。今猛烈に気になったんだが。
何？
いや、青崎もアリスも遊園地で本気で殺し合っただろう。それなのにまだ友達だったのか？
It was certainly a rude question to ask, but it was also an obvious thing to ask. Aoko and Alice looked at each other as though they thought for an answer. They stared at each other for about 2 seconds.
ギリギリあり？
まあ、ギリギリ。
ありなんだ。
Though their friendship was surprisingly lighthearted, it also seemed to be forged from bonds harder than steel. Their long and extended tea party had just started to get going when Soujuurou had to leave. He didn't really want to, since he was enjoying himself here, but he couldn't miss his part-time job.
2時間も話してたなんて珍しいわね。アリスもいつになく饒舌だったし。
成り行きよ。しずきくんがあれこれ青子に質問して、あなたがそれを私にも向けてきただけ。ほんと、私たちが一日何をしているのかなんて聞いても仕方がないのに。
いや、それがそうでもない。大変。
はい？
Soujuurou was carrying something down the hallway, ignoring Aoko's surprise. It was a large whiteboard, much like the one in the student council room, so that's what he bought. On the shiny new board was written, chores list. Mansion cleaning, first floor east wing only, breakfast, dinner, cleaning the bath.
なんかいろいろと詮索してくると思ったら、そういう裏があったわけ？
うん。歪みを正したかったら、まずどこがおかしいのか知らないといけないからね。今夜の話じゃ、 2人とも1日に1時間ぐらいは使える時間があるみたいだし、3人で1つの台所を使ってるんだから、ローテーションを組んだ方がいいだろう。
Soujuurou is clearly proud of his attempt at making things better around here.
待って。私はあなたを住まわせているだけで、協力なんてする気はないって言ったでしょ。
うん、言ったね。でも、夕食を用意するなら私の分もお願いと言いたいのなら、相互扶助は当然の義務だと思うんだ。あと3人で食費を集めれば、その分美味しいものが食べられるよ。
Soujuurou's words pierced Alice's heart. She knew she had asked him to make dinner for her on many occasions. It was a carefully planned attack designed to make her repent for her sins, and she knew it.
でもホワイトボードを用意することはないんじゃない？当番なんて今まで口約束で決めてきたんだし。
Alice nodded in agreement. There was nothing less reliable in this world than a verbal promise. Even if they didn't say so, Soujuurou could tell by the look on their faces that they intended to skip out on whatever task they were assigned to do.
ダメだ。正しい生活を送るには正しい役割を把握しないと。こういう風に書いておけば後になっても忘れないだろう。
Aoko recoiled at this new development. She couldn't tell if Soujuurou was just being nice or if he was saying he wouldn't tolerate any slackers.
なんてこと。証明文を書かせて責任の所在を明らかにしようだなんて。
Dude, Alice's VA sounds like she's actually in pain. Oh my god. Oh wait.
なんてこと。証明文を書かせて責任の所在を明らかにしようだなんて。
Alice was absolutely terrified at the prospect of daily chores.
決まりだな。誰がどこを担当するかはまた明日話し合おう。今の2人が大変なのは分かってるから、しばらくの間はこっちが多めに受け持つよ。
And with that, Soujuurou left. The two girls left behind could only sit and stare, stunned at the shiny new whiteboard.
こういうのを飼い犬に手を噛まれるというのかしら。
知ってた。私、あいつがそういうやつって知ってたわ。
But now it was too late. They'd already been caught in the trap. Just this morning, Aoko had received a portion of the salad Soujuurou prepared. She knew it would be wrong for her to veto the idea of them all helping each other out. The concept of dividing up specific chores made perfect sense to Aoko after all. Even so, she wanted to be able to tip the ratio of chores in her favor, at least sometimes.
青子、あなた何を考えているか丸分かりよ。
そうでしょうとも。間違いなく同じことを考えてたからね。
Aoko sighed as she grabbed the whiteboard. She was going to hang it up in the kitchen so that they could all see it. Alice was still glaring at the whiteboard blankly.
せめて新しい項目が増えなければいいけど。
She would come to regret ever saying those words. Alright, Chapter 8, All Scenarios Read. First year at the Kuonji Estate. 2. Alright. Wait, we got more? Oh no, chat. What is that one? Wait, that one looks like it's later. Extra? When do I read extra? Should I read this after, like, sometime next stream, maybe? When are you supposed to read those? You can do those at the end of the whole thing. At the end of chapter, like, once... Those are just lore on ploys? Oh, okay. Alright, the Carnegie case. Chapter 8.5. This is going to be the last thing we read today, chat. So lock in. We're going to read this, and then I'm going to end stream, and the next stream will probably be Sunday morning. But let's hop into Chapter 8.5, the Carnegie case. No matter how busy one is, any person living within human means is certain to have at least some free time. Before or after eating, for example. It's difficult to eliminate the time required to prepare a meal and the time after one finishes eating. This is particularly the case for those who do a lot of thinking. Since the body needs to use energy to digest after eating, there's less available time for the brain to use.
ナイキはあれでしょ？ 2K の文字りでしょ？アテナの持ってる縦じゃなくて小さな勝利の女神の方。
No
陸上競
way,
技に勝
chat!
つってイメージじゃない？
Yo! Nike! The goddess of victory mentioned! Dub! No way. Screenshot. That brand was named after the Greek god. Are they talking about Nike? Wait, is Nike and did Nike came from Nike? The goddess of victory? Is that why it's just do it? Oh, it was. I didn't know that. I probably could have put two and two together, but I never thought of it like that. The brand Nike was named after the Greek goddess Nike. I guess it represents winning in sports since she was a goddess of victory.
さすがブランド品とか大好きな青子さん。どうでもいい知識だけはそれなりっすね。
The studious resident of the mansion was now taking refuge on the sofa, looking exhausted. Aoko was talking to the robin perched on the table. The blue bird flapped its wings, doing its best to join in after the dinner conversation. Alice was reading in the sunroom. Discussion of how to deal with the encroaching enemy mage wouldn't start for at least another 30 minutes.
じゃあアディダスはもしかしてアディオスの文字りっすか？
あれは普通に名前じゃなかったっけ？
Adios for Adidas?
ほら、グリム童話みたいに作った兄弟の名前がそのままブランド名になっちゃったのよ。
ブラザーグリムは童話を作ったわけじゃないわ。埋もれていた口伝を収集して物語に仕立て直して丁寧に編纂した人たちよ。職人というより学者の類ね。まあ多少は詐欺師めいたところもあるけれど。
へえ。じゃあアンデルセンは？人魚姫とか親指姫とか超メジャーだけど。あと醜いアヒルの子。
自分裸の王様とかたまんないっす。シンパシー感じるっすよ。あのクリスタルキングに。
アンデルセンは学者というより作家でしょうね。
Anderson was more of a writer than a scholar. Ain't that the fucking truth?
彼の創作意欲は裕福層や大衆、平凡な幸福を得ている人々、果ては女性像への憤りから生まれたものだと言われているし、知的好奇心から筆を取ったのではなく、感情を訴えるために筆を取った人。
Anderson's creativity is said to have been inspired by everything from the elite and wealthy to the common people and what makes them happy, to a resentment of the female image. He didn't write from intellectual curiosity, but rather from his own emotions.
あまりこういう説明はしたくないのだけれど、それぞれ分けて説明するなら、マザーグースは歌、ブラザーグリムは物語、アンデルセンは偶話ね。
ミツバチマッチはアニメっすね。ところで青子さん、アシックスの由来は何すか？
これは私も小学校の頃友達に聞いたものなんで真偽はわからないんだけど、アシックスってもともと3つの会社が合併してできた会社なのよ。で、3社の社長が集まると足が6本になるじゃない？だから足、シックス。あくまで俗説だけどね。
Alice had dropped her book on the floor of the sunroom and was biting her lip. She was clearly trying to feign calm and to breathe as if nothing had happened. She thought she was doing a convincing job of it.
あの子の笑いのツボもわかんないわね。
それはどうすかね？ あんまりにもつまんなかったから怒ってるのかもしれないっす。だってアリスさん、怒り浸透しても笑顔になるんすよ。自分たまに見るっす。アリスさんの日記を盗み見てると、後ろでそういう顔してるっす。それ以上見ると死ぬわよって。でも勘弁してほしいっす。見ちゃうものは見ちゃうっすよ。自分から素行調査を取ったら、もう基礎本能しか残らない気もするっす。
The Robin felt compelled to give a counter-argument for some reason. Aoko let out a sigh. Even Alice sympathized with her over the difficult familiar.
ただいま。お、今日は2人ともいるんだな。
It was at this time that Soujuurou returned. He must have gotten home from his part-time job.
おかえり、お疲れ様。
Aoko's warm welcome was quite the opposite from the faint response from the sunroom.
夕食は済ませてきたからいらないよ。じゃあ、夜のバイトに備えてちょっと寝てくれ。
Soujuurou still gave Alice a wave as he left. The dull thud of something dropped was heard as he entered the hallway.
おーい、なんか落ちたわよ。
Aoko peeked out from behind the sofa to yell at Soujuurou.
ああ、ポケットに入れっぱなしだった。
Soujuurou calmly and naturally walked back to pick up what looked like some kind of envelope. Perhaps it was instinct, but the human eye was drawn to the motion, even if it was something one had no personal interest in. Aoko keenly followed Soujurou's hand with her eyes. Oh, money. Aha! Aha reference? A wad of cash came out of the envelope. She had to restrain herself from shouting her thoughts out loud as she leaped from the sofa.
どうした青崎？
どうしたって、
Aoko found it difficult to come up with a proper response to the pure, innocent eyes staring back at her. She was ashamed at how she had jumped up at something at such an enticing sight of so much money.
なんでもない。そうよね。普通にアルバイトの給料日よね。にしても、結構もらってんのね、あんた。
There was an awkward pause before Soujuurou smiled and returned back to his room. Aoko sat back down on the sofa, still feeling a bit awkward. This was what set it all off. It began a series of events that the Robin would later name the Dosh Affair. Uh-oh. It was the next day, and around the same time as the previous day's incident. Aoko was coming to pour some tea and relax when she heard Soujuurou and the Robin engaging in some kind of debate in the drawing room.
その人が言うには、人と会うたびに小さな親切を尽くしてあげるべきだ、と。そうして一日が終わったら、その親切が何をもたらしたか、よく噛み締めなさいって。たった一回の言葉だけの親切でも、相手にとっては大きな意味があるんだそうだ。それが思いもよらない幸福を運んでくる。
うは、だから自分にビーフジャーキーくれたっすか？でもそれ親切じゃなくて袖の下っていう伝統芸能じゃないっすかね。アンダーハート見え見えっす。
Soujurou's serious demeanor was more like a constellation or a proposal than it was idle chatter.
まあ、あいつが妙なのはいつものことか。
Aoko decided to ignore what was going on in the drawing room and headed straight for the sunroom. There, she saw Soujurou's coat on the chair.
ちょっと宗十郎、コート置きっぱなしじゃない。今のコート掛けか、自分の部屋に持って行って。
She stopped herself mid-sentence. Oh! She could see the same kind of envelope that Soujuurou had dropped on the ground yesterday inside of the coat pocket, and it was even thicker than the one she had saw the day before. She wouldn't allow herself to make any spectacle about it like she did yesterday. She reminded herself that she was a model student and a student council president.
さーて、紅茶っと。
feigning disinterest. She listened in on the conversation going on in the drawing room. Soujuurou was still in deep conversation with the robin. Perhaps he hadn't heard her calls.
都会の孤独は万人に平等だ。一見して身勝手な暴力じみた押し着せの善意も長い目で見ればその人のためになる。
なるほど。親切の押し付けには一銭もかからないっすからね。ちゃんちゃん人助けするっすよ。
うん。ただより高いものはないって言うけどね。
どっちっすかこのシャバゾン。
Aoko was so intent on eavesdropping, she'd completely forgotten that she had come here to pour a cup of tea. There was no way she could ignore such a suspicious conversation.
こうも言うんだ。幸福になりたければ、初めは恨まれてもいいと。やれ金を返せだの詐欺師だの言われても、いずれその人のためになると分かっていれば、心を鬼にできる。人に尽くしている喜びが、後ろめたさとか帳消しにするらしい。
それ知ってるっす。でも微妙に違うような。
Aoko agreed with the robin in this case. Soujuurou was referring to the words of a famous entrepreneur. If we want to find happiness, let's stop thinking about gratitude or ingratitude and give for the inner joy of giving. That was the actual quote.
あるいはこうとも。貯金のある人は、その富を温存するよりも、会社がより豊かになるために使うべきだと。
それも知ってるっす。でももう完全に違うような。
Aoko was becoming upset with how much she was agreeing with the robin at this point. This was a quote from an even more famous entrepreneur. Surplus wealth is a sacred trust which its possessor is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community. This was how that one was supposed to go.
信じられるのはお金だけなのかもしれない。だって奥さんも子供もずっと一緒にいてくれるわけじゃない。不幸な事故で先立たれることだってある。でもお金は別だった。お金で幸福は買えないけど、幸福はお金になる。今は人の親切と温かい布団があればそれでいいと。
なんか無性にらしくないこと言ってるわね、あいつ。
Though his words were a bit strange and worrisome, Aoko couldn't spend much time worrying about it. She didn't have the capacity to worry about anyone else right now. Her battle with the enemy mage was always lurking beneath the surface.
どっちにしろ、私には関係ないか。
Aoko shrugged it off and returned her attention away from the drawing room. She told herself she would forget about all this commotion by tomorrow anyway. Bro's been attending Hustlers University.
ただいま。
Soujuurou was back from his job with a smile on his face again today. Work truly was its own reward. His mood was infectious, and Aoko smiled back while relaxing on the sofa.
はい、お疲れ様。休んでていいわよ。今日は昼からずっとバイトだったんでしょ？夕飯ならこれから作って何？
Her smile suddenly turned frigid.
ん？どうした青崎？木の実の冗談を聞いた時みたいな顔して。
どうしたじゃない！いい加減黙っていられなくなった！いいから、そのポケットのもん出しなさい！
Soujuurou reached in and pulled out the contents of his pockets without knowing why he was being scolded. He placed the now all too familiar brown envelope on the table. It was far too thick to be any normal envelope. Bright and enticing, it was imbued with the enchanting aura all on its own. There was nothing else it could be other than a stack of cash.
まあ、これはどうしたの？
Alice innocently asked Soujuurou.
まあ、これはどうしたの？しずきくん。
She was a bit dazzled at the sight, but there was no mistaking it for an illusion.
バイト代だよ。
そう。それはいいことだわ。明日はごちそうね。
The two remained calm despite the abnormally large wad of cash before them. That being said, the one with the most common sense in the house finally had to speak up.
んなわけないでしょ。ちょっと宗十郎、そこに正座。どういうことか説明なさい。
She knew more than anyone how serious this was.
説明って何をだ？
決まってるでしょ。この札束の正体よ。あんた今何やってんの？どう考えても真っ当な職種とは思えないんですけど。
まっとうだぞ。この新しいバイトは少なくとも法には触れていないと聞いた。ちゃんとやれば危ない目にも合わない。コンビニエンスストアより割がいいし、俺でも簡単にできるという。
Unbelievable. Aoko was just about dizzy with rage at this point. At least, not illegal, he said. That's like when an obviously drunk person tries to contend that they are indeed quite the contrary.
正気に戻れ！日ごとお金が倍々に増えていくバイトなんてあるわけないでしょ。いいから仕事の内容を言いなさい。内容を。あんたどう考えても騙されてるから。
Soujuurou kept his mouth shut. He didn't seem to be threatened by Aoko's reprimands.
ダメだ。いくら青崎でも教えられない。あんまり人に話すことでもない。でも安心してくれ。分類的にはちょっとした人助けと言えるだろう。あと紹介してくれた人とは一度しか会ってないし、支払いは常に現金だ。
この田舎バカ、その文脈からして怪しすぎるんだっていうの。
Aoko stamped her foot in frustration, but who could blame her after hearing such standard lines for a scam? It's a new job, the pay is good, anyone can do it, and I'm not supposed to talk about it. Despite all of that, Soujuurou was still refusing to spill the beans. They hadn't known each other for that long, but Aoko was well aware of Soujurou's personality. Steadfast, explained him well. Once he made a decision, nothing could make him change his mind about it. At times like this, it was near impossible to get him to talk.
厄介な。
Maybe he partnered up with Walter White. Soujuurou? Aoko backed off, realizing it would be a challenge to get him to say anything at this point. Soujuurou couldn't figure out what was upsetting her.
なんで青崎は怒ってるんだ？
Aoko decided to give up on getting anything useful out of him.
そんなうまい話はないからよ。アリスもそう思うでしょ？
そうね。青子の言いたいことはわからないけど、しずきくんはもっとやるべきだと思う。
God damn it, dude. Alice is like, I'm not sure what Aoko's trying to say, but I think you should do more of it. We need the money. And so, Alice contributed absolutely nothing useful. Aoko collapsed onto the
青
sofa.
崎、
いいわよもう。よくわかんない理由で話す気ないんでしょ、宗十郎は。考えてみれば、あんたなんてただの同居人なわけだし、私があれこれ文句言う筋合いはなかったわ。
Aoko shooed Soujuurou away with her hand. Unfortunately, she wasn't going to be able to sit here and stew like she wanted to. She couldn't just ignore this problem like Alice.
あいつはどう見ても騙されてるし、最終的にとばっちり食らうのは私だし。
She needed to be bold and make him quit this new job immediately. It was what a true friend would do. And it was also her duty as a student council president. However, Aoko started to think otherwise. Morals and clear conscience were important, sure, but for a student living solely off their parents' generosity, that kind of money was hard to pass up.
そうね。最終的に辞めさせるのは絶対にしても、これまで稼いだお金を捨てるのはもったいないし。仕方ない。ここは絡めてでいくか。
The wicked, scheming student council president sank deeper into the sofa. Her ability to play things by ear and her miserly nature were both her strongest and weakest points. The next day, at noon. Aoko waited until her roommates were gone, and then picked up the phone in the foyer.
もしもし、飛び丸？ 宗十郎がこんなことになってるんだけど、あんたは心当たりない？
The sound of the first train leaving the station could be heard far off in the distance. This was that time of morning when the town was deciding if it felt like waking up or not. Tobimaru Tsukiji was having a walk down the city streets at sunrise, enjoying the fresh, crisp morning air.
ほんと、街ってのは人間がいないだけで綺麗なもんだ。
The crowds had become a common complaint of Tobimaru's. To him, the tacky, over-decorated street corners were the embodiments of human desire. At this time of day, the streets were nothing like the circus tent of activity they usually were. The main street was completely empty. It was like a lonely, tranquil morning after a festival. Wary men in black were busy cleaning up and restoring order in the bars after the previous night's revelry. Around the back entrance of the local restaurants, the kitchen crew were busy bringing in their daily ingredients while stifling back tired yawns. Birds carelessly wandered the streets. There wasn't the sound of a single car engine to be heard. This was a uniquely refreshing sensation that could only be felt from a city morning. It existed somewhere between daily life and exciting entertainment. This was the only time of day when the bustling modern world stepped aside for a slower, more nostalgic pace.
そうか。
Tobimaru searched through his coat pockets but only found some old receipts. He rearranged the scarf around his neck to keep the cold wind at bay. Meandering through the city streets, he had ended up at Central Park just as the morning magic began to fade. His stroll had no particular purpose. It wasn't for his health or anything like that. He was merely making his way home after a night out at the town.
バカらしい。何やってんだか。
Tobimaru had a moment of unabashed self-reflection as he drank a can of vending machine coffee. He didn't particularly hate partying all night long, but it was pretty boring since he still wasn't old enough to drink alcohol. He'd been at it for a few days now, thinking it was at least better than being at home, but he was quickly growing bored of it.
ま、年末に親戚筋が集まるのは仕方がねえし。
He grinned wryly at his own lame excuse. It was true that he was out wasting time like this because he didn't really have a place to go home to at the moment. The Tsukiji family always had a congregation of relatives over on New Year's Day, as per his grandfather's orders. This was why his siblings and other relatives had been staying over at the Tsukiji home for a few days now. If Tobimaru was there, he'd just provide fuel for the fire. He decided to avoid family drama and not go home while everyone was there. They'd just greet him with insults anyway. And if someone tried to start a fight, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist the bait. It would only cause even more resentment and trouble for his father. So for Tobimaru, there was nothing more pointless or less enticing than getting involved in his siblings' squabbles over the inheritance. Tobimaru Tsukiji was the 15th born son to the Tsukiji family, which owned multiple plots of land in Misaki City. However, most of that land had been acquired after the war. Before that, they had been a minor noble family on the brink of ruin. The man who built the Tsukiji family into its current glory was Kimikuni Tsukiji, Tobimaru's grandfather and the current patriarch. Kimikuni married into the struggling Tsukiji family and saved them after they lost all of their power during the war. The Tsukiji clan were local Shinto clergy and relied upon Kimikuni's financial assets. Kimikuni, on the other hand, had leveraged clan connections to establish himself in Misaki City. While both parties came together for mutual gain, the Tsukiji family failed to recognize just how ambitious Kimikuni was when they accepted him into their family. He wasn't the obedient son-in-law they had imagined. He had grand plans of his own, growing and developing industries within Misaki City, and many other areas as well. Kimikuni controlled all of these areas as a member of the Tsukiji family, but under his own name. A castle's greatest defense was its moat, not the walls, and Kimikuni bridged that moat. It was the economic equivalent of starving out the enemy. Kimikuni's financial might subdued the noble Tsukiji family completely. In less than 10 years, there was no one in the family who could stand up against him. This businessman, accepted into the family as a mere son-in-law, had seized the Tsukiji name and the entirety of the family fortune. However, Kimikuni had fathered many children. He would not allow the Tsukiji bloodline to die out. That was also the only way to maintain the family fortune. His 3 sons and 1 daughter all married relatives of the Tsukiji family, thus strengthening the familial bonds that Kimikuni had weakened. Tobimaru was the 5th son of Hitoyoshi Tsukiji, Kimikuni's eldest son. However, his mother was not a member of the family. Tobimaru was the result of a fling with a mistress. Ah, he's a bastard. That ignoble birth defined his place in the family. He was his father's love child. Although the family dignity was somehow maintained since he was the son of Hitoyoshi, it wasn't difficult to imagine the level of mistreatment Tobimaru faced from his siblings and other relatives. Being raised in such a hostile environment made Tobimaru grow up far faster than he should have. His ability to think quickly and objectively was honed naturally within this challenging environment. However, those exact traits also brought Tobimaru a great deal of trouble. Kimikuni Tsukiji. Unfortunately, against all odds, this great leader of the Tsukiji family favored Tobimaru over everyone else, including his own eldest son. He's like Jon Snow. Unfortunately, against all odds, this great leader of the Tsukiji family favored Tobimaru over everyone else, including his own eldest son. Since Kimikuni had been a commoner himself, he did not believe in blood inheritance alone. To make matters worse, not a single coin from his great fortune had been given to any of his sons yet. The most loathsome thing in this world is the blood of the Tsukiji family. I never would have had any of you if I could have helped it. Those words were spoken at every family gathering, and they were the absolute truth. He'd taken a liking to Tobimaru after speaking with him at these annual family gatherings and enjoyed playing chess with him in his spare time ever since. Everyone in the family was worried Kimikuni would name Tobimaru his successor. In this way, Tobimaru had gone from being worthless to a threat in the eyes of Kimikuni's sons. The son who felt the most fear and hatred was Tobimaru's own father, Hitoyoshi, who would have been the unquestionable heir as the eldest son. And this was how Tobimaru became estranged from his father. They no longer even lived in the same house. Hitoyoshi always acted like they had a great father-son relationship in front of Kimikuni. But that would only last until his father was no longer around, or until Tobimaru was officially named the heir. When that happened, it would be all-out war. In any case, it would not be a pleasant story.
じいさんも空気読めねえからな。ほんと。
Tobimaru scratched his head in frustration. He really wasn't all that worried, though. In public, it looked like they had a good father-son relationship. In private, they were in the midst of a bitter inheritance dispute. Things had always been that way, even before he met Kimikuni. The only difference was that his sole protector, his father, was now his mortal enemy. Tobimaru had always been at odds with his family. His father was just one more enemy to add to that pile. Staying out all night like this was Tobimaru's way of avoiding his family. If he was home, he knew they would try to gauge his feelings. However, they wouldn't openly attack him now. Even the relatives who looked down on him, and his siblings who had bullied him as a child, the worst thing they could do was make snide remarks. Tobimaru was, at his core, a peaceful person, who preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Petty revenge or even stepping up to Kimikuni's expectations weren't on his to-do list. His father's worries were unfounded, his relatives were getting riled up for no reason, and Tobimaru had no intention of stepping out of his role as the prodigal son. However, his siblings who were around the same age as him held a different kind of resentment. Perhaps they felt guilty for tormenting him all these years. Perhaps it was the result of their roles being reversed. He's going to get back at us one day, they thought. They lived in such fear of this that they didn't dare ignore Tobimaru.
そのくせ根回しはうまくねえときた。青崎ぐらいの大胆さで突っ込んでくるんならまだスリルがあるってもんだがな。
His family problems were simply a chore. They never really worried him much. He was used to human malice. Although he nearly died from the physical abuse of his siblings, even though someone had once tried to kill him with true murderous intent, even though he had been exposed to how the elite, untouchable class of society treated others by his eldest brother, it was all such a pain in the ass. These were all events that would change a person's outlook on life, but he always remained cool-headed. That was just how things were for Tobimaru. He had grown bored of his relatives getting worked up over everything.
まあ、そのあたりは人それぞれか。親父殿には同情するけどな。あのじいさんの息子なんて波の根性じゃ務まらねえ。
Tobimaru honestly couldn't care less about who would be the next heir. He had no clear plans for the future yet. His only real goal was to wash his hands of his family and start fresh when he became an adult. Until then, everything that happened was a life experience. He continued his morning walk, thinking it was better to enjoy the nightlife now, while he was still young. Someone was already sitting on the bench when Tobimaru entered the plaza. The crows gathered there and flew off at his approach. On the bench sat a girl, dressed in all black. A well-dressed old man with a cane sat with her. These were familiar faces, so he approached the bench to say hello. A leprechaun? The old man and girl looked as though they were grandfather and granddaughter. He seemed like an old man spending time with his grandchild. However, the truth was...
アリス、僕は今でも思うんだ。考えられるサービスはすべて実現させた。従業員への感謝も来園者への笑顔も忘れたことはない。なのに時代は僕を選ばなかった。それどころか僕の内なる芸術性を否定した。無念だ。死ぬがいい、腐った魚のようなマスコミどもめ。何が悪夢のクリーチャーか。あんな夢にまで見そうなマスコットが他にあるだろうか。いやあるまい。なのに連中と来たらネズミを二足歩行させれば満足ときた。
Hey yo, fucking stab at Disney. How dare they call my creations nightmarish creatures? Why they only wish they could dream up such mascots, but if you give them a mouse that walks on two legs, they fawn over it? Is this the amusement park guy, I think? Why is he talking to Alice? I guess we'll see.
そもそも犬をペットにする齧歯類とか冷静に考えたら怖いぞ。動物が動物をペットにするなんてモラルが低いにも程がある。
Fuck it.
あそこはやはり人間をペットにするべきじゃないんだろうか。
Mickey and Pluto here. If you really think about it, a rodent that owns a dog as a pet? That's a nightmare. How can an animal keep another animal as a pet? If anything, an animal should keep a human as a pet, don't you think? Actually, this poor young woman was getting an earful from this old man. After his outburst, he paused for a moment.
いや、これは失礼。ゆり彦よ。
He scolded himself and hung his head.
答えてくれ、アリス。一体僕のキッツィちゃんは何がいけなかったんだ?
It was Kitsy Land. And knowing how Alice's family, like, fucking owns the city for the most part, Kuonji, the Kuonji family, I assume this guy's like a relative of hers or something?
角よ。角をつけるべきだったのよ。
The girl in black returned to the old man's solemn bow with a grim answer of her own. Horns. You should have given the mascot horns.
いや、角はいけない。子供たちが怪我をしてしまうからね。僕は傷をつけるなら体ではなく心にしたい。
The girl nodded deeply, thinking over the implications of what this old man had just said.
さて
Tobimaro didn't really want to get involved, but he was already too close. If he passed by without saying anything, the old man would certainly make a fuss.
こんにちは。こんな朝っぱらからじくじく公開中かい。時津のじいさん。いつまでも引きずってると死に損なうぜ。さっさと往生して息子たちを安心させてやんな。
Mr. Tokitsu.
おや、どこの悪ガキかと思えば豊かの子供か。
The black sheep of the family, he called him.
おはよう、トビー。君も相変わらず早起きだね。
俺は朝帰りですよ。お二人みたいに健康的じゃない。そら、クオンジのお嬢さんもおはようさん。
The girl looked up calmly at Tobimaro's greeting. It was none other than the witch on the hill, Alice Kuonji.
こうしてまともに挨拶するのは2年前のパーティー以来か。何にせよ珍しいな。あんたがお付きなしで町に降りてきてるなんてよ。
そうでもないわ。この時間の公園は鳥を入れ替えるのにちょうどいいから。
ほう、そりゃ驚いた。箱入り娘じゃなかったのか、あんた。
ええ。その証拠にあなたがひどい顔で歩いているのを何度か見かけたわ。
Damn.
遊び歩くのは結構だけど、青子に迷惑かけないよう気をつけなさい。
ご忠告どうも肝に銘じておくよ。
Despite their casual greeting, Tobimaro and Alice rarely interacted, though their fathers were acquainted. What the fuck is this thing? Oh, it's a clock? Is it just architecture? It's like looking at this thing because they're in a park. I was like, the fuck is this? Even so, the histories and spheres of influence of the two families were very different. Though the Tsukijis held sway in Misaki City, the Kuonjis influenced the whole of Japan. Normally, someone like Tobimaro would not be in the same social circles as Alice. The only reason they could interact like this at all was because they were both friends with Aoko Aozaki.
わかな。トビー、君はアリスと友人関係だったのか。もしかして二人はステディな関係だとか言うまいな。
Can you imagine if they're worried about the fucking black sheep of the family that's gonna get the inheritance going out with fucking Alice Kuonji? Oh, there'd be some like old classic noble politics there. Feudal family shit.
やめたまえ。言ったら大事になるぞ、トビー。僕は心臓麻痺で急死しかねない。犯人は君であり、凶器はアリスだ。無論死因はこう書いてくれ。そう聞くも無情な恋の病と。
クオンジのお嬢さんはどうしてこんなダメ老人と？俺と同じ親父関係の付き合いか？
この人とはペンフレンド。分不相応にいいアンティークを持っているから、青子と二人で少しずつ取り上げているの。
Despite this being one of the only times they'd really talk, Tobimaro and Alice both managed to completely ignore the old man.
参ったな。アリスは照れ隠しもチャーミングだ。ところで、僕のことはユーリヒと呼んでくれていいんだよ。
Mr. Tokitsu gently took Alice's hand. Alice's face remained neutral, like a doll's.
トッキー、私、いい絵付けのティーカップを探しているの。1900年代のラム工房のものとか。どうかしら。
あるとも。もちろんあるとも。今度おっかないお友達と遊びに来る時までに用意しておこう。
Next time you come by with that terrifying friend of yours, I can only imagine that's Aoko. He responded to her request like an obedient marionette.
おいらくの恋って柄かよ。よくもまあ寝台潰さなかったもんだ。突版は。
You see, this old man was none other than Yorihiko Tokitsu. He was famous in Yashirogi as the former head of the Tokitsu Baking Company with factories all across Japan. He still served as an advisor.
老人とはなんだ。芸術家にとっての老いとは感性の凍結であり、しかるに我が心の火は絶えていない。僕はまだ暑苦しいくらいに若いんだ。つぼみのような少女と恋を語らう楽しみは残っているさ。この年になるともう世間体とかどうでもよくてね。女の子と話すことだけが人生の意味になるんだぞ。
若いのかじいさんなのかどっちなんだよ。
おっと、失言。最後の方のは聞き流してくれ。僕が言いたいのは、女の子と穏やかな時間を過ごすのは最高ってことさ。
I'm calling the police!
トビー、そういうの君も好きだろ？
一緒にしないでください。あいにく俺は年上好みですよ。
A man after my own heart. Where's the as to cross me? Go this way, don't go that way.
おまけに言うなら、二回り以上も年下の女に欲情する趣味もねえわけで。
それはそうだろう。君がやったら犯罪だ。トビーは17歳。その二回り下が何歳になるとか口に出したらいけないよ。
Yo, 42, 43, that's the sweet spot. The fucking old ass to cross clip I love so much. Go this way, don't go that way, go this way. Mr. Tokitsu nodded his head in self-affirmation. He chose to ignore Tobimaru's off-color remarks. Tobimaru was reluctantly impressed with the man's magnanimity in the end.
ともかく挨拶はしましたから、邪魔者はこれで消えますよ。あとは仲良し同士、気兼ねなくどうぞ。
なんだトビー、これも縁だ。ゆっくりしていけばいい。なんなら今から僕の別荘に来るかね。ヘリコを呼ぶよ。楽しいぞ。
We could take a helicopter.
いや、お気持ちは嬉しいんですけどね。知る人が見れば、とんでもなくブルジョワなメンズでしょ、これ。今は避けたい気分なんですよ、そういうの。
Tobimaru's choice of words made his present situation clear to Mr. Tokitsu, and he reluctantly backed off. Such intuitive understanding made it obvious now for this man had expanded the Tokitsu Baking Company nationwide. He had divined Tobimaru's complicated family situation in an instant.
ミックによろしく。そろそろ引退して子供たちと仲直りするよ。僕が言っていたと伝えてくれ。
Manta! Thank you so much for the 36-month resub! Is that 3 years? 12, 24, 36? Holy moly, Manta. Thank you so much for the resub. The 3-year resub. Absolutely diabolical. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the continued support. Tell Nick I said hello and that he should retire and make up with his kids soon?
はいはい。ぬかに釘だろうけど伝えておきますよ。じゃあな、クオンジさん。また朝に出会うことがあったら、その時は改めて挨拶させてくれ。
Alice's silence neither encouraged nor discouraged this. Tobimaru shrugged and left the plaza. Weird to see this after reading the event. Yeah, that's why I'm reading it right now. We're gonna hopefully get to the event probably next week. Because I think we should only have like 2 or 3 streams after this if we do like 1 extra stream, but should only be 2 streams to finish the main story. He walked leisurely away from the park and came to an area of the city that was under redevelopment. There was a radio tower under construction there that the Tsukihime family had a hand in, but most of the capital for that project was funded by foreign firms.
この電波塔は10年先を見越してのものです。いずれ携帯通信は目まぐるしい進歩を遂げるでしょう。まずはそのモデルケースとして私どもの技術を三崎市に普及させたいのです。
It's going good. We're on the last chapter right now in 8.5. Story's pretty good. It's just been like character development for the most part this stream. A lot of Alice character development for sure, because we didn't get much characterization from her before the big like climactic moment in chapter 5. And so like this has been chapter 7 and 8, and it's mostly been like Alice characterization, a little bit of the others too, but I think the main focus this stream has been like Alice characterization and background personality, stuff like that. The man from the foreign dock firm shook on the deal with Tobimaru's father, Hitoyoshi.
いずれは娘も三崎市に住まわせようと思っています。その時はあなたの息子さんともぜひ交友を深めて。
He was a handsome man who had the calm command of a leader. The fact that he had offered up his daughter to Tobimaru showed that he had researched the Tsukihime family's inheritance issues well.
親父も舐められてるって気づけよな。親父より先に俺に色目使いやがって。そもそも金髪女の相手なんざ願い下げだぜ。向こうで海兵相手にケツ振ってろってんだ。
Oh, because it's a foreign firm? Wait a second. Blondes. There's only been one other mention of a blonde in this whole visual novel, I feel like. That kid they saw at the abandoned school, right? Tobimaru stopped in his tracks after these muttered complaints. He decided to stop himself before he said anything worse. He'd walked far enough away anyway. The sun was completely up by now. There was nothing more to gain from wandering mindlessly. Oops. He turned his back to the radio tower and began heading home. Was bro actually just walking around town all day? 1 hour later, Tobimaru had returned to the Tsukihime residence. He took the phone from the housemaid.
もしもし、飛丸？宗十郎がこんなことになってるんだけど、あんた心当たりない？
Aoko Aozaki was on the line. That was never a good sign.
とまあこういうわけなのよ。
すげえな。安心できる要素が一つもねえ。
Soujuurou seemed caught up in a strange part-time job. I'll wait for you in Central Park to talk about it. 10 minutes had passed since he had received this call from Aoko and returned to the park. Tobimaru felt a light migraine coming on after hearing about the situation. The young girl and the old man from before were nowhere to be seen.
そんなこと言われるまでもなく分かってるわよ。私だって人のアルバイトにケチつけたくないけど、どう考えても普通じゃないでしょ。あんた、あいつから何か聞いてない？
悪いな。期待には応えられん。宗十郎はバイトに関しては秘密主義だ。
そうなのよね。あいつ他人の事情に関しちゃ缶詰みたいに切りがたいから、ガキガキにされない限り口割らないのよ。
ほう、それは青崎にそこまで言わせるとはね。宗十郎も信頼されたもんだ。
どういう意味よそれ。
タイはね、言葉通りに受け取ってくれ。お前基本的に何にだって怒るだろ。そんな女が学校外で世話を焼くなんてよっぽど気に入ったのかと思ってな。
違うわよ。あいつが問題を起こしたら私たちにまで飛び火するじゃない。こんなの誰がどう見てもただのリスク回避でしょ。
なるほど。公務として見過ごせないってわけか。
そうよ。悪い？
いや悪かねえさ。むしろ尊敬するよ。ほんと鉄の生徒会長だぜ。休日だっていうのに 学校の評判を守るためだけに働けるとは。
だけってところを妙に強調するじゃない。まあ事実その通りだけど。
Aoko's glare seemed to suggest that she wasn't interested in hearing any objections. This little bluff was rather charming to Tobimaru, who was well aware of Soujuurou and Aoko's current living situation.
別に。しかしまあ、そういうことなら副会長として付き合わなくっちゃな。会長は学校のために宗十郎を調査する。俺はそのサポートをしつつ、友人として宗十郎を気にかけるってことで。
Tobimaru said he would do as Aoko asked, but for some reason, she did not seem satisfied.
じゃあ、そうと決まれば早速始めますか。青崎のことだから、宗十郎の勤め先ぐらい突き止めてんだろ。住所どこだよ。
それが尾行したんだけどうまく巻かれちゃって。駅前から2丁目方面に曲がっていたのまでは確実なんだけど。
The vice president was used to this. He didn't bother saying anything about her going so far as to tail Soujuurou.
2丁目か。あの辺りだとパチンコとゲームセンターぐらいしか思い当たらねえな。1日に何万も稼げる店なんざねえぞ。
Huh. So it's probably gambling related? I wonder if he got into some kind of agreement with Toko. And this is how she comes back into the story, maybe. Because, like, the last time we saw her, she was winning the fucking... she was winning the gambling machine over and over and over again. And just seeing her freaked him out, right?
そうなのよ。というか、知ってたら私が試したい気分だわ。飛丸、念のために聞くけど、三崎町にあるお金の稼げる遊び場ってパチンコだけよね。
あ、親父の話じゃ風営法に引っかかる賭場はねえとさ。三崎町の顔役は話のわかるおっさんで、クリーンな極道を目指してるらしい。
うん、それは知ってる。一応確認しただけ。でもそうなるとますます謎ね。ギャンブル以外でお金を売買にしていく仕事なんてちょっと思い当たらないんだけど。
ああ、体でも売ってるとしか思えない羽振りの良さだ。一晩いくらみたいな。
There was a slight delay in Aoko's reaction. It took her a few seconds to register what he was saying, but then her jaw dropped.
体ってあんた。
ほら、絵画のモデルとかバイト代は高いと聞くぜ。
あ、うん、割はいいって言うわね。美大生ってお金持ちだし。そうよね。それぐらいなら別に。
Hey, there's the Aoko joke emote. See you in the event stream, Manta.
まあ、ヌードなのは当然だが。
結局裸じゃない。
Without any real information to go on, the conversation was quickly diverging further from the topic at hand. Without knowing the location or the type of work, there really wasn't much to talk about.
明日もう一度宗十郎を尾行するしかないわね。二人がかりなら見失うこともないだろうし。
そうだな。他に手がかりもねえし、明日にするか。宗十郎の羽振りがいいだけじゃどうしようも。
Tobimaru furrowed his brow. It seemed he had thought of something. His expression turned more dire by the second.
どうしたの、飛丸。何か思い出した？
ああ、ちょっとな。そういえば、最近妙に羽振りのいいバカが一人いたなって。そいつ、3日ぐらい前から金に明かして合コンし放題って話なんだが、頭の痛いことに、宗十郎と同じクラスのバカなんだよ、これが。
Troublemaker. There were a few seconds of silence. Aoko nodded. She had put two and two together.
あいつね。
The two immediately left the park to go find the suspect.
チャリーッス！お呼びとあらば補習だろうと即サボり、遊びのお誘いだけは断らない木の実くんでーす。
Suspect A was apprehended with ease. Aoko and Tobimaru were both on the student council, so they knew their target would be at school for remedial lessons. Tobimaru got a girl in Kinomi's class to tell him he had some good news to share outside. Kinomi took the bait and came running out the school's front gate as fast as he could.
ああ、補習中呼び出して悪かったな。
別に悪くないぜ。補習を口実にバイトをサボってみたものの、やっぱり補習もかったるかったんで、出席だけ取って保健室で寝てただけだし。で、ちょうど暇してたところに殿下からコールだろ。合流できると飛んできたわけさ。
Kinomi gave a double thumbs up to show that he was ready to have some fun.
そうか、てっきり外で遊び歩いてると思ったが、助かったぜ。お前、連日ゲームセンターに入り浸りだって聞いてたからよ。
ああ、あれね。ちょうど昨日ですっからかんよ。ゲーセンでおごりまくるのは気持ちいいけど、後に残るのは虚しさばかりだよな。他校のヤンキーどもと仲良くなっても嬉しくねえっつうが、女っ気皆無というか。なんで女の子はゲーセン嫌がるかね。まあそれも過去の話だけどね。所詮ポッと湧いたあぶくぜに使っちまった金の話をしてもしょうがねえ。俺たちは明るく今の話をしよう。そうだろう、リッチな飛び丸くん。その有り余る財力で今日は僕をどこに連れて行ってくれるんだい？
ああ、その前にこちらの御仁がお前に話があるってよ。
え？
こんにちは、木の実くん。そのあぶく銭の話を聞かせてもらえるかしら。
Kinomi's expression went blank. If anyone could sniff out danger, it was him, and it stank like impending doom.
僕勉強したいんで戻っていいでしょうか？
もちろん。洗いざらい質問に答え終わったら戻っていいわよ。こっちも時間が惜しいからスムーズな自白を期待するわ。それであぶく銭って何の話？あなたの月々のバイト料は2万円前後よね。その金額で3日近くも王様の真似事は難しいと思うのだけど。
It seemed the next logical question would be to ask if he had begun a life of crime.
なんだよ、会長には関係ないだろう。そもそも自白って何ですか？いきなり犯人扱いとか、いくらなんでも横暴じゃねえの？
まだ事件かどうかは何とも。最近お金の回りがいい生徒がいると聞いて調べ始めたばかりだから。毎日何万円ももらえる仕事なんて学生には目の毒だし、そういったアルバイトは学校側に報告されてないしね。生徒会として危ない仕事だったら注意してあげないと。
Aoko was still smiling as she inched closer to Kinomi. She had never spoken to him this nicely after what he had done at the entrance ceremony. That alone was enough to make him think he was in big, big trouble.
へえ、それは初耳だな。最近金回りがいい生徒ね。俺のは違うよ。今まで貯めた貯金をなんとなく使っただけ。クリスマス前だからこう派手に錠剤しとこうかなって、役落とし的に。
普通クリスマス前は貯金するもんだけどな。
ダメよ築地くん、デリカシーが足りないわ。残酷な事実は口にしたくはないけど、木の実くんにはイブを過ごす相手がいないってことでしょ。学友としてそこを追求したらかわいそうよ。
いるわい、本音ぐらい。真剣に同情する方がデリカシーに欠けると思うよ、俺は。
あら、じゃあイブ用の資金は取ってあるの？
当たり前さ。臨時収入と貯金は別。俺通帳親父に握られてるからさ、予定外の入金とかすぐバレて怒られるんだよ。どこで悪さしてきやがったって。部屋も妹がチェックするしさ、隠し場所とかないんだよ。天井裏に隠したエロ本すら見つけられるんだぜ。万札入った封筒とか見つかった日には警察に連れて行かれる。だから速攻使うしかなくってさ。
Kinomi laughed awkwardly, as if he was ashamed. He wasn't even aware of just how much he had let slip.
へえ、臨時収入？さっきと話違うみたい。
いやー、それはほらバイト先のボーナスみたいな。5000円ぐらい上乗せしてもらったの。ほんのちょっとだけだって。事件性とかないって。
万札入った封筒について詳しく。
うわ、話せば話すほど食い違っていくぜ。なんだこれ、孔明の罠か。会長近い。ほらすごい、なんか寒い。しかもローファーじゃなくてブーツですか。この前封じられた俺の記憶が蘇りそうなんですけど。
Kinomi backed away slowly.
木の実くん、時間がないって言ったの、もう一度アピールするべきかしら。直接体に。
The threat of a kick to the face from Aoko was enough to show him that she was serious.
わかった、話すってばもう。臨時収入ってのは本当だよ。新しいバイトがあってさ、そこにしずきを紹介したら先輩にボーナスもらったんだよ。
なんですって。
If Kinomi really was working at the same part-time job as Soujuurou, she wanted to get as much information from him as she could. This was the exact response she had wanted from Kinomi, if not better. But she felt dizzy from the implications.
紹介したらボーナスをもらえるって、それ。
It was the oldest trick in the book for pyramid schemes and other unscrupulous business practices.
いや、それがさ、しずきが稼ぎを増やしたいって言うんで、ちょい怪しいバイトを紹介したんだよね。
This went all the way back to before the final exams. Kinomi told Soujuurou about a job he'd learned from an older student. Since the job required a kind, honest man, Kinomi reluctantly gave up on it for himself and instead passed it to a friend he thought fit the description.
信じられない。そんな怪しい話にクラスメートを放り出しておいて、まだ友人顔するとか。木の実くん。
友達でも紹介するでしょ、こういうの。むしろ本当の友情ってこういうものよ。しずきも助かって俺も潤うんだからさ。無償の友情とかもう流行んないですよ。
そりゃそうだけど、そういうのはちゃんとケツ持つ覚悟がある時だけ口にするものじゃないの？
何それ、めんどくさい。会長、男同士の友情に幻想持ちすぎだってば。基本俺たちみんなバカよ。
あなたを見てると本気でそう思えてくるから不思議ね。飛び丸、あんたよくこんなのとつるんでるわね。
はいはい、そこまで。説教するならまた後でな。そいつ素でバカだから、本気で構成させたかったら1日使うぞ。
いや、足りますよ。ちゃんと1日で構成できます、僕。ただ寝ると忘れちゃうだけで。
ほらな。てめえがバカだって自覚している分、気づいてないやつよりは付き合いやすい。この若さで情けは人のためならずを実践してる野郎はそういねえし。
納得。確かにあんたと気が合いそうな性格ね。
いや、参ったな。なんだよ2人とも。いくら俺でも照れるじゃんか。今俺のこと褒めてなかった？
褒めてねえ。
褒めてないわよ。
ですよね。
With Kinomi leading the way, Aoko and Tobimaru arrived at the part-time job in question. They moved past the entertainment district in front of the station and into the seedy part of 2nd Street. Aoko pointed to where she had lost Soujuurou when she was following him.
この辺りね。木の実くん、そのバイト先ってどこ？
あの辺。
Kinomi pointed at a 4-story office building. The entrance was on one side of the first floor. At first glance, it looked no different from an apartment complex. The hallway on the first floor continued around back to the building. The stairs were located at the beginning of that hallway and were the first thing you saw after
ちょっ
entering.
とそこの路地裏に入りましょう。
Aoko hurried off into the back alley where they were likely not to be seen. three students stuck out like a sore thumb in an entertainment district like this.
で、中はどうなってんの？事務所って言ってたけど、どんな仕事？
俺に聞いてんの？やだな、俺が知ってるのはここまでだぜ。俺だって先輩に言われただけで中のことなんて知らないし、宗十郎をここまで連れてきたら先輩が紹介料くれただけだし。
Their top suspect just admitted he knew no further details. Hozuke Kinomi, co-defendant, or perhaps who they thought may have been the main culprit, was really no more than an annoying witness.
参った。ここまで無責任だといっそすがすがしい。ところで木の実くん、西部劇とか見たことある？役に立たない情報提供者の末路とかご存知かしら？
いや、俺映画って苦手なんだよ。でもセーラー服と機関銃なら見た。主演目当てで。
Sailor suit and machine gun? The fuck? I've never heard that.
そう？残念ね。夕日のガンマンぐらいは見とけばよかったのに。ま、どうあれ、情報提供者は悲惨な死を遂げるんだけど。
やる気満々だぜこの女。殿下、こんな教授ほったらかしにしちゃまずいって。首輪とかつけないとさ。って築地？なんだよ、しけた顔しちゃって。あのビルが何か知ってんの？
まずいな。
知
ってるも何も。あれは最近やってきた詐欺まがいのセールス屋だ。
Aoko was sad to hear that the truth was as bad as she thought. Kinomi seemed confused as usual.
それ、確かなの？飛び。
ああ、親父の秘書さんから聞いた話だ。間違いない。表向きは新興宗教なんだが、やってることは羽毛布団の販売だとさ。じいさまばあさま相手に質の低い羽毛布団を高額で売りつけているらしい。あの事務所も貸し事務所だ。1ヶ月もこの町で稼いだらあっさりドローンするつもりだろう。間違いなく宗十郎は騙されてるな。最高のカモだろ、詐欺師にとっちゃ。
It's the Church of Scientology. Tobimaru slumped his shoulders in defeat. Aoko, however, was already full on in battle mode.
よし、潰す。その後、木の実は学校の旗のところに吊るす。
直？今のセリフだと縄じゃなくて首？脊髄にぐっさり？殺人？
いや待て青崎、それだと辻褄が合わん。宗十郎は大金を持ってたんだよな。それじゃあカモとは呼べねえぞ。
そういえばそうだった。木の実くんの発言に気を取られすぎて、あの大金のことを忘れてた。あれ？ってことはまさか。
ああ、騙されている側だったら金は減っていく。だが増えてるなら話は別だ。考えたくねえが、宗十郎のやつはセールス側に回ってるんじゃないか。
信じられない。宗十郎が詐欺グループの一員になっているです。
はあ、まさか静木に騙されるようなやつはいねえよ。だいたい嘘つけないじゃんあいつ。羽毛布団を売りさばくとか絶対無理だって。
だから宗十郎自身、それが悪質な詐欺だと気づいてないんじゃないか。あいつはあいつで心からいいものだと思って売ってるんだよ。
ほう、なるほど、そりゃ納得だ。あの純真さんがお年寄りに大人気ってわけだな。やるじゃん静木。今度会ったら俺もお裾分けしてもらった。
木の実くんの構成は今後の課題として、どうしよう飛丸、もう少し様子を見た方がいいと思う？仮に静木くんが関わってたら彼にも詐欺罪が適用される？まだ未成年だけど。
あくまで従業員だから実刑はかからねえとは思うが、敵さんはあれで食ってる連中だからな。
そうよね。下手したら宗十郎自身もう入会してるかもしれない。
Aoko looked a lot more cool-headed now. Tobimaru had been serving with her on the student council for over a year. He knew exactly what she was thinking at a time like this.
入会していたら脱会は難しいな。あいつ本人にその気がなくとも、ハンコの力は絶大だ。それで、青崎、どこまでやる気だ？
営業停止は最低ライン。進行は自由だって言うなら、よその土地でやってもらうまでよ。
だろうな。そんな顔してるぜ、お前さん。で、宗十郎はどうする？とりあえず辞めさせるか？
当然。けど、もう彼だけの問題じゃないわ。そもそもうちの生徒を雇おうとした時点で私たちの問題よ。しずきくんとは関係なしで、あの事務所潰すから。
いいけどな。厄介だぞ、あの手の連中は。サラ金と同じで、法律上は何の問題もねえ。警察じゃせいぜい厳重注意レベル。下手に商売の邪魔をすれば損害賠償と言い出しかねえ。せいてはことを何とやらだ。
分かってる。まずは会社の概要と社長の素性、構成員の数を調べながら被害者の洗い出し。
Aoko suddenly stopped talking in the middle of their detailed plans.
どうした青崎？
Tobimaru noticed right away what Aoko had spotted. Aoko was looking at the crowd on the street. A familiar young man wearing a coat was walking through the lively second street. He walked confidently up to the office building and disappeared inside. He hadn't seemed to notice the worried trio watching him from the shadows. The young man, clearly Soujuurou Shizuki, had just started his shift, still oblivious to the severity of the situation he was in. Aoko was shaking with rage.
待って、落ち着け青崎。気持ちはわかるが、あいつに悪気はだな。
ああ、もうなんか無性に頭きた。
Aoko raised her head up in a fury and clenched her fists. She was no longer her usual calm and collected self. This was the student council president who ruled with an iron fist, fueled by her own righteous indignation.
飛び丸、応援団の美濃先輩に連絡取って、今すぐこわもての団員20人ほど集めてきて。喧嘩になるかもしれないから、それなりの装備込みでって。
Aoko darted out of the main street and she barked out her orders. She looked like an esteemed general charging into battle against an enemy squadron.
ミノって応援団の団長のか？しかも20人って、お前一体何する気だ？
決まってるでしょ。殴り込みよ。まずは法律面での制裁からなんて考えが甘かった。学生騙して私服を肥やすような悪党には物理的な制裁で十分よ。何よ本物の光って。こんなしけた街で羽毛布団とか売ってんな。
待て、落ち着け。さっきまでの平和的なプランはどこに行った？悪党を暴力で押さえつけていいのは警察だけだ。いいから戻りやがれ。
何よ、その警察が使えないから私たちが出張るんじゃない。文句あるなら代案出せ。
文句はね、まず落ち着けって話だ。そもそも代案なんざ立てるまでもね。お前さん、さっきはどんな手を考えてたか口にしてみろ。
そんなのあんただって分かってるでしょ。あの会社の調査と並行して詐欺の被害に遭った人たちを探して、私たちが間に入って連盟を作る。ご老人ばかりを標的にしてるのは、おじいさんたちは世間の事情に疎いと見くびってるからだろうし。なんでおじいさんたちだけじゃわからない問題を私たちでフォローしてあげれば、被害者の会ぐらいは作れるわ。
よーし、その調子だ。確かに一人一人で掛け合っても連中にとっちゃ痛くも痒くもね。それで契約をなかったことにして取られた金を取り戻すか？
それは無理でしょうね。契約書は絶対よ。頭くるけど書かれたことは覆らない。今からできるのはこれ以上の被害を抑えることだけ。ローンの解約、入会の破棄、それと
可能
な限り 金銭を回収する。羽毛布団ならクーリングオフが適用されるはず。全ての返品は無理でもやるに越したことはないわ。
上出来だ。それで行こうぜ青崎。何もお前さんが悪役になる必要はねえ。せっかくの法治国家だ。平和的に解決しよう。
それはそうだけど、こんなの部外者だから言えることよ。詐欺に遭った人たちからすれば取られたものは取られたままなんだし。
それを気に病むのはそれこそお前の仕事じゃねえ。まずはクマリンに連絡しよう。あいつ商店街の娘だからな。被害者の調査に向いているだろう。
小鹿に？あんまり荒ごとに巻き込みたくないけど仕方ないか。オッケー、私の方から連絡する。飛び丸は美濃先輩への電話お願い。
あ？こっちの話なら応援団必要ねえだろ。
必要だってば。脅し要員だけじゃなくおじいさん間の連携に走ってもらわなくちゃ。先輩たちいかつい顔して優しいでしょ。クーリングオフは書面に起こすことが大前提。書類に弱いおじいさんたちの代わりに先輩たちに代筆してもらうのよ。
なるほど、そりゃいい。数の暴力だな。連中も20人からの返品は夢にも思ってねえだろうさ。
Aoko and Tobimaro both nodded in agreement. Hinomi had been completely left to the wayside in this whole discussion.
なあ、クーリングオフってなんだよ。俺聞いたことねえんだけど。
買った商品を返品して購入時の金額を返してもらうことよ。日本じゃ10年ぐらい前から正式に採用されてるけど、木の実くん聞いたことない？
いや全く。ただの返品と違うの？
同じだけどこっちは国が後ろ盾になってくれるわ。本物の光が法を盾にするならこっちも法で突き破るだけよ。おじいさんたちには馴染みのない話だろうから、そこは私たちが代わりにやるってわけ。
In reality, only a very narrow range of products were applicable for the satisfaction period law, and it was currently unclear if those handled by the light of truth fell under that umbrella. If it was not applicable under this law, Aoko would have to think of another plan. However, not 30 minutes later, that worry would vanish when they got the chance to examine an actual quilt sold by the light of truth. Once Aoko has an established plan, she will not waver from it. They had a cafe with a view of the office building. This was their command center, and after they got together, others from the student council came for backup. Their one-day blitz tactical plan began.
そうと決まれば迅速にね。二人とも連絡係よろしく。サクッと今日中に決着をつけましょう。
Tobimaro sighed at the thought of trying to complete everything in a day's time. Hinomi, on the other hand, wondered why he had been dragged into this to help. Although Tobimaro had gotten Aoko to abandon the idea of physical violence or a fight, Aoko knew that the contact plan would be difficult to pull off and continued to research other options. There were many conditions that needed to be met for this plan to actually work. The major issue was the amount of time elapsed from the time of purchase. For consumable goods, the time limit for a legal return was 8 days. If there were 30 or so victims, this would probably only be applicable to 1 or 2 of them. If that was the case, they needed to look for some other consumer protections besides the satisfaction clause.
何々？安価なものを不当な金額で売りつけた場合、暴利行為として公序良俗違反で契約が無効となる場合がある。ただし、公序良俗を根拠とするって。何よこれ、ほとんど売る側の勝ちじゃない。疑わしきは罰せずが法廷の基本だし、水かけ論じゃこっちが不利だ。
It was a difficult situation. They wouldn't be able to stand up to an experienced group of scam artists with their limited knowledge of the law. They need to fight fire with fire, or in this case, a scam with a scam.
騙し取られた金額分だけ、美味しい話で騙し取るって話か。
To do that, they'd need more intel. Aoko was studying the materials they'd collected for something they could use.
お待たせ。とりあえず追加候補10人分の住所と布団の現物持ってきたわよ。
サンキュー。さすがくまり。本気出せば仕事の早いこと早いこと。
Aoko took the list of victims from the student council secretary, Fujika Kumari, and immediately contacted Tobimaru on his pager. Although pagers could only receive short messages like call me, they were a powerful means of communication in an age where people relied on public telephones. Tobimaru called the cafe to give Aoko an update and hear about the list of newly discovered victims.
被害者の会はできたのね。仕切りは青山くんにやらせて。一応相手への牽制として名刺も作ってくれると助かる。事務局はほら、文化祭の時に作った偽団体あるじゃない？あそこの電話番号にしておいて。電話番は山城先生に頼み込むわ。
The victims' advocacy group was currently at just over 10 members. The group's aim was to help the victims of the scam get their money back and remove themselves from the light of truth. Some of the victims had not even realized they'd been scammed, so with some explanation, about 10 more members were added. It helped that it was polite, young, and well-dressed students who were giving them this information. The elderly generally seemed more accepting of anyone who was around the age of their grandchildren.
にしても、よくここまで調べたもんだわ。規定の20人なんてあっという間だったわね。
あんたの言う条件が分かりやすかったから。60過ぎのご老人で、一人暮らしで、町内会に入っていない人を探せばよかったんだし。やってることは本物の光の販売員と一緒。でも、こんなんでなんとかなる話じゃないと思うけど。結局のところ、抗議するのが関の山じゃ。青崎？ちょっと、何薄気味悪い顔で笑ってるのよ。
Aoko looked up after being called out by her friend.
いやー、面白いもん見つけちゃって。成果の乏しい戦いになると思ってたけど、風向きが変わったわ。ほら、見てクマ。この羽毛布団のマーク。ん
Aoko showed her the product label sewn into the down quilt. There was a tag that looked like a Japanese industrial standards logo. The Japanese industrial standards help maintain the quality of industrial products in Japan. Products with this mark were required to be products in accordance with the industrial standardization law.
あれ？ JLS？
そう。こうなると契約書が逆に武器になる。百戦錬磨かと思ったけど、実際はウサギしか相手にしない素人ってこと。ええ、うまく話を持っていけば、全額返済も夢じゃないわ。勝利の勝ち時は、さぞ気持ちのいいものになるでしょうね。
Aoko took a seat, still grinning from ear to ear. She didn't ring Tobimaru's pager. Instead, she dialed a different number on the red phone while humming to herself. Aoko heard the familiar ringing tone through the receiver.
青崎？築地に連絡入れるんじゃないの？作戦が変わったって。
それは後。今大事なのは、交渉役を誰にするかよ。私や飛び丸じゃ、さすがに貫禄不足だしね。こっちが有利になったとしても、まだ状況は五分だし。会話次第じゃひっくり返されるだろうから、被害者の会の代表は、それはもう少年のひん曲がった悪魔でないと。
それあんたのことだと思うんだけど、違うの？
いえいえ、こういうのは社会的立場のある大人じゃないと務まりません。安心してくまり。ぴったりのやつを知ってるから。ま、詐欺師には詐欺師ってね。この町には人を言いまかすのだけが仕事のやつって言っちゃったりするのよ。今日もやることなくて暇してるだろうし、たまには働いてもらわないと。彼女にかかっちゃサラ金だろうが教祖だろうが、1時間で精神崩壊。裸足で山に逃げ込むわ。
Aoko kept the phone receiver at her ear as she delivered these cutting remarks. The ringing tone had long since gone silent.
もしもし。まさかとは思いますが、今の話は私のことでしょうか。青子さん。
An eloquent woman's voice could be heard on the phone's earpiece. Aoko innocently said her greetings and smiled like a hunter who had just gotten their prey to take the bait.
"常々思っていましたが、あなたには年長者への敬意が足りていないようですね、青子さん。
え？
Tobimaru and Kinomi had returned their tasks and stood there wide-eyed. The person Aoko invited to the cafe looked so out of place that it was a shock to everyone.
はーい、ゆいかさん。わざわざ来てもらって助かるわ。事情は電話で説明したけど、もう少し詳しく説明する？結構です。本物の光のことは、先ほど律香から報告を受けましたから。あなたに享受していただく事柄は一つもありません。
Ritsuka? Skahawk? Wait a second.
ありゃま、ご機嫌なのね。よかった。そのテンションのまんま勝ち込みお願いね。一般人の一人や二人、ゆいかさんが本性を出せば、睨むだけでそっとさせられるでしょ？
そうなの？このお姉さん、間協会のシスターさんだよね。俺、密かに憧れてたんですけど。いや、そんな場合じゃねえ。どうも、木の実ホウスケっす。青崎さんとはあんまり仲良くありません。
Kinomi was clearly trying to earn points by showing that he was also not that friendly with Aoko. Sister Yuka gave him an angelic smile back.
これはご丁寧に。間協会で装飾を務める須瀬ゆいかです。はじめまして、ホウスケさん。
いやー、すんげえ。本当にシスターだよ、シスター。会長、とんでもない隠し玉連れてきたな。あれ？でもゆいかさんに何してもらうの？いや、俺はいてくれるだけで嬉しいけど。
まあ、だいたい想像できるが。はじめまして、シスターゆいか。三崎高校生徒会副会長、築地飛丸です。
Tobimaru didn't look so well. Perhaps he had figured out where his course of events was headed. The JLS label was indeed illegal. This discovery made Aoko realize how they could get the victims' money back and run the light of truth out of town completely. Sister Yuka was the solution.
てっきり証拠に物を言わせて訴えられたくなければ示談で済ませろ、全額返して出ていけって話かと思ったが、恐ろしい女だぜ。追い出すだけじゃなくスカンピンにして放り出そうって腹か。
は？なんでそうなるの？何？美人なだけじゃなくシスターさんってそんな権利持ってるの？
シスターさんがじゃなくてゆいかさんの人間力と言うべきね。はい、これ被害者の会からの連名書。一応うちの応援団の先輩たちも待機してるけど、何人か連れていく？そうですね。逆上して手を挙げられては後片付けが面倒ですので、抑止力として5人ほど。あとは青子さんが同行してくれるのでしたら、私としては不満はありません。
え？どういうこと？もしかしてシスターさんが話つけに行くの？会長のがよくね？
いいのいいの。ゆいかさんはこう見えて荒事の専門家なんだから。ねえ、ゆいかさん。あなたほどではありませんが。いいでしょう。今回は利益が一致します。あの事務所の方々が違法を働いているのは事実ですから。罪には罰を、善良な人々を、特に私たちの同胞を苦しめた手合いには相応の痛みが必要です。さすが泣く子も黙る鬼のシスター。期待してるわ。昔から商売敵を潰すのは得意だものね、あなたたち。言われるまでもありません。一つの土地に二つの教えがあっては迷惑です。
Though the two continued to antagonize each other, they entered the office building fighting for the same team. The 5 burly members of the cheer team filed in behind them. They had left behind the glum Tobimaru and a completely clueless Kinomi.
わかんねえ。 青崎、あの美人さんに何やらせる気なんだよ。
そりゃお前、口にはできない残虐行為だろ。相手の弱みを握ったら、とことん叩きのめすのが青崎だからな。違法販売をネタにして、契約解除をさせた後に告訴するって流れ。訴えるのはシスターの役目だな。立場上、学生である青崎よりシスターの方がお題目が立つ。何よりあの教会、たまに嫌な噂を聞くしな。連中、貯めた財産根こそぎ取られるだけで済めばいいが。
I've heard some less than savory rumors about that church too. Monka. After taking a few deep breaths, Tobimaru also headed towards the office building.
天下も事務所に行くの？怖くない？
行かねえよ、おっかねえ。俺のはちょっとした野暮用だ。てめえも補習に戻れよ。今日の礼はまた改めてくれてやるから。
ばっか、補習なんてもう終わってるじゃんか。気がつけばもうすぐ夕方だぜ、夕方。楽しかったからいいけどな。
違いない。あっという間の半日だった。
Tobimaru waved goodbye and disappeared into the office building.
Huh?
Where'd Bro's nose go? Hinomi thought it was strange since Tobimaru had just said he wasn't going in there. However, he left as well after hearing a noise that sounded like glass breaking on the third floor of the office building. What the fuck? A wise man never courts danger, as they say. The discussion ended without any major issues. The inside of the office was mostly untouched. Only the center line of the desks had been pulverized by Sister Yuka. Things had been resolved peacefully without any bloodshed. The office had been conquered in about an hour, and Aoko was now surveying it. A large desk had gone right out the window, flung through the air with a single swing of Sister Yuka's hand. The sales staff were shaking in the corner like they'd seen the devil incarnate. Sister Yuka brought in 5 members of the cheer team to seize the office permits and other important documents. Unfortunately, the one thing Aoko was looking for was nowhere to be found. She went to ask the sales staff, still quivering in the corner of the room.
ちょっと、3時間ぐらい前、ここに人畜無害そうなの来なかった？ビルから出てきてないから、まだ中にいると思うんだけど。
Everyone shook their heads no. Nobody had seen a student who fit that description in the office. Aoko was looking even more confused at that point.
でもまあ。
This motherfucker Soujuurou probably went in and he was like supposed to go to the scamming floor and he went to like a different fucking floor or some shit and got a different job there. She was still happy that she'd done a good deed here today. Tobimaru entered the office building and headed straight down the hallway. Tobimaru probably knows where it is too. He glanced at the stairs in front of him as he walked by, passing several tenants and heading towards the emergency exit at the back of the building. Tobimaru knew the geography of the second street well. If his memory served correctly, there were some old one-story houses behind the building that had been around forever. There were old, tin-roofed rental houses that stood against the tides of time. Though overshadowed by the recent trend of 2-story apartments, they were still here, alive and kicking. At the back of the office building, there was a river for processing wastewater. Beyond the river and a fence, there were many one-story houses. Next to the building, there was a bridge that crossed over to the other side. It was a shortcut only neighborhood locals would know about.
なるほど。大したショートカットだ。地図なんて当てになんねえな。
As Tobimaru walked towards the bridge, he saw a familiar face exit one of the one-story tin roof houses. The young man was wearing a coat and was without a doubt Soujuurou Shizuki.
明日もまた来ておくれね。
Soujuurou crossed the bridge while the old woman who resided there saw him off.
あれ？副会長？
ああ、奇遇だな、色男。
The two exchanged glances as they crossed paths on the bridge. Soujuurou looked fairly spent. That was all Tobimaru needed to see. Soujurou's new job was a lot harder than working for any scam artist. They both stopped to talk on the
あの
footbridge.
辺りに親戚でもいんのか？
いや、いない。一つ手に紹介されて、おばあさんの話し相手をしていただけだ。
For some reason, Soujuurou readily revealed what he had refused to tell Aoko.
そんな気軽に話していいのか？守秘義務とかありそうだが。
いや、秘密にしなくちゃいけない話でもないんだ。ただ、話しちゃいけない気がしただけで、飛び丸には出てくるところを見られたし、正直、誰かに言いたい気持ちはあった。
Leaning on the rail of the footbridge, Tobimaru urged him to go on. It turned out that Soujuurou's story was nothing out of the ordinary. His new part-time job was to be a home helper in that old one-story house. This resident was a widow who had been left alone after her son moved off to a new city.
はじめはただのお手伝いだったんだけどね。
He spoke with a troubled, slightly regretful smile. Maybe he was ashamed of something he'd done? There was a tinge of darkness behind the wry, tormented smile on his face. Tobimaru found himself surprised at his own thoughts and slapped himself lightly on the cheek. This was his way of punishing himself. He wasn't sure why his imagination was running so wild now. Tuh.
珍しく浮かない顔だが、あれか？出て行った息子さんとやらに文句があるのか？介護が必要なおふくろさんを放って好き勝手に暮らしていることに？
どうだろう。確かにおかしな話だとは思う。けど、俺はその息子さんを責める気にはなれない。だってそれは。
Soujuurou stopped himself mid-sentence. He didn't think the son hated his mother so much as he did the town. He had probably just found somewhere better to live and moved away. Soujuurou swallowed those bitter words.
お手伝いの料金は初めに全部もらってたんだ。今月だけという話なのに、10万円は高すぎると思う。
He trailed off, muttering that he didn't really need that much money. The old woman had thanked him for his honesty. That was part of Soujuurou's appeal, most likely. In a matter of days, the old woman put all her trust into Soujuurou and treated him like her own grandson.
ああ、それは素直に嬉しいんだけど、問題は。
She always saw him off with a smile and asked him to return tomorrow. Every time he left, she gave him a stack of cash in hope that he wouldn't forget her.
あ？それだけで大金もらってたのか？
うん。お孫さんの代わりをしてほしいと言われた。あなたは信じられるから、これで孫のように振る舞ってくれって。
なんだそりゃ。少しも信じてねえよそれ。金で動く孫がいるか？そりゃヘルパーと変わらね
え。いや、おばあさんはヘルパーさんにはお金は払わないと言った。信頼できないから。あのおばあさんが信じられるのはお金だけなんだ。
She seemed to have some quirks about her, probably because she'd been living alone for so long. By this point, she'd lost all faith in the goodwill of humankind. To her, the bonds of a family were nothing but fantasy. After being cast aside by her own family for so many years, the only thing that remained faithful to her was the money she had saved. Over time, this led her to developing a strange complex. For her, the money she'd scrimped and saved, the last thing that she could rely on, was the only way she could conceive of keeping someone in her life.
バカらしい。それって結局金で雇った他人じゃねえか。孫の代わりとは言えねえな。
それはおばあさんが誰よりも分かってるよ。でも偽物だと分かっていても、それぐらいしか信じられるものはなかったんだ。おばあさんにとって家に寄りつかなくなったお孫さんは今一番欲しいものだから、その代償として彼女が一番信用できるものを真心として渡してくれたんだ。
She wasn't buying him, though. She just trusted Soujuurou from the bottom of her heart and was thanking him the only way she knew how. She didn't realize how that looked from other people's perspectives.
また厄介な事情に首突っ込んだもんだ。まあ、あんまり深く思い詰めるな。いい話じゃねえか。命より金が大事だったばあさんが今になって思い出の方に転んだわけだ。
そうかな。そうだといいけど。
It was obvious from Soujurou's expression that all this still weighed heavily on him.
なんだよ、煮え切らねえな。どうせお前さんのことだ。もらった金は一銭も使ってねえんだろ。んなことしてりゃいずれ年金も底をつく。そうなった時に丸々返すつもりだから青崎にも黙ってたんじゃないのか。
なんで飛び丸がそんなこと知ってるんだ？
まあ、いや、なんとなくそんな気がした。
Tobimaru decided it was best not to tell Soujuurou about all the trouble they went through for him today. He knew Aoko would only make him regret it later if he did.
そっか。でもこの話の一番難しいところはね、飛び丸。その人にはお孫さんはいなかったんだ。
Oh.
は？
After a few moments of surprise, Tobimaru let out a sigh. He understood. Being widowed with a son who's moved into the city and grandchildren who never visit, that was a normal, full, and rich life. Sometimes, however, a person's dreams were all that kept them going. The bottom is limitless. For every tragic life, there is another even more tragic than that.
時々油断すると思うんだ。この街について。みんな幸福そうに見えるのに、裏を覗くとそうでもないのはなんでだろうって。なんか街全体に騙されてるみたいだ。
Tobimaru leaned over the railing and looked down at the bustling town below. In the end, Soujurou's worries stemmed from his feeling lost in this environment. The woman who walked through life alone into old age, Tobimaru's struggle with being antagonized by his entire family, those were both personal matters. Soujurou's problem stemmed from the nebulous entity of the town itself. For every bit of progress made through modernization, there were also people left in growing misfortune. It didn't matter whether they were unequal in wealth or compassion, it was all the same. The larger a town grows, the harder it becomes for the weak to thrive. For a young man who spent his life in the countryside, where everyone helped each other, this was hard to understand.
Soujuurou, お前、この町は好きか？
まだわからない。そういう飛び丸は？
まあ、似たようなもんだ。好き嫌いも半々で、たまに何もかもどうでもよくなる時はある。だがまあ、お前さんとは真逆だな。俺はこの町のおかげで、てめえの悩みなんざ無視できる。ここに比べりゃマシだってな。空虚であろうと、この忙しさ、節操のなさは捨てたもんじゃねえってな。
ここに比べたらマシ？
ああ、違うな。マシというよりは、ありって感じか。バイトしてればたまに思うだろ。街ってのは、隙間を作らないように回ってるんだ。欠席にしろ空席にしろ、空きができたらすぐに埋められるようにできている。当たり前のようで、こいつはよくできた共同体なんだよ。昨日までは誰でもなかった他人が、明日には必要な隣人になってるかもしれない。昨日まではなかった街角に、新しい建物ができていることもある。まるで毎日が切った縫ったの大手術だ。それでもうまく回ってることに、真剣に感心する。本当に、何かの弾みで思うんだよ。俺はてめえだけで生きてるんじゃなくて、どうでもいい誰かの、どうでもいい頑張りのおかげで、こうして管負けてるんだってな。持ちつ持たれつだ。そういう巡り合わせを成立させているだけでも、どんなバランスなんだって呆れるわけだ。
Just as the mountains are alive, so is the city. Tobimaru didn't seem to like the way that living creature had manifested itself. But even still,
そうか。敬意を払ってるんだな、飛びま。
まあ照れくさいがそういうこと。
as someone who was born and raised in the city, Tobimaru was thankful that complete strangers were able to help each other out.
つうか、お前さんは贅沢すぎる。初めから好きなところに住めるやつなんていねえだろ。生まれる場所は選べねえしな。単純な話、自分が住むって決めたところを好きになるしかねえってことだ。
Tobimaru gave Soujurou's back a hard slap. It made Soujurow straighten up his posture and snap him out of his slump a bit.
でも飛び丸、そこに住むって決めても好きになれなかったらどうするんだ。
どうしても好きになれないやつは違う土地に行けばいい。嫌なら逃げてもいいんだよ。放浪するのも人生だぜ。
Soujurow was so impressed with Tobimaru's words he couldn't speak. They gave him a new perspective. It wasn't just the words, "Don't be scared to run away from a bad place." What had really left a strong impression was Tobimaru's confidence. Although he had been born in this town, he spoke freely of abandoning it.
飛び丸から逃げるなんて言葉が出るとは思わなかった。
逃げる先があるなら逃げてもいいだろって話。そりゃ勝ちとか成功とかそういう言葉に固執するのも悪くはねえさ。富と名声はいいもんだしな。だが俺にはどうも勝ち続けるっていうのは固まるってことに見える。息苦しくてしょうがない。青崎みたいにがんじがらめになっても突き進むパワーもねえしな。心情は軽い方がいいだろうよ。
ん？人生は軽い方がいいのか？
いや、軽いとか手堅いとかそういうんじゃなくて、俺はもっとこうロマンあふれるっつうか。
Tobimaru furrowed his brow at his inability to find the proper words. What he wanted was simple.
そうだな。俺はきっと笑える人生が送りたいんだ。
That was how he saw life. Tobimaru tried his best to put into words his thoughts, hoping his friend would find them useful.
漫才師か。
Tobimaru's shoulders slumped in disappointment. But even so...
いや、そんなもんか、実際。
The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Soujuurou wasn't really wrong. There was no end to human desire. The perfect life was an unattainable dream. The only way to really win was to be able to say, with your dying breath, that you had truly enjoyed living.
たく、青崎の影響かね。考えなしのバクとかっていうの。あいつ、ボニー&クライドとか大好きなんだろうな。
Tobimaru tiredly scratched his head. He never would have said something like this last year, considering how pessimistic he had been then.
ともかくだ。他人の事情にいちいち落ち込んでるようじゃ日が暮れるぜ。いや、実際もう暮れかけてるけどな。とんだ道草だ。
そうか、引き止めてすまなかった。飛び丸は他に用事が？
俺もおとなしく家に帰るとするか。そっちも日が落ちる前に帰れよ。何をしていたか聞かれたら隠さず事情は説明しとけ。その話、お前が思ってるほどひでえ話じゃねえから。
Soujuurou frowned and fell silent. He still hadn't come to terms with his arrangement with that old woman yet. If he hadn't gone there in the first place, she might not have felt like anything was missing from her life. That feeling of regret was exactly why he wanted to talk to someone.
お前、残酷なことをしたと思ってんだろ。ばあさんの人生に今からじゃ取り戻せないものを見せつけた。どうかな。
Soujuurou was stunned into silence. Tobimaru knew exactly what Soujuurou regretted.
そりゃ違う。思い上がりだぜ、Soujuurou。いいか、 そのばあさんも自分は人生に失敗したなんて思ってんなら、今の自分にできることをさせればいい。幸い金は腐るほどあるんだろう。なら思いっきり人助けをさせてみろ。金で救える不幸なんざ山ほどあるだろ。で、ばあさんがどんなもんだと胸を張れたんなら、それは間違いなくいい仕事だ。少なくとも俺は気持ちがいい。
それはおばあさんの苦しみを解決していない。
解決できねえ問題は放っておけ。そのばあさんには今他に解決できる問題があるんだから、それでいいじゃねえか。で、悪いけどお金はこれから世のため人のため自分のために使うから返しておくれとなったらば、ばあさんの勝ち。偽物の孫なんざよりよっぽどいい生きがいに目覚めたわけだな。しかしこれで満足したから残りはやっぱりもらっておくれといえばお前さんの勝ち。ばあさんにとってはやっぱり孫の方がいいってことで、そん時は大手を振って大金持って帰りやがれ。
なるほど。
Soujuurou clapped his hands together. He was finally able to accept these conditions as fair.
すまない。ありがとう、飛び丸。
His smile was no longer bitter. He would do whatever he could to help that woman choose to assist others in need. Tobimaru thought that such unwavering confidence was the sign of true freedom.
気にするな。礼を言うならお互い様だ。じゃあな、Soujuurou。
His goodbye wasn't the friendliest, but Soujuurou didn't mind. He ran home with a big smile on his face. Tobimaru's smile was a bit less carefree as he left the footbridge. The time was 4:30 in the evening. Night would soon fall over the midwinter landscape.
ただいま。今夜はまた一段と冷えるね。
Aoko and Alice were both in the drawing room when they returned, or when he returned. Neither of them had eaten dinner yet. Aoko looked displeased. Alice sat uncomfortably on the sofa.
あれ？もしかしてこっちの帰りを待っていたのか？
Alice quietly affirmed his assumption. Aoko vehemently denied it.
青崎、俺の気のせいならいいんだけど、なんだか昨夜以上にどうかしてないか？
Soujuurou had gotten slightly better at reading the room, but he still had difficulty choosing the right words. I'll show you worked up was what she meant to say, but she stopped herself. She wasn't actually all that angry with Soujuurou specifically, but...
どうかしてるの？青子。
してないわよ。してるのは宗十郎の方だっていうの。
Alice's additional remark seemed to have been the tipping point for Aoko. Soujuurou thought this showed she was indeed worked up about something.
しずきくんがどうかしたの？彼、今夜は比較的まともだけど。
Soujuurou felt like that was pretty offensive too, but he let it slide.
もう分かったわよ。そっちから切り出すまで黙っていようと思ったけど、私の方から聞いてあげる。宗十郎、あんた本物の光って名前に聞き覚えはない？
いや、全く。初めて聞いた。
でしょうね。名簿にあんたの名前はなかったもの。なんだってあんな勘違いしちゃったんだろう。骨折り損とまではいかないけど、また良くない評判立てちゃった。
Aoko let out an exaggerated sigh and flopped down onto the sofa. Seeking Aoko in this weakened state as an opportunity, the blue robin flew jauntily down from the sunroom.
見てたっす。自分見てたっす。ご近所じゃもうおひれつきまくりっす。青崎さんとこの娘さんがまた指一本で見せつぶしたとかマジパニー。指先一つでダウンとかどこまで都市伝説作る気っすか？
The robin continued to chatter praise for Aoko's deeds of valor. Oh! Aoko knocked it away with a flick of her finger and picked herself up off the sofa.
今日はお金持ってないわね。例のアルバイトはもう終わったの？
いや、まだ続いているよ。あのお金は預かり物だから、朝のうちに口座を作って預けておいた。
預かり物？
そう、預かり物。きっと全額返すことになる。
Soujuurou took off his coat and began talking about his job as a home helper. He kept it simple, explaining how things began and the conclusion he'd come to with Tobimaru earlier. Aoko seemed stunned by the outlandish circumstances, but in the end...
はいはい、やっぱりね。安心したっていうか、がっかりしたっていうか。そうよね。どう頑張っても悪事を働ける人間じゃないわよね、あなた。
She was back to her usual offensive self. However, there was another girl in the room who had at this point gone pale.
待って。ということは、それはしずきくんのお金ではないの？
ああ、人様のお金だよ。
アリス？なんかとんでもない顔してるけど、どうかした？
それが、どうかはしてないけど、出前はしたわ。
She had pre-ordered all the fucking... She had pre-ordered all the things from that leprechaun-looking guy in assumption that she could use the money. Oh no.
はい？
Alice handed out menus for the local soba noodle shop and a cafe. The blood drained from Aoko's face as she took everything in. Oh wait, was it actually just food? Alice quietly passed her a small note. On it was a hastily written order that was more than enough food for 3 of them.
まさかもう注文を？
だって、そろそろごちそうのタイミングかと思って。
Alice's accusing gaze fell on Soujuurou.
え？俺？なんで？
そりゃあんたがいらない期待を持たせたからでしょう。アリス、あんなに喜んでたじゃない。明日はごちそうねって。
Soujuurou clapped his hands together for the second time today. He remembered that Alice had said that yesterday.
ええ。あの夜、しずきくんは同意してくれたわ。
Alice was eager to empathize that this was not only her fault.
いや、それは。
そうね。アリスのミスなのは確かだけど、悪いのはあんたもよ。いい教訓になったんじゃない？観念して2人で感情を折半しなさいよ。
いや、それはできない。あのお金は預けてきたし、そもそも500円しか持ち合わせがない。
そう。合わせても足りないわね。試したことはないけど、出前にキャンセルは効くのかしら。
An air of despair fell upon the Kuonji estate. Aoko sighed as if none of this involved her. She hated to coddle them, but perhaps this was her fate.
そうなるか。いいわよ。私が出してあげる。今日は臨時収入があったから、パーッと派手に使いましょう。
Aoko's sudden proposal made both Soujuurou and Alice perk up. These fucking sprites, man.
つまり、青崎のおごり。
そんな、信じられない。いいの、青子。
呼んじゃったものは今更止められないでしょ。さっき電話したんなら、今頃はもう坂を登ってきてるだろうし。まあそもそも、このお金も宗十郎が発端だしね。人助けをしたら、被害者の会からお礼をもらっちゃったのよ。だから気にしないで。なんか居心地悪かったし、錠剤と思って商店街に還元する。本音言うとちょっともったいないけどね。
Her roommates began celebrating. Aoko sank back into the sofa upon seeing the happiness her gesture brought.
ああ、悪戦身につかずって言うけど、ほんとその通り。臨時収入は泡と消えたか。
And thus, the curtain closed on a little incident involving a lot of cash. The blue robin flew down to the table once again.
まったく嫌な山だったぜ。
The robin chirped and mimicked, puffing on a cigarette.
まあそれはそれとして、青子さんの空回りっぷりを忘れないよう、これをカーモネーギー事件として記録しとくっすね。
The blue robin continued to laugh at that day's hero. Aoko flicked the bird away, just as someone knocked on the door. Alice had ordered her favorite omelet dish and set of cakes from the cafe.
まあそれなら。
Aoko was quietly satisfied with the spoils of an honest day's work. A case for the president. Finish the Cambridge case. Or Carnegie case. That was pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. The middle part when they were, oh my gosh, it kind of dragged on in the middle. It's also because I've been streaming for so long, but I was kind of falling asleep there once they were like at the entertainment district trying to figure out what was going on, because even at that point I kind of knew. I was like, okay, Soujurou's not involved in this, and they're like, it's literally a red herring just for a joke, and that's going to be the funny joke at the end of this, is Soujurou's not actually involved in the scamming. I kind of got that like halfway through that chapter, and so it kind of just dragged on in the middle, but the ending with Soujuurou and Kobimaru's heart-to-heart was really good. I really enjoyed that. You like the stuff with the grandma? Yeah, no, that part was really good. I enjoyed that a lot. Especially when, yeah, like he was explaining the whole grandma's situation, and earlier that chapter we had gotten Tobimaru's characterization with his family and all that, and yeah, the back and forth between that and the parallels was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Because where Tobimaru came from a rich family that everyone was fighting over this inheritance, and he had a big family too. Like he had brothers, sisters, cousins, and he was kind of seen as like the bastard child that wanted to get away from all that. The old woman in the house all alone was like the complete opposite of that in a way. They both had money. It sounded like they both had money, but she was all alone, whereas he kind of constantly had this family, and he didn't care about money, or he didn't care about the family. He just wanted to get away from all that, whereas the old woman in the house was like the opposite. She longed for a family, and all she had was money. But it was good. I liked it a lot. And then obviously the advice and how the city differed from the old village in the mountain that he had come from was really good. Yeah, there was a lot of good writing there from Nasu. I liked it a lot. But yeah, overall, today's stream was pretty good. It was basically all just characterization for people. There was a lot of Alice characterization in this story. I'm probably going to put her on the thumbnail. I don't know if or when we're going to read this. Y'all said it's just lore. We might read it when we get to it, which might be the beginning of the last stream. Because I think we're only going to have 2 more streams. This was 7 and 8 today. Next stream, we're probably going to do 9, 10, and 11. And I saw that 12 is a really long chapter. That's the second to last. 12 is like a 4-hour long chapter. And then the final chapter is like 2 hours. And so the final stream will probably be 12 and 13. But next stream, we'll probably do 3 chapters with... Next stream, we'll probably do 9, 10, and 11, I think. 9 is where shit's gonna pick up, yeah. So I think 2 more streams for the main story. We'll do 9, 10, and 11 Sunday morning, and then we'll finish off the stream, or we'll finish off the main story with 12 and 13, and then the any extra stuff we'll finish up in the final stream, probably, is what I'm thinking. But yeah, that's gonna be it, chat. Thanks so much for hanging, everybody, today. Decently long stream. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to leave a thumbs up, leave a comment down below. If you can't think of a comment and you would like to leave a comment, you can leave the comment. I don't know, what do they leave? Something to do with Alice, maybe. Tobimaru is a bro. How about that? Or something to do with Tobimaru. Or you can leave your own comment. If you would like to support the channel and you can't think of a comment, leave the comment. Tobimaru is a bro. And I will know you made it to the end of the video. I don't know what that word means, Kiko. Alice Ant? What the fuck is ant? Alice is an ant? But thanks so much for watching, YouTube VOD watchers. Leave a like on the video. Leave a comment down below. Hey Max, I know this isn't an HSR stream, but I just want to ask a question if you don't mind, because I follow you on YouTube. Yeah, go for it. You can ask whatever you want. Alice and Tobimaru characterization is what I meant to say. Oh. Facts. Oh man, I'm hungry. Will you be watching K&K before the next Mahoyo stream too, if you could? Fuck no. No. No way. The next Mahoyo stream is gonna be Sunday morning, because we're trying to get to the event. The K&K I might watch, maybe, by the time if I watch K&K before the event at all, it's gonna be after I finish. It'll be sometime next week after I finish Mahoyo and read it before, what's it called? That's fucking, it's over 10 hours, isn't it? That's too much content. I was waiting for Underscore's question if you had one, but... Alright, so here's the rest of this. Let me overwrite this one. Go back to the main menu, title. But thanks so much for watching, everybody. Love y'all. And I will catch you all in the next stream, which should be Sunday morning. That's when we're going to do episodes, or chapters 9, 10, and 11. That's probably the plan. Okay, let me read Underscore. I saw your review that said that you didn't really care about the things happening in Ampho because the stuff outside of it was way more interesting. My question would be, have you seen the same if you didn't read about the lore? Because IMO, you were really kind of spoiled about the scepters, Rupert, Polka, knowledge singularity, because at the time we didn't know it was prevalent for the arc. If I had or didn't read the lore? If you didn't read the lore, no, I think the scepters as a concept just weren't interesting to me at all. If I wasn't, I've always not been a big fan of, like, when... I'm glad we did read the lore. I'll say that, because if I hadn't read the lore, I doubt that I would actually have a lot of interest to go back from lore that had released, like, a year earlier and delve into that. Like, I probably wouldn't be that interested in it. It's like the same reason why I'm not that interested in the, what are they called? The destruction emanators, because, like, they've only been, like, mentioned in lore and they've got no main story relevance whatsoever at the moment, really. Or they have relevance, that's not the word. They don't have any ongoing material effect on our characters, like story arcs, like narratively. That's I think the main issue. But yeah. Underscore, if you want to join the Discord though, I'm always down to have full-length conversations with people in the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, exclamation point Discord. For anyone else, Kezuke's already got it, my man. If you want to join the Discord, I'm always down to have full-length conversations there, but I am starving. I'm going to end stream and get some food, but thanks so much for watching, everybody. Leave a comment down below if you're watching the YouTube VOD. Leave a like on the video. That stuff helps push the VOD out there in the algorithm. I would really appreciate it, but I will catch you all in the next stream, which will be Sunday morning for some more Mahoyo. Come out then if you're interested, but I'll catch you then. Peace out, everyone. Love y'all. Bye-bye.